Get the mic. The mic is set up. Time for audio checks really quickly. Let's start where we were.
9 the 6th.
We're speeding up a bunch.
Month was Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite.
I could go faster.
4,000 men in his division.
Alright, quick audio check.
The 7th month was Helez the Pelenite.
Hearing my voice, hearing the read aloud.
24,000 men in his division.
Pause that. I'm going to listen to the stream. Sounds good. I'm going to unmute the Bible. Hello and welcome back to the Quiet Part YouTube channel. Once again, we are continuing our marathon series of streams where I read the entire New International Version English translation of the Christian Catholic Bible. We are doing this for the sake of media literacy. We are doing this for the sake of being more worldly, for better understanding spiritual and religious people throughout the world, both good and bad. I'm an atheist. I'm doing this for the sake of learning. That's why I'm doing it. I'm officially bored. We are in Chronicles 1 and 2, which are low-key just a repeat of Samuel, Kings 1 and Kings 2, 1st and 2nd Kings. I'm going to be reading faster today. Our goal is to go for like 5 hours. I'm going to go until my wife gets home from work because I am a school teacher and it's officially summer. So I just want to get this knocked out. That's what we're doing. Jumping in full speed. It's not that much about commentary. This is more just about me chilling and documenting the process of doing my due diligence and reading stuff. Let's go.
11 the 8th.
I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff in the background today. Stretching, making myself meals, living my life, and playing Subnautica.
12 the 9th, for the 9th month, was Abizer the Anathethite.
Subnautica's the big part.
There were 24,000 men in his division. 13 the 10th, for the 10th month, was Maharai the Netophethite, a Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. 14 the 11th, for the 11th month, was Benaiah the Pirathonite, an Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in his division. 15 the 12th, for the 12th month, was Heldai the Netophethite, from the family of Othniel. There were 24,000 men in his division. 16 the officers over the tribes of Israel, over the Reubenites, Eleazar son of Zikri, over the Simonites, Shephatiah son of Makkah. 17 over Levi, Hashabiah son of Kemuel, over Aaron, Zadok. 18 over Judah, Elihu, a brother of David, over Issachar, Omri son of Michael. 19 over Zebulun, Ishmael son of Obadiah, over Naphtali, Jerimoth son of Azriel. 20 over the Ephraimites, Hosea son of Azaziah, over half the tribe of Manasseh, Joel son of Pedaiah. 21 over the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilead, Iddo son of Zechariah, over Benjamin, Jaziel son of Abner. 22 over Dan, Azrael son of Jeraham. These were the officers over the tribes of Israel. 23 David did not take the number of the men 20 years old or less, because the Lord had promised to make Israel as numerous as the stars in the sky. 24 Joab son of Zeruiah began to count the men but did not finish. Wrath came on Israel on account of this numbering, and the number was not entered in the book of the annals of King David. 25 Asmaveth son of Adiel was in charge of the royal storehouses. Jonathan son of Uzziah was in charge of the storehouses in the outlying districts, in the towns, the villages, and the watchtowers. 26 Ezri son of Caleb was in charge of the field workers who farmed the land. 27 Shimei the Ramathite was in charge of the vineyards. Zabdi the Shifmite was in charge of the produce of the vineyards for the wine vats. 28 Baal, Hanan the Gederite was in charge of the olive and sycamore fig trees in the western foothills. Josh was in charge of the supplies of olive oil. 29 Shitrai the Sharonite was in charge of the herds grazing in Sharon. Shaphat son of Adlai was in charge of the herds in the valleys. 30 Obal the Ishmaelite was in charge of the camels. Jediah the Meronothite was in charge of the donkeys. 31 Jazaiah the Hagrite was in charge of the flocks. All these were the officials in charge of King David's property. 32 Jonathan, David's uncle, was a counselor, a man of insight and a scribe. Jehiel son of Hakmoni took care of the king's sons. 33 Ahithophel was the king's counselor. Hushai the Archite was the king's friend. 34 Ahithophel was succeeded by Jehoiada son of Benaiah and by Abiathar. Joab was the commander of the royal army. 28 David summoned all the officials of Israel to assemble at Jerusalem, the officers over the tribes, the commanders of the divisions in the service of the king, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, and the officials in charge of all the property and livestock belonging to the king and his sons, together with the palace officials, the mighty men and all the brave warriors. 2 King David rose to his feet and said, "Listen to me, my brothers and my people. I had it in my heart to build a house as a place of rest for the ark of the covenant of the Lord, for the footstool of our God, and I made plans to build it. 3 But God said to me, You are not to build a house for my name, because you are a warrior and have shed blood. For inch yet the Lord, the God of Israel, chose me from my whole family to be king over Israel forever. He chose Judah as leader, and from the house of Judah he chose my family, and from my father's sons he was pleased to make me king over all Israel. 5 of all my sons, and the Lord has given me many, he has chosen my son Solomon to sit on the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. 6 He said to me, Solomon your son is the one who will build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father.
Ooh, I'm sure about my religion, but I'm
He is
interested
unswerving in carrying
for
out my
these
commands and
streams.
laws,
Well,
as is being done
welcome.
at this time. 8 So now I charge you in the sight of all Israel and of the assembly of the Lord, and in the hearing of our God, be careful to follow all the commands of the Lord your God, that you may possess this good land and pass it on as an inheritance to your descendants forever. 9 And you, my son Solomon, acknowledge the God of your father, and serve him with wholehearted devotion and with a willing mind, for the Lord searches every heart and understands every motive behind the thoughts. If you seek him, he will be found by you, but if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. 10 Consider now, for the Lord has chosen you to build a temple as a sanctuary. Be strong and do the work. 11 Then David gave his son Solomon the plans for the portico of the temple, its buildings, its storerooms, its upper parts, its inner rooms, and the place of atonement. 12 He gave him the plans of all that the Spirit had put in his mind for the courts of the temple of the Lord and all the surrounding rooms, for the treasuries of the temple of God and for the treasuries for the dedicated things. 13 He gave him instructions for the divisions of the priests and Levites, and for all the work of serving in the temple of the Lord, as well as for all the articles to be used in its service. 14 He designated the weight of gold for all the gold articles to be used in various kinds of service, and the weight of silver for all the silver articles to be used in various kinds of service. 15 The weight of gold for the gold lampstands and their lamps, with the weight for each lampstand and its lamps, and the weight of silver for each silver lampstand and its lamps, according to the use of each lampstand. 16 The weight of gold for each table for consecrated bread, the weight of silver for the silver tables. 17 The weight of pure gold for the forks, sprinkling bowls and pitchers, the weight of gold for each gold dish, the weight of silver for each silver dish. 18 And the weight of the refined gold for the altar of incense. He also gave him the plan for the chariot, that is, the cherubim of gold that spread their wings and shelter the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 19 All this, David said, I have in writing from the hand of the Lord upon me, and he gave me understanding in all the details of the plan. 20 David also said to Solomon his son, Be strong and courageous, and do the work. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you until all the work for the service of the temple of the Lord is finished. 21 The divisions of the priests and Levites are ready for all the work on the temple of God, and every willing man skilled in any craft will help you in all the work. The officials and all the people will obey your every command. 29 Then King David said to the whole assembly, My son Solomon, the one whom God has chosen, is young and inexperienced. The task is great, because this palatial structure is not for man but for the Lord God. 2 With all my resources I have provided for the temple of my God gold for the gold work, silver for the silver, bronze for the bronze, iron for the iron, and wood for the wood, as well as onyx for the settings, turquoise, stones of various colors, and all kinds of fine stone and marble, all of these in large quantities.
Occur
3
in the Middle
Besides,
East
in my
naturally.
devotion to the temple of my God I now give my personal treasures of gold and silver for the temple of my God, over and above everything I have provided for this holy temple. For 3,000 talents of gold, gold of Ophir, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, for the overlaying of the walls of the buildings. 5 For the gold work and the silver work, and for all the work to be done by the craftsmen. Now, who is willing to consecrate himself today to the Lord? 6 Then the leaders of families, the officers of the tribes of Israel, the commanders of thousands,
Well, yeah,
and
there's
commanders of hundreds,
turquoise in
and
this
the officials
region.
in charge of the king's work gave willingly. 7 They
Interesting.
gave toward the work on the temple of God 5,000 talents and 10,000 derricks of gold, 10,000 talents.
5,000 talents has got to be a lot. A talent is like the size of like your hand or forearm of a metal.
Precious stones gave them to the treasury
I
of the
kept
temple
having
of
to
the Lord in the
Google
custody of
how much
Jehiel
that
the
is.
Gershonite. 9 The people rejoiced at the willing response of their leaders, for they had given freely and wholeheartedly to the Lord. David the king also rejoiced greatly. 10 David praised the Lord in the presence of the whole assembly, saying,
Norman, we are
Praise be
live.
to you, O Lord, God of our father Israel.
We're
from
doing it right
everlasting to
now.
Everlasting. 11 Yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the majesty and the splendor, for everything in heaven and earth is yours. Yours, O Lord, is the kingdom, you are exalted as head over all. 12 Wealth and honor come from you, you are the ruler of all things. In your hands are strength and power to exalt and give strength to all. 13 Now, our God, we give you thanks, and praise your glorious name. 14 But who am I, and who are my people, that we should be able to give as generously as this? Everything comes from you, and we have given you only what comes from your hand. 15 We are aliens and strangers in your sight, as were all our forefathers. Our days on earth are like a shadow, without hope.
Oh no.
16 O Lord our God, as
My
for all this
internet just
abundance that
dropped
we have
out.
provided for
That's
building
not
you a
good.
temple for your holy name, it comes from your hand.
All right, we're pausing for a second till the internet stops freaking out. That's not good.
As for
My
all this
internet
abundance
just
that we
dropped
have
out.
provided-
I'm gonna wait for OBS and my internet to calm down. It's just very vague and mystical. Confuses me with the language they use. I I don't know. I know that technically, like, the Bible's gone through about 20 different translations and transliterations. Like, technically, the earliest progenitor of the Bible would have been the Jewish Bible in Hebrew, right? But before that, it probably would have been Greek. The original Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls. I found an article from Biblical Archaeological Society. In the Masoretic text. This looks like a pre-Hebrew language. Traditional Hebrew. Greek translation of the Torah. Okay, so it's Hebrew and Greek is its original languages, like close to original. I think part of the reason the language is so vague is because so much of the Bible is adapted not as an original work that someone got in their head and wrote down. Much like, from what I gather and from what I've Googled, the majority of the Bible, when it was first written in that Greek and Hebrew language, it was probably some sort of pre-Hebrew and then Greek, and then it kind of jumped around a lot 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, or whatever. Though the Bible itself was written over like 1,000 years, like what we have now and what we've compiled. The noteworthy thing is that almost all of it is written from oral, from speech, from oral history. Someone came up with a story that spread throughout culture. Priests popped up all over and kind of grabbed onto that story and that oral tradition, and then they would do their speaking, their speeching, their wizardry, because that's what priests were thousands of years ago. And they would be their village or community or their kingdom's person for that. And it was mostly oral tradition. And then the Bible, based on like the Bible's writing itself and what I've researched as I've been reading this, the Bible is really just like an effort of Israelites and what were early Jewish people to legitimize their religion and their traditions and practices, and use God as an excuse to try to conquer the entire local region. So it's all oral tradition trying to be captured in word, and I'm certain oral tradition has a charisma behind it that's really hard to capture, and maybe that's where some of this vague and mystical stuff comes from. The fact that we're trying to capture something that was oral, and that it just has a different cadence to it and a different kind of charisma behind it. That's what I would guess.
All of it belongs to you. 17 I know, my God, that you test the heart and are pleased with integrity. All these things have I given willingly and with honest intent. And now I have seen with joy how willingly your people who are here have given to you. 18 O Lord, God of our fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, keep this desire in the hearts of your people forever, and keep their hearts loyal to you. 19 And give my son Solomon the wholehearted devotion to keep your commands, requirements, and decrees, and to do everything to build the palatial structure for which I have provided. 20 Then David said to the whole assembly, Praise the Lord your God. So they all praised the Lord, the God of their fathers. They bowed low and fell prostrate before the Lord and the king. 21 The next day they made sacrifices to the Lord and presented burnt offerings to him, 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 male lambs, together with their drink offerings, and other sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. 22 They ate and drank with great joy in the presence of the Lord that day. Then they acknowledged Solomon son of David as king a second time, anointing him before the Lord to be ruler and Zadok to be priest. 23 So Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king in place of his father David. He prospered and all Israel obeyed him. 24 All the officers and mighty men, as well as all of King David's sons, pledged their submission to King Solomon. 25 The Lord highly exalted Solomon in the sight of all Israel and bestowed on him royal splendor such as no king over Israel ever had before. 26 David son of Jesse was king over all Israel. 27 He ruled over Israel 40 years, 7 in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem. 28 He died at a good old age, having enjoyed long life, wealth and honor. His son Solomon succeeded him as king. 29 As for the events of King David's reign, from beginning to end, they are written in the records of Samuel the seer, the records of Nathan the prophet, and the records of Gad the seer. 30 Together with the details of his reign and power, and the circumstances that surrounded him and Israel and the kingdoms of all the other lands. 2 Chronicles. 1 Solomon son of David established.
We're in 2 Chronicles, let's get through this.
Over his kingdom, for the Lord his God was with him and made him exceedingly great. 2 Then Solomon spoke to all Israel, to the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, to the judges and to all the leaders in Israel, the heads of families. 3 And Solomon and the whole assembly went to the high place at Gibeon, for God's tent of meeting was there, which Moses the Lord's servant had made in the desert. For now David had brought up the ark of God from Kiriath-jearim to the place he had prepared for it, because he had pitched a tent for it in Jerusalem. 5 But the bronze altar that Bezalel son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made was in Gibeon in front of the tabernacle of the Lord, so Solomon and the assembly inquired of him there. 6 Solomon went up to the bronze altar before the Lord in the tent of meeting and offered 1,000 burnt offerings on it. 7 That night God appeared to Solomon and said to him, Ask for whatever you want me to give you. 8 Solomon answered God, You have shown great kindness to David my father and have made me king in his place. 9 Now, Lord God, let your promise to my father David be confirmed, for you have made me king over a people who are as numerous as the dust of the earth. 10 Give me wisdom and knowledge, that I may lead this people, for who is able to govern this great people of yours? 11 God said to Solomon, Since this is your heart's desire and you have not asked for wealth, riches or honor, nor for the death of your enemies, and since you have not asked for a long life but for wisdom and knowledge to govern my people over whom I have made you king. 12 Therefore wisdom and knowledge will be given you. And I will also give you wealth, riches and honor, such as no king who was before you ever had and none after you will have. 13 Then Solomon went to Jerusalem from the high place at Gibeon, from before the tent of meeting. And he reigned over Israel. 14 Solomon accumulated chariots and horses, he had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. 15 The king made silver and gold as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills. 16 Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from Cu, the royal merchants purchased them from Cu. 17 They imported a chariot from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. They also exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and of the Arameans. 2 Solomon gave orders to build a temple for the name of the Lord and a royal palace for himself. 2 He conscripted 70,000 men as carriers and 80,000 as stonecutters in the hills and 3,600 as foremen over them. 3 Solomon sent this message to Hiram king of Tyre, Send me cedar logs as you did for my father David when you sent him cedar to build a palace to live in. For now I am about to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God and to dedicate it to him for burning fragrant incense before him, for setting out the consecrated bread.
Andrea, I'm going to stream until you get off work.
Every morning and evening and on Sabbaths and new moons and
so I have to do this for like 5 hours.
This is a lasting ordinance for Israel. 5 The temple I am going to build will be great, because our God is greater than all other gods. 6 But who is able to build a temple for him, since the heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain him? Who then am I to build a temple for him, except as a place to burn sacrifices before him? 7 Send me, therefore, a man skilled to work in gold and silver, bronze and iron, and in purple, crimson and blue yarn, and experienced in the art of engraving, to work in Judah and Jerusalem with my skilled craftsmen, whom my father David provided. 8 Send me also cedar, pine.
Still frustrated that this is just a repeat of what I've already heard.
In cutting timber there. My men will work with yours.
How many more streams until you get to the next religious text? Oh my god. We're on stream like 19 or 18, right? And we're 1/3 of the way through. So 36 more streams at this rate before I'm done with the Bible. It's just that long of a document. It's 1,700 pages. So apparently I have 36 more streams to go. Unless I start doing more of these streams, which are longer and faster. So a couple dozen is how many more?
9 To provide me with plenty of lumber, because the temple must be large and magnificent. 10 I will give your servants, the woodsmen who cut the timber, 20,000 cores of ground wheat, 20,000 cores of barley.
And after I'm done with the Bible, I'm going to take like months off before jumping to the next text.
By letter to Solomon, because the Lord loves his people.
It's just such a long document.
12 And Hiram added, Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who made heaven and earth. He has given King David a wise son, endowed with intelligence and discernment, who will build a temple for the Lord and a palace for himself. 13 I am sending you Hiram-Abi, a man of great skill. 14 Whose mother was from Dan and whose father was from Tyre. He is trained to work in gold and silver, bronze and iron, stone and wood, and with purple and blue and crimson yarn and fine linen. He is experienced in all kinds of engraving.
Now this character sounds new. I don't remember this person from earlier.
With your craftsmen and with those of my lord, David your father. 15 Now let my lord send his servants the wheat and barley and the olive oil and wine he promised. 16 And we will cut all the logs from Lebanon that you need and will float them in rafts by sea down to Joppa. You can then take them up to Jerusalem. 17 Solomon took a census of all the aliens.
Andrea, I'm going to be playing Subnautica. I'm downloading it right now.
To be 153,600.
I'm going to play it until I beat it.
18 He assigned 70,000 of them to be carriers and 80,000 to be stonecutters in the hills, with 3,600 foremen over them to keep the people working.
I don't really know if I'm going to be speedrunning per se.
Began to build the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem.
I'll be quickly running it, I guess.
To his father David. It was on The threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, the place provided by David.
I don't know, we can do whatever
2.
you
He
want when you
began
go
building
home.
on the 2nd day of the 2nd month in the 4th year of his reign. 3. The foundation Solomon laid for building the temple of God was 60 cubits long and 20 cubits wide, using the cubit of the old standard. For the portico at the front of the temple was 20 cubits long across the width of the building and 20 cubits high. He overlaid the inside with pure gold. 5. He paneled the main hall with pine and covered it with fine gold and decorated it with palm tree and chain designs. 6. He adorned the temple with precious stones. And the gold he used was gold of Parvaim. 7. He overlaid the ceiling beams, doorframes, walls and doors of the temple with gold, and he carved cherubim on the walls. 8. He built the most holy place, its length corresponding to the width of the temple 20 cubits long and 20 cubits wide. He overlaid the inside with 600 talents of fine gold. 9. The gold nails weighed 50 shekels. He also overlaid the upper part.
Gold nails?
10 inches the most holy place.
How do you make a nail out of gold? It's so soft. It
11. The
deforms.
total wingspan of the cherubim was 20 cubits.
What is the word
One
we
wing of
use
the
for
first
that?
cherub was 5
In
cubits long and touched the
metallurgy?
temple wall, while its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the other
I
cherub.
figure what the word is. It's really workable.
12. Similarly, one wing of the second cherub was 5 cubits long and touched the other temple wall, and its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the first cherub. 13. The wings of these cherubim extended 20 cubits. They stood on their feet, facing the main hall. 14. He made the curtain of blue, purple and crimson yarn and fine linen, with cherubim worked into it. 15 inches the front of the temple he made 2 pillars, which together were 35 cubits long, each with a capital on top measuring 5 cubits. 16. He made interwoven chains and put them on top of the pillars. He also made 100 pomegranates and attached them to the chains. 17. He erected the pillars in the front of the temple, one to the south and one to the north. The one to the south he named Jachin and the one to the north Boaz. For he made a bronze altar 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide and 10 cubits high. 2. He made the sea of cast metal, circular in shape, measuring 10 cubits from rim to rim and 5 cubits high. It took a line of 30 cubits to measure around it. 3. Below the rim, figures of bulls encircled it 10 to a cubit. The bulls were cast in 2 rows in one piece with the sea. For the sea stood on 12 bulls, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south and 3 facing east. The sea rested on top of them, and their hindquarters were toward the center. 5. It was a handbreadth in thickness, and its rim was like the rim of a cup, like a lily blossom. It held 3,000 baths. 6. He then made 10 basins for washing and placed 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. In them the things to be used for the burnt offerings were rinsed, but the sea was to be used by the priests for washing. 7. He made 10 gold lampstands according to the specifications for them and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. 8. He made 10 tables and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. He also made 100 gold sprinkling bowls. 9. He made the courtyard of the priests, and the large court with the doors for the court.
And then I think
overlaid
we're
the
doing
doors with
Subnautica.
bronze. 10. He placed the sea on the south side, at the southeast corner. 11. He also made the pots and shovels and sprinkling bowls. So Huram finished the work he had undertaken for King Solomon in the temple of God. 12. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars, the 2 sets of network decorating the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars. 13. The 400 pomegranates for the 2 sets of network, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, decorating the bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars. 14. The stands with their basins. 15. The sea and the 12 bowls under it. 16. The pots, shovels, meat forks and all related articles. All the objects that Huram-Abi made for King Solomon for the temple of the Lord were of polished bronze. 17. The king had them cast in clay molds in the plain of the Jordan between Succos and Zarethan. 18. All these things that Solomon made amounted to so much that the weight of the bronze was not determined. 19. Solomon also made all the furnishings that were in God's temple, the golden altar, the tables on which was the bread of the presence. 20. The lampstands of pure gold with their lamps, to burn in front of the inner sanctuary as prescribed. 21. The gold floral work in lamps and tongs, they were solid gold. 22. The pure gold wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, dishes and censers, and the gold doors of the temple, the inner doors to the most holy place and the doors of the main hall. 5. When all the work Solomon had done. For the temple of the Lord was finished, he brought in the things his father David had dedicated, the silver and gold and all the furnishings, and he placed them in the treasuries of God's temple. 2. Then Solomon summoned to Jerusalem the elders of Israel, all the heads of the tribes and the chiefs of the Israelite families, to bring up the ark of the Lord's covenant from Zion, the city of David. 3. And all the men of Israel came together to the king at the time of the festival in the 7th month. For when all the elders of Israel had arrived, the Levites took up the ark. 5. And they brought up the ark and the tent of meeting and all the sacred furnishings in it. The priests, who were Levites, carried them up. 6. And King Solomon and the entire assembly of Israel that had gathered about him were before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and cattle that they could not be recorded or counted. 7. The priests then brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place, and put it beneath the wings of the cherubim. 8. The cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark and covered the ark and its carrying poles.
Again,
These
it's just
poles were so
repeating
long that their
stuff
ends,
from
extending from the ark, could be seen
the
from in front of
previous
the inner
sections.
sanctuary, but not from outside the holy place, and they are still there today. 10 There was nothing in the ark except the 2 tablets that Moses had placed in it at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites after they came out of Egypt. 11 The priests then withdrew from the holy place. All the priests who were there had consecrated themselves, regardless of their divisions. 12 All the Levites who were musicians Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun and their sons and relatives stood on the east side of the altar, dressed in fine linen and playing cymbals, harps and lyres.
Okay, the origin of like a Christian
They were
choir.
accompanied by 120
Uh-oh.
priests sounding trumpets. 13 The trumpeters and singers joined in unison, as with one voice, to give praise and thanks to the Lord. Accompanied by trumpets, cymbals and other instruments, they raised their voices in praise to the Lord and sang, "He is good, his love endures forever." Then the temple of the Lord was filled with a cloud.
Oh,
14
be sure to
The
come
priests
home
could
early
not
then.
perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord
If there's
filled the
nothing to
temple of
do.
God. 6 Then Solomon said, "The Lord has said that he would dwell in a dark cloud." 2 I have built a magnificent temple for you, a place for you to dwell forever. 3 While the whole assembly of Israel was standing there, the king turned around and blessed them. For then he said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his hands has fulfilled what he promised with his mouth to my father David. For he said, 5 Foot since the day I brought my people out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city in any tribe of
Correct,
Israel
I want to
have a temple
escape
built
from
for my
reading
name
this.
to be there, nor have I chosen anyone to be the leader over my people Israel. 6 But now I have chosen Jerusalem for my name to be there, and I have chosen David to rule my people Israel. 7 My father David had it in his heart to build a temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. 8 But the Lord said to my father David, because it was in your heart to build a temple for my name, you did well to have this in your heart. 9 Nevertheless, you are not the one to build the temple, but your son, who is your own flesh and blood. He is the one who will build the temple for my name. 10 The Lord has kept the promise he made. I have succeeded David my father, and now I sit on the throne of Israel, just as the Lord promised, and I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. 11 There I have placed the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that he made with the people of Israel. 12 Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands.
I have a single cough
13
drop
Now
left.
he had made a bronze platform, 5 cubits long, 5
Great.
cubits wide and 3 cubits high, and had placed it in the center of the outer court. He stood on the platform and then knelt down before the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands toward heaven. 14 He said, "O Lord, God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven or on earth, you who keep your covenant of love with your servants who continue wholeheartedly in your way. 15 You have kept your promise to your servant David my father, with your mouth you have promised and with your hand you have fulfilled it as it is today. 16 Now Lord, God of Israel, keep for your servant David my father the promises you made to him when you said, you shall never fail to have a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel, if only your sons are careful in all they do to walk before me according to my law, as you have done. 17 And now, O Lord, God of Israel, let your word that you promised your servant David come true. 18 But will God really dwell on earth with men? The heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built. 19 Yet give attention to your servant's prayer and his plea for mercy, O Lord my God. Hear the cry and the prayer that your servant is praying in your presence.
It's pretty much
May
time.
20th Your eyes be open toward this temple day and night, this place of which you said you would put your name there. May you hear the prayer your servant prays toward this place. 21 Hear the supplications of your servant and of your people Israel when they pray toward this place. Hear from heaven, your dwelling place, and when you hear, forgive. 22 When a man wrongs his neighbor and is required to take an oath and he comes and swears the oath before your altar in this temple. 23 Then hear from heaven and act. Judge between your servants, repaying the guilty by bringing down on his own head what he has done. Declare the innocent not guilty and so establish his innocence. 24 When your people Israel have been defeated by an enemy because they have sinned against you and when they turn back and confess your name, praying and making supplication before you in this temple. 25 Then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel and bring them back to the land you gave to them and their fathers. 26 When the heavens are shut up and there is no rain because your people have sinned against you, and when they pray toward this place and confess your name and turn from their sin because you have afflicted them. 27 Then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel. Teach them the right way to live, and send rain on the land you gave your people for an inheritance. 28 When famine or plague comes to the land, or blight or mildew, locusts or grasshoppers, or when enemies besiege them in any of their cities, whatever
Grasshoppers.
disaster or disease
It
may
says
come.
it as wrong as I do.
29 And when a prayer or plea is made by any of your people Israel, each one aware of his afflictions and pains, and spreading out his hands toward this temple. 30 Then hear from heaven, your dwelling place. Forgive, and deal with each man according to all he does, since you know his heart, for you alone know the hearts of men. 31 So that they will fear you and walk in your ways all the time they live in the land you gave our fathers. 32 As for the foreigner who does not belong to your people Israel but has come from a distant land because of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm when he comes and prays toward this temple. 33 Then hear from heaven, your dwelling place, and do whatever the foreigner asks of you, so that all the peoples of the earth may know your name and fear you, as do your own people Israel, and may know
Game
that this house I have
time.
built bears your name. 34" when your people go to war against their enemies, wherever you send them, and when they pray to you toward this city you have chosen and the temple I have built for your name. 35
Subnautica
hear from heaven their prayer
time.
and their plea, and uphold their cause. 36" when they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you become angry with them and give them over to the enemy, who takes them captive to a land far away or near. 37 And if they have a change of heart in the land where they are held captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of their captivity and say, we have sinned, we have done wrong
Here
and
we
acted
doing it?
wickedly.
Oh, it has my old game in
38
it.
And if they turn back to you with all their heart and soul in the land of their
We're deleting
captivity where they
that.
were taken, and
We're
pray
starting
toward the land
again.
you gave their fathers, toward the city you have chosen and toward the
We're
temple I
doing
have
it.
built for your name. 39 Then from heaven, your dwelling place, hear their prayer and their pleas, and
Okay.
uphold their cause. And forgive your people.
Now, I
who have
think I
sinned
was gonna
against you.
do hardcore,
40" now, my God, may your eyes be open and your ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place.
but hardcore Subnautica is really stupid because
41" now arise,
sometimes
O
the
Lord
game
God,
just
and
kills
come
you
to your
for a
resting
random
place,
reason.
you and the ark of your might.
Like sometimes the physics will just wig out and murder you in a way that's really unfair, like to this day.
42 O Lord God,
So, like,
do not reject your anointed one.
Do I want to do
Remember the
hardcore?
great love promised to David your servant. 7 When Solomon finished praying, fire
At
came
the
down
risk
from
of
heaven and
becoming
consumed the burnt offerings and the
extremely
sacrifices,
angry?
and the glory of the Lord filled the temple. 2 The priests could not enter the temple of the Lord because the glory of the Lord filled it.
I've never played Subnautica
3
on
When all the
hardcore.
Israelites saw the fire coming down and the glory of the Lord above the temple, they knelt on the pavement with their faces
I don't think
to
I
the
want
ground,
to.
and they
I think
worshipped
I
and
just
gave
want to do
thanks to the Lord,
survival.
saying, He is good, His love endures forever. For then the king and all the people offered sacrifices before the Lord. 5 And King Solomon offered a
I think
sacrifice of
if I want my
22,000
life to
cattle
not be
and
terrible,
120,000
I'm gonna
sheep and
play
goats.
survival,
So the
just
king and all
normal
the people
survival.
dedicated the temple of God.
Oh
6 The
wow,
priests
okay.
took their positions,
OBS
as
is
did the Levites
not
with the Lord, musical
detecting the
instruments,
game.
which King David had
That's
made
not
for praising
good.
the Lord, and which were used when he gave thanks, saying, His love endures forever. Opposite the Levites, the priests blew their trumpets, and
Okay,
all the
OBS is
Israelites were standing.
immediately
7
not
Solomon consecrated the middle part of the courtyard in
detecting
front of the
game.
temple of the Lord,
That's
and there he offered
inconvenient.
burnt offerings and the fat of the fellowship offerings, because the bronze altar he had made could not hold the burnt offerings, the grain offerings and the fat portions. 8 So Solomon observed the festival at that time for 7 days, and all Israel with him a vast assembly, people from Lebo Hamath to the Wadi of Egypt. 9 On the 8th day they held an assembly, for they had celebrated the dedication of the altar for 7 days and the festival for 7 days more. 10 On the 23rd day of the 7th month he sent the people to their homes, joyful and glad in heart for the good things the Lord had done for David and Solomon and for his people Israel. 11 When Solomon had finished the temple of the Lord and the
Sometimes it
royal
just
house, and
dawns
had
on me what
succeeded
I'm
in
doing.
carrying
I'm
out
playing
all he had in mind
Subnautica
to do
while
in
reading the
temple of
Bible.
Lord
What
and
am
in
I
his own
doing?
palace.
Like genuinely, what am I doing?
12 The Lord appeared to him at night and
So
said, I have heard your
stupid.
prayer and have chosen this place for myself as
Okay.
a temple for sacrifices. 13 When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land or send a plague among my people. 14 If my people, who are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. 15 Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place.
Okay, we're gonna have to see if
16
it
I have chosen and consecrated this temple
has
so
the
that my name
correct
may be there forever.
key bindings
eyes
for
and
me
my
that I
heart will
like when
always
I
be
play.
there. 17 As for you, if you walk before me as
Alright, we're
David
doing
your
it.
father did, and
We're
do all
doing
I
it.
command, and observe my decrees and laws. 18 I will establish your royal throne, as I covenanted with David your father when I said, You shall never fail to have a man to rule over Israel. 19 But if you turn away and forsake
Let's
the
do it.
decrees and commands I have given you and go off to serve other gods and worship them. 20 Then I will
I'll
uproot
just turn the
Israel from
game
my
down.
land, which I have given them, and will reject this temple I have consecrated for my name. I will make it a byword and an object of ridicule among all peoples. 21 And though this temple is now so imposing, all who pass by will be appalled and say, Why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? 22 People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers, who brought them out of Egypt, and have embraced other gods, worshipping and serving them. That is why
I'm just
he
gonna
brought all
skip this.
disaster on them.
I've done this a
8
million
At the end of
times.
20 years, during which Solomon built the temple of the Lord and his own palace.
I need to adjust some stuff on
2
my screen
Solomon rebuilt
anyway.
the villages that Hiram had given him, and settled Israelites in them.
Alright, well, what are you doing? Let's grab the fire
3
extinguisher.
Solomon then went to Hamath Zobah and captured it.
Grab a
For he also
medkit.
built up Tadmor in the desert and all the store cities he had built in Hamath.
Oh, I hate these flares. I hate
5
when it
He
gives me
rebuilt Upper
flares.
Beth Horon and Lower Beth Horon as fortified cities, with walls
Okay,
and with
first
gates
up.
and bars. 6 as well as Baalah
What's the
and all
plan?
store cities,
What's the
and
plan?
all the
Gather
cities for his
materials, wait
chariots
for
and
the
for his horses,
explosion,
whatever he desired to
build
in
a lead
Jerusalem,
suit,
Lebanon, and
head
throughout
to
all the territory
the
he ruled.
Aurora.
7 All the people left from the Hittites,
I will
Amorites,
need,
Perizzites, Hivites, and
I don't
Jebusites. These
need
peoples were not
a...
Israelites. 8 That is, their descendants remaining
I'm gonna
in
need a
the
lot
land,
of stuff.
whom the Israelites
You know
had
what?
not
That's what I'm
destroyed
gonna
when
need. I'm gonna
Solomon
need a lot of
conscripted for
stuff.
slave labor force, as it is to this day. 9 But Solomon
I
did
am
not
gonna
make
hold
slaves
on
of the
to
Israelites
this
for his
fire
work. They were
extinguisher.
his fighting men, commanders of his captains, and commanders of his chariots and charioteers.
Okay,
10 They
let's
were
do
also
it.
King Solomon's chief officials, 250 officials supervising the men.
Okay, let's turn the game
11
down. That's what I was
Solomon brought
forgetting.
Pharaoh's daughter up from the city of David to the palace he had built for her, for he said, My wife must not live in the palace of David king of Israel, because the places the ark of the Lord has entered are
General.
holy.
Master volume. A little bit
12
lower,
on the
please.
altar of the Lord that he had built in front of the portico. Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings to the
Get
Lord.
this stupid flare.
13 according
Hate
to the daily
flares.
requirement for offerings
They're always in
commanded
the
by Moses
way.
for Sabbaths, new moons, and the 3 annual feasts, the Feast of Unleavened
Okay, make a battery.
Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. 14
Just
inches
get a
keeping
bunch
with
of
the
water
ordinance
right
his
from the
father David.
get-go.
He appointed the divisions of the priests for their duties, and the Levites to lead the praise and to assist the priests according to each day's requirement. He also appointed the gatekeepers by divisions for the various gates, because this was what David the man of God had ordered. 15 They did not deviate from the king's commands to the priests or to the Levites in any matter,
Couple
including that of the
more
treasuries.
water. Okay.
16 All Solomon's work was carried out, from the day the
All right.
foundation of the temple
Get
of the Lord
air,
was laid
and
until its completion.
we're gonna head straight down
So the
into the
temple of the
big
Lord was
giant
finished.
tube, wherever the heck it is.
17 Then Solomon went to Ezion Geber and Elath on the coast of Edom.
I can never remember.
18 And Hiram sent him ships commanded by his own officers.
That's
men
fine.
who knew
We're
the sea.
gonna head straight down.
These, with Solomon's men, sailed to Ophir and brought back 450 talents of gold, which they
Titanium.
delivered to King Solomon.
I need
9 When the queen of
titanium.
Sheba
I
heard of
need to
Solomon's fame, she came to
make
Jerusalem to test him with
a
hard
blade
questions.
as soon as I can.
Arriving with a very great caravan with
Which
camels
means
carrying
I need,
spices, large quantities of gold, and precious stones, she came to Solomon and talked with him about all she had on her mind. 2 Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too hard
What is it
for
I
him
need?
to
I can't
explain to her.
remember.
3 When the queen of Sheba saw the wisdom of Solomon, as well as the palace he had built.
I need an oil sack from
For the
a
food on his table,
grapevine.
the seating of his officials, the attending servants in their robes, the cupbearers in their robes, and the burnt
I need a
offerings he made in
few,
the temple of the
if
Lord,
I remember.
she was overwhelmed.
But you
5
can't
She
carry
said to the
very
king,
many.
The report I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true. 6 But I did not believe what they said until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half the greatness of your wisdom was told me. You have far exceeded the report I heard. 7 How happy your men must be. How happy your officials, who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. 8 Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and placed you on his throne as king to rule for the Lord your God. Because of the love of your God for Israel and his desire to uphold them forever.
Glitchless speed runs of this game are incredible to watch because
9
people
Then she
route
gave the
out
king
every
120
single
talents of gold,
individual
large
resource that
quantities
they
of spices,
grab,
and precious stones. There had never been such
and they know
spices as
what
those the
drops
queen of
from
Sheba
what
gave to King
item,
Solomon.
like 100% of the
10
time.
The men of Hiram and the men of Solomon brought gold from Ophir. They also brought algum wood and precious stones. 11 The king used the algum wood to make steps for the temple of the Lord and for the royal palace, and to make harps and lyres for the musicians. Nothing like them had ever been seen in Judah. 12 King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all she desired and asked for. He gave her more than she had brought to him. Then she left and returned with her retinue to her
Alright,
own
let's
country.
get it.
13 The weight of the gold that Solomon
much
received yearly was
titanium.
666 talents. 14 Not including the revenues brought in by merchants and traders. Also all the kings of
Make
Arabia and
rubber.
the governors of the land brought gold and
Make
silver to Solomon.
a knife.
15
Make
King
more
Solomon
rubber.
made 200
Make
large shields of hammered
flippers.
gold. 600 beakers of hammered gold went into each shield.
More rubber.
16 He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold, with 300
Make
beakers of gold in each shield.
Flippers.
The king put them in the palace of the forest of Lebanon.
Make a tank.
17 Then the king made a great throne
Make
inlaid
a
with ivory and overlaid with
scanner.
pure gold.
I'll need copper for that
18 The
first.
throne had 6 steps, and a footstool of gold
Well,
was
let's
attached
just
to it.
go get that
On.
made then. Let's make some
Both sides of
lubricant.
the
I'll
seat
need
were
it for the
armrests, with a
sea
lion
glide.
standing beside each of them.
Make more rubber.
19
I'll need it
12
for
lions
something
stood on
else
6
later.
steps,
Probably
one
a
at either end of
battery
each step.
pack.
Nothing like it had ever been made for any other kingdom.
Okay, I'm just gonna
20
eat
all
the
King of
rest.
Solomon's goblets were gold, and
Oh, I
all the
can't eat
household
those,
articles in
huh.
the palace of the forest of Lebanon were pure gold.
I guess I'm thinking
Nothing
of
was made
an
with silver,
old
but
version of the
silver was
game where you
considered
could
of little
eat
value in Solomon's day.
those.
21 The king had a fleet of trading ships manned by Hiram's men. Once every 3 years it returned, carrying gold.
Okay,
silver, and
I
ivory,
need,
and apes and
copper.
baboons. 22
Make a
King
scanner
Solomon was greater in
ASAP.
riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. 23 All the kings of the earth sought audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom God
He
had put in
was
his heart.
the richest king.
24 Year after year, everyone who came brought a gift articles of silver and gold, and robes, weapons and spices, and horses and mules. 25 Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. 26 He ruled over all the kings from the river to the land of the Philistines, as far as the border of Egypt. 27 The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills.
Ah, see,
28
that's
Solomon's
why I
horses were
needed
imported
my
from
scanner.
Egypt and from all other countries.
That fragment
29
would have
As
been
for the
really
other events of
useful, and now I
Solomon's
don't know
reign,
if we'll be able to remember where
are
it
they
was.
not written in the records of Nathan the prophet, in the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and in the visions of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam son of Nebat? 30 Solomon
Bible,
reigned in
I don't
Jerusalem
recall
over all
you
Israel
talking
40
much
years.
about Nathan the prophet, but
31
maybe I
He
just
rested
don't
with his
remember.
fathers and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son succeeded him as king. 10 Rehoboam went to Shechem. 4
That
All
should
the
be enough for
Israelites
now
had gone
to
there
make
to
a
make the
single
king.
battery.
2 When Jeroboam son of Nebat heard this, he was in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon. He returned from Egypt. 3 So they sent for Jeroboam, and he and all Israel went to Rehoboam and said to him, For inch your father
Scanner,
put a
thank
heavy yoke on
you.
us, but now lighten the harsh labor and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you. 5
Okay.
Rehoboam answered, Come back to me in 3 days. So the people went away. 6 Then King Rehoboam consulted the elders who had served his father Solomon during his lifetime. How
Is
would
it
you
just
advise me
salt?
to
What
answer
is
these
this?
people?
I don't remember
He
these.
7 They replied, if you will be kind to these people and please them and give them a favorable answer, they will always be your servants. 8 But Rehoboam
I don't
rejected
need
the
to scan
advice the
stuff.
elders gave him and consulted the young men who had grown up with him and were serving him. 9 He asked them, what is your advice? How should we answer these people who say to me, lighten the yoke your father put on us? 10 The young men who had grown up with him replied, tell the people who have said to you, your father put a heavy yoke on us, but make our yoke lighter. Tell them, my little finger is thicker than my father's waist.
What does that
11
mean,
My father
bro?
laid on you a heavy yoke, I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips, I will scourge you with scorpions. 12 3 days later Jeroboam and all the people returned to Rehoboam, as the king had said, come back to me in 3 days. 13 The king answered them harshly, rejecting the advice of the elders. 14 He followed the advice of the young men and said, my father made your yoke heavy, I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips, I will scourge you with scorpions. 15 So the king did not listen to the people, for this turn of events was from God, to fulfill the word the Lord had spoken to Jeroboam son of Nebat through Ahijah the Shilonite.
I need to make a
16
repair
When all
tool
Israel saw
as
that
soon
the
as
king
I
refused to
reasonably
listen to them,
can,
they
so I
answered
can
the king,
repair my
what share
pod
do we
and
have
start
in
getting
David,
radio
what part in
updates.
Jesse's son? To your tents, O Israel. Look after your own house, O David. So all the Israelites went home. 17 But as for the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah, Rehoboam still ruled over them. 18 King Rehoboam sent out Adoniram, who was in charge of forced labor, but the Israelites stoned him to death. King Rehoboam, however, managed to get into his chariot and escape to Jerusalem. 19 So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. 11 When Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mustered the house of Judah and Benjamin 180,000 fighting men to make war against Israel and to regain the kingdom for Rehoboam. 2 But this word of the Lord came to Shemaiah the man of God. 3 Say to Rehoboam son of Solomon king of Judah and to all the Israelites in Judah and Benjamin. For foot this is what the Lord says, do not go up to fight against your brothers. Go home, every one of you, for this is my doom. So they obeyed the words of the Lord and turned back from marching against Jeroboam. 5 Rehoboam lived in Jerusalem and built up towns for defense in Judah. 6 Bethlehem, Etam, Tekoa. 7 Beth Zur, Soko, Adullam. 8 Gath, Mershah, Ziph. 9 Adoraim, Lachish, Azekah. 10 Zorah,
How do I
Aijalon,
make
and
a
Hebron.
repair tool?
These were fortified cities in Judah and Benjamin.
Okay,
11 He strengthened their
sulfur.
defenses and put commanders in them, with supplies of food,
Alright,
olive
let's
oil,
get
and
titanium
wine.
made while the sun is still
12
out.
He put shields and spears in all the cities, and made them very strong. So Judah and Benjamin were his. 13 The priests and Levites from all their districts throughout Israel sided with him. 14 The Levites even abandoned their pasturelands and property, and came to Judah and Jerusalem because Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them as priests of the Lord. 15 And he appointed his own priests for the high places and for the goat and calf idols he had made. 16 Those from every tribe of Israel who set their hearts on seeking the Lord, the God of Israel, followed the Levites to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices to the Lord, the God of their fathers. 17 They strengthened the kingdom of Judah and supported Rehoboam son of Solomon 3 years, walking in the ways of David and Solomon during this time. 18 Rehoboam married Mahalath, who was the daughter of David's son Jerimoth and of Abihail, the daughter of Jesse's son Eliab. 19 She bore him sons, Jush, Shemariah and Zaim. 20 Then he married Maacah daughter of Absalom, who bore him Abijah, Attai, Ziza and Shelemith.
Yeah, I ran out of
21
power. God dang
Rehoboam
it.
loved Maacah daughter of Absalom more than any of his other wives and concubines.
Dang it.
In
Sun's
all,
already
he
going
had 18
down.
wives and 60 concubines, 28 sons and 60 daughters. 22 Rehoboam appointed Abijah son of Maacah to be the chief prince among his brothers, in order to make him king. 23 He acted wisely, dispersing some of his sons throughout the districts of Judah and Benjamin, and to all the fortified cities. He gave them abundant provisions and took many wives for them. 12 After Rehoboam's position as king was established and he had become strong. he
Again,
and
this
all
time
Israel
period
began
is
to do
such
the law
that,
of the
like,
Lord.
women are things to be
2
taken.
Because they had been unfaithful
Their
to the Lord,
property, their
Shishak king of Egypt
prizes.
attacked Jerusalem in the 5th year of
They're
King
just like
Rehoboam.
tools.
3 With 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and the innumerable troops of
Women, like,
Libyans,
are
Sukkites, and
never
Cushites that came
the main
with him.
character in the Bible. It's happened
For he
like
captured
twice
the
with
fortified
Ruth.
cities of Judah and came as far as Jerusalem.
Ruth and
5
Naomi.
Then the prophet Shemaiah came to Rehoboam and to the leaders of Judah who had assembled in Jerusalem for fear of Shishak, and he said to them, This is what the Lord says, you have abandoned me, therefore
I can go
I now
grab
abandon
cave
you to
sulfur,
Shishak.
I guess.
6
can
The leaders
find
of
a
Israel
cave
and
real
the king
quick.
humbled themselves and said, The Lord is just. 7 When the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, this word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, Since they have humbled themselves, I will not destroy them but will soon give them deliverance. My wrath will not be poured out on Jerusalem through Shishak. 8 They will, however, become subject to him, so that they may learn the difference between serving me and serving the kings of other lands. 9 When Shishak king of Egypt attacked Jerusalem, he carried off the treasures of the temple of the Lord and the treasures of the royal palace. He took everything, including the gold shield Solomon had made. 10 So King Rehoboam made bronze shields to replace them and assigned these to the commanders of the guard on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. 11 Whenever the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards went with him, bearing the shields, and afterward they returned them to the guardroom. 12 Because Rehoboam humbled himself, the Lord's anger turned from him, and he was not totally destroyed. Indeed, there was some good in Judah. 13 King Rehoboam established himself firmly in Jerusalem and continued as king. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel in which to put his name. His mother's name was Naamah, she was an Ammonite. 14 He did evil because he had not set his heart on seeking the Lord. 15 As for the events of Rehoboam's reign, from beginning to end, are they not written in the records of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer that deal with genealogies? There was continual warfare between Rehoboam and Jeroboam. 16 Rehoboam rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. And Abijah his son succeeded him as king. 13 Inches the 18th year of the reign of Jeroboam, Abijah became king of Judah. 2 And he reigned in Jerusalem 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah, a daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. 3 Abijah went into battle
I'm gonna
with a
need
force
more
of
crash powder
400,000
than I
able fighting
have.
men, and Jeroboam drew up a battle
There we
line
go.
against him with 800,000 able troops. For Abijah stood on Mount Zemaraim, in the
Go
hill
away.
country of Ephraim, and
Thank
said,
you.
Jeroboam and all Israel, listen to
I don't
me.
have any quartz on me yet. I need to grab
5
some.
You know that the Lord, the God of Israel, has given the kingship of Israel to David and his descendants forever by a covenant of salt. 6 Yet Jeroboam son of Nebat, an official of Solomon son of David, rebelled against his master. 7 Some worthless scoundrels gathered around him and opposed Rehoboam son of Solomon when he was young and indecisive and not strong enough to resist them.
Yes,
8
I still have
Now you
auto
plan to
swim.
resist the kingdom of the Lord,
Very
which is
good.
in the hands of David's descendants. You are indeed a vast army and have with you the golden calves that Jeroboam made to be your gods. 9 But didn't you drive out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and make priests of your own as the peoples of other lands do? Whoever comes to consecrate himself with a young bull and 7 rams may become a priest of what are not gods. 10 Inches for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not forsaken him. The priests who serve the Lord are sons of Aaron, and the Levites assist them. 11 Every morning and evening they present burnt offerings and fragrant incense to the Lord. They set out the bread on the ceremonially clean table and light the lamps on the gold lampstand every evening. We are observing the requirements of the Lord our God. But you have forsaken him. 12 God is with us, he is our leader. His priests with their trumpets will sound the battle cry against you. Men of Israel, do not fight against the Lord, the God of your fathers, for you will not succeed. 13 Now Jeroboam had sent troops around to the rear, so that while he was in front of Judah the ambush was behind them. 14 Judah turned and saw that they were being attacked at both front and rear. Then they cried out to the Lord. The priests blew their trumpets. 15 And the men of Judah raised the battle cry. At the sound of their battle cry, God routed Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. 16 The Israelites fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hands. 17 Abijah and his men inflicted heavy losses on them, so that there were 500,000 casualties among Israel's able men. 18 The men of Israel were subdued on that occasion, and the men of Judah were victorious because they relied on the Lord, the God of their fathers. 19 Abijah pursued Jeroboam.
What is
and
a
took from him the towns
holefish
of
doing
Bethel,
at this step?
Jeshanah, and Ephron, with their surrounding villages.
I feel like I don't usually see
20
holefish here.
Jeroboam did not regain power during the time of Abijah. And the Lord struck him down and he died. 21 But Abijah grew in strength. He married 14 wives and had 22 sons and 16 daughters. 22 The other events of Abijah's reign, what he did and what he said, are written in the annotations of the prophet Iddo. 14 And Abijah rested with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David. Asa his son succeeded him as king, and in his days the country was at peace for 10 years. 2 Asa did what was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. 3 He removed the foreign altars and the high places, smashed the sacred stones and cut down the Asherah poles.
So Zion, David's
For he commanded
city,
Judah to
and the
seek
original
Lord, the God of their
Jerusalem is
fathers, and to obey his
not
laws
the
and
main
commands.
focus now. Now we're focusing on
5
Judah,
He
which
removed
is
the high places
slightly
and incense altars in every town in
some
Judah,
distance
and the
away.
kingdom was at peace under
Same
him.
general area, but
6 He built up the
different
fortified cities of Judah,
exact
since the land
kingdom.
was at peace. No one was at war with him during those years, for the Lord gave him rest. 7 Let us build up these towns, he said to Judah, and put walls around them, with towers, gates and bars. The land is still ours, because we have sought the Lord our God, we sought him and he has given us rest on every side. So they built and prospered. 8 Asa had an army of 300,000 men from Judah, equipped with large shields and with spears, and 280,000 from Benjamin, armed with small shields and with bows. All these were brave fighting men. 9 Zerah the Cushite marched out against them with a vast army and 300 chariots, and came as far as Mareshah. 10 Asa went out to meet him, and they took up battle positions in the valley of Zephathah near Mareshah. 11 Then Asa called to the Lord his God and said, Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rely on you, and in your name we have come against this vast army. O Lord, you are our God, do not let man prevail against you. 12 The Lord struck down the Cushites before Asa and Judah. The Cushites fled. 13 And Asa and his army pursued them as far as Gerar. Such a great number of Cushites fell that they could not recover, they were crushed before the Lord and his forces. The men of Judah carried off a large amount of plunder. 14 They destroyed all the villages around Gerar, for the terror of the Lord had fallen upon them. They plundered all these villages, since there was much booty there. 15 They also attacked the camps of the herdsmen and carried off droves of sheep and goats and camels.
They said booty like
Then
a
they returned to
pirate
Jerusalem.
in the Bible?
15 The Spirit of God came upon.
Such the best
Azariah,
word
son
they
of
have
Oded.
for treasure.
2 He went out to meet Asa and said to him, Listen to me, Asa and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you when you are with him. If you seek him, he will be found by you, but if you forsake him, he will forsake you. 3 For a long time
Why
Israel
can't
was
I
without the
find
true
any
God, without a
freaking
priest to
sea
teach them
glide
without the law.
fragments?
4 But in their distress they turned to the Lord, the God of Israel.
Why
and
don't
sought him,
I
and he was
remember
found
where
by
they
them.
are?
5 inches Those days it was not safe to travel about, for all the inhabitants of the lands were in great turmoil. 6 One nation was being crushed by another and one city by another, because God was troubling them with every kind of distress. 7 But as for you, be strong and do not give up, for your work will be rewarded. 8 When Asa heard these words and the prophecy of Azariah son of Oded the prophet, he took courage. He removed the detestable idols from the whole land of Judah and Benjamin and from the towns he
That
had
is a
captured in the
wreck.
hills of
There
Ephraim.
has to be useful stuff
He
here.
repaired the altar of the Lord that was in front of the portico of the Lord's temple. 9 Then he assembled all Judah and Benjamin and the people from Ephraim, Manasseh and Simeon who had settled among them, for large numbers had come over to him from Israel when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. 10 They assembled at Jerusalem in the 3rd month of the 15th year of Asa's reign. 11 At that time they sacrificed to the Lord 700 head of cattle and 7,000 sheep and goats from the plunder they had brought back. 12 They entered into a covenant to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, with all their heart and soul. 13 All who would not seek the Lord, the God of Israel, were to be put to
Beacon
death,
will be
whether
useful.
small or great, man or woman. 14 They took an oath to the Lord with loud acclamation, with shouting and with trumpets and horns. 15 All Judah rejoiced about the oath because they had sworn it wholeheartedly. They sought God eagerly, and he was found by them. So the Lord gave them rest on every side. 16 King Asa also deposed his grandmother Maacah from her position as queen mother, because she had made a repulsive Asherah pole. Asa cut the pole down, broke it up and burned it in the Kidron Valley. 17 Although he did not remove the high places from Israel, Asa's heart was fully committed
Think
to
I
the
need
Lord all
3?
his life. 18
2.
He brought into the
Easy.
temple of God the silver and gold and the articles
We
that
got
he
it.
and his father
We're
had
getting it.
dedicated.
We're going.
19 There was no more war until the 35th year of Asa's reign. 16 Inches the 36th year of
We have
Asa's.
beacons made. We have grab
Reign
traps.
Baasha king of Israel went up against Judah and
I
fortified
should make a
Ramah
couple of
prevent
beacons to
anyone from
carry
leaving
with
or
me.
entering the territory of Asa king of Judah. 2 Asa then took the silver and gold out of the treasuries of the Lord's temple and of his own palace and sent it to Ben-Hadad king of Aram, who was ruling in Damascus. 3 Inch Let there be a treaty between me and you, he said, as there was between my father and your father. See, I am sending you silver and gold. Now break your treaty with Baasha king of Israel so he will withdraw from me. For Ben-Hadad agreed with King Asa and sent the commanders of his forces against the towns of Israel. They conquered Ijon, Dan, Abel-Maim and all the store cities of Naphtali. 5 When Baasha heard this, he stopped building Ramah and abandoned his work. 6 Then King Asa brought all the men of Judah, and they carried away from Ramah the stones and timber Baasha had been using. With them he built up Geba and Mizpah. 7 At that time Hanani the seer came to Asa king of Judah and said to him, Because you relied on the king of Aram and not on the Lord your God, the army of the king of Aram has escaped from your hand. 8 Were not the Cushites and Libyans a mighty army with great numbers of chariots and horsemen? Yet when you relied on the Lord, he delivered them into your hand. 9 For the eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. You have done a foolish thing, and from now on you will be at war. 10 Asa was angry with the seer because of this, he was so enraged that he put him in prison. At the same time Asa brutally oppressed some of the people. 11 The events of Asa's reign, from beginning to end, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 12 Inches the 39th year of his reign Asa was afflicted with a disease in his feet. Though his disease was severe, even in his illness he did not seek help from the Lord, but only from the physicians.
Okay.
13 Then in the 41st year of his reign Asa died and rested with his fathers. 14 They buried him in the tomb that he had cut out for himself in the city of David. They laid him on a bier covered with spices and various blended perfumes, and they made a huge fire in his honor. 17 Jehoshaphat his son succeeded him as king and strengthened himself against Israel. 2 He stationed troops in all the fortified cities of Judah and put garrisons in Judah and in the towns of Ephraim that his father Asa had captured. 3 The Lord was with Jehoshaphat because in his early years he walked in the ways his father David had followed. He did not consult the Baals. 4 But sought the God of his father and followed his commands rather than the practices of Israel.
Okay,
5
I know
The
why I
Lord
have that
established
turned
the
down
kingdom
now.
under his control, and all Judah brought
I
gifts
can't
to
focus on the
Jehoshaphat, so
voices
that he had great wealth and honor.
while playing and reading.
6 His heart was devoted to the ways of the Lord. Furthermore, he removed the high places and the Asherah poles from Judah. 7 Inches the 3rd year of his reign he sent his officials Ben-Hail, Obadiah, Zechariah, Nethanel and Micaiah to teach in the towns of Judah. 8 With them were certain Levites Shemaiah, Nethaniah, Zebadiah, Asahel, Shemiramoth, Jehonathan, Adonijah, Tobijah and Tob-Adonijah and the priests Elishama and Jehoram. 9 They taught throughout Judah, taking with them the book of the law of the Lord. They went around to all the towns of Judah and taught the people. 10 The fear of the Lord fell on all the kingdoms of the land surrounding Judah, so that they did not make war with Jehoshaphat. 11 Some Philistines brought Jehoshaphat gifts and silver as tribute, and the Arabs brought him flocks, 7,700 rams and 7,700 goats. 12 Jehoshaphat became more and more powerful. He built forts and store cities in Judah. 13 And had large supplies in the towns of Judah. He also kept experienced fighting men in Jerusalem. 14 Their enrollment by families was as follows: from Judah, commanders of units of 1,000, Adonai the commander, with 300,000 fighting men. 15 Next, Jehohanan the commander, with 280,000. 16 Next, Amasaiah son of Zikri, who volunteered himself for the service of the Lord, with 200,000. 17 From Benjamin, Eliada, a valiant soldier, with 200,000 men armed with bows and shields. 18 Next, Jehozabad, with 180,000 men armed for battle. 19 These were the men who served the king, besides those he stationed in the fortified cities throughout Judah. 18 Now Jehoshaphat had great wealth and honor, and he allied himself with Ahab by marriage. 2 Some years later he went down to visit Ahab in Samaria. Ahab slaughtered many sheep and cattle for him and the people with him and urged him to attack Ramoth-Gilead. 3 Ahab king of Israel asked Jehoshaphat king of Judah, "Will you go with me against Ramoth-Gilead?" Jehoshaphat replied, "I am as you are, and my people as your people, we will join you in the war." 4 But Jehoshaphat also said to the king of Israel, "First seek the counsel of the Lord." 5 So the king of Israel brought together the prophets 400 men and asked them, "Shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall I refrain?" "No," they answered, "for God will give it into the king's hand." 6 But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there not a prophet of the Lord here whom we can inquire of?" 7 The king of Israel answered Jehoshaphat, "There is still one man through whom we can inquire of the Lord, but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good about me, but always bad. He is Micaiah son of Imlah." "The king should not say that," Jehoshaphat replied. 8 So the king of Israel called one of his officials and said, "Bring Micaiah son of Imlah at once." 9 Dressed in their royal robes, the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat king of Judah were sitting on their thrones at the threshing floor by the entrance to the gate of Samaria, with all the prophets prophesying before them. 10 Now Zedekiah son of Kenana had made iron horns, and he declared, "This is what the Lord says, with these you will gore the Arameans until they are destroyed." 11 All the other prophets
Wow,
were
Seamoth
prophesying
already
the same
scanned?
thing.
That was quick.
"Attack Ramoth-Gilead and be victorious," they said, "for the Lord will give it into the king's hand." 12 The messenger who had gone to summon Micaiah said to him, "Look, as one man the other prophets are predicting success for the king. Let your word agree with theirs, and speak favorably." 13 But Micaiah said, "As surely as the Lord lives, I can tell him only what my God says." 14 When he arrived, the king asked him, "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall I refrain?"
Okay, I need the
"Attack and
radiation
be
suit.
victorious," he answered, "for they will be given into your hand." 15 The king said to him, "How many times must I make you swear
I
to
can
tell me
never
nothing but the
remember
truth in
where
the name of
lead
the Lord?"
is. Lead is like such a
16
scarce
Micaiah
resource in
answered,
this
"I
game.
saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd, and the Lord said, These people have no master. Let each one go home in peace." 17 The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Didn't I tell you that he never prophesies anything good about me, but only bad?" 18 Micaiah continued, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the host of heaven standing on his right and on his left." 19 And the Lord said, "Who will entice Ahab king of Israel into attacking Ramoth-Gilead and going to his death there?" One suggested this, and another that. 20 Finally, a spirit came forward, stood before the Lord and said, "I will entice him." "By what means?"
A spirit,
the Lord
Satan?
asked. 21 I will go and be a lying spirit in the mouths of all his prophets, he said. "You will succeed in enticing him," said the Lord. "Go and do it." 22 So now the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouths of these prophets of yours. The Lord has decreed disaster for you. 23 Then Zedekiah son of Kenana went up and slapped Micaiah in the face. "Which way did the spirit from the Lord go when he went from you to speak to you?" he asked. 24 Micaiah replied, "You will find out on the day you go to hide in an inner room." 25 The king of Israel then ordered, "Take Micaiah and send him back to Amon the ruler of the city and to Joash the king's son." 26 And say, "This is what the king says, put this fellow in prison and give him nothing but bread and water until I return safely." 27 Micaiah declared, "If you ever return safely, the Lord has not spoken."
Lead, thank God,
Then
that
he
took
added,
forever.
"Mark my words, all
Oh
you
look,
people."
an entire,
28
what
So
do you
the king
call
of
this
Israel
guy?
and Jehoshaphat king of Judah went up to
Angry,
Ramoth-Gilead.
that's what he is. He's angry.
29 The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "I will enter the battle in disguise.
What did I just
but you
get?
wear your royal robes." So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle.
One sec, this is legit. If you're reading this, just know that the only regret I have when leaving this planet is that I never got to build my base in the deep dark, deep down. Hang in there and don't let the Reapers bite. Whoa. What did he just give me? Anything? He gave me a high capacity O2 tank. Huge. Awesome. Thank you. But I'm stupid, and I have 5 seconds left before I pass out. Oh my god, I might have just screwed that up really badly. Come on, make it! Don't die! The issue is I currently hear the Reaper behind me. I think the Reaper is next to me. Yep, the Reaper has come for me. I guess I'm just gonna go down here and hide. Not really sure where I can go and where I have enough oxygen. The Reaper got me. Oh, scary. I'm stressed, but I'm not, like, scared. I'm not experiencing a lot of fear. God, this game is... I always forget what my oxygen is doing. Oh, yeah, I've completely, like, skipped cutting creep vines, haven't I? I just never did that. What... Do I usually need that to make a tank? No? What do I need the fabric for in the very beginning part of the game? I can't remember. What item did I totally skip from the development tree in the game? Can't remember.
Battle.
No, that Reaper, that hurt.
Ordered his chariot commanders, do not fight with anyone, small or great, except the king of Israel. 31 When the chariot commanders
I didn't get enough lead though.
thought,
God
this is
dang
the
it.
king of Israel. So they turned to attack him, but Jehoshaphat cried out, and the Lord helped him. God drew them away.
How did I run into a Reaper that
32
quickly?
When the chariot commanders saw that he was not the king of Israel, they stopped pursuing him. 33 But someone drew his bow at random and hit the king of Israel between the sections of his armor. The king told the chariot driver, "Wool around and get me out of the fighting. I've been wounded." 34 All day long the battle raged, and the king of Israel propped himself up in his chariot facing the Arameans until evening. Then at sunset he died.
Lead? Ah, silver.
19 When
Give me
Jehoshaphat,
lead.
king of Judah, returned safely to his palace in Jerusalem. 2 Jehu the seer, the son of Hanani, went out to meet him and said to the king, "Should you help the wicked and love those who hate the Lord? Because of this, the wrath of the Lord is upon you." 3 There is
Lead,
however,
I need
some
that
good
lead.
in you, for you have rid the land of the Asherah poles and have set your heart on seeking God.
Drink water.
For
Where's
Jehoshaphat
that
lived
lead?
in Jerusalem, and he went out again among the people from Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim and turned
Where'd
them
it
back to the
go?
Lord.
Oh my
God
god,
of
I'm
their
gonna
fathers.
die. I'm
5
so bad at
Elijah
this
is the
game,
land
aren't I?
in each of the fortified cities of Judah. 6 He told them,
I
"Consider
get
carefully what you do,
proportionally
because
worse
you are
as
not
a
judging
function
them.
of me reading the
Man
frickin'
but the
Bible.
Lord, who is with you whenever you give a verdict." 7 Now let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Judge carefully, for with the Lord
Give me
our
that
God
piece of
there is
lead,
no
god dang
injustice
it.
or partiality or bribery. 8 inches Jerusalem also, Jehoshaphat appointed some of the Levites, priests and heads of Israelite
I didn't
families
pick
to
it
administer
up.
the law of the Lord and to settle disputes. And they lived in Jerusalem. 9 He gave them these orders: you must serve faithfully
Well,
and
no.
wholeheartedly in the fear
Give
of the
me
Lord.
lead.
10 inches Every case that comes before you from your fellow countrymen who
Don't
live in
need
the cities,
silver.
whether bloodshed or other concerns of the law,
Lithium
commands,
is useful,
decrees, or
but I don't
ordinances,
need it
you
that
are to warn
bad.
them not to sin against the
Okay,
Lord.
you know what?
Otherwise his
There are
wrath will
lots
come on
of
you and your
creep
brothers.
vines that I can
Do this,
gather.
and you will not sin. 11
Lead.
Shamar,
Good.
the chief priest, will be over you in any matter concerning the Lord, and Zebediah son of Ishmael, the leader of the
Lithium.
tribe of Judah, will be over you in
Lead.
any matter
Good.
concerning the king, and the Levites will serve as
Good,
officials
good,
before
good,
you.
good. Oh, that's an
Act with
angry
courage, and may the
Reaper.
Lord be with those who do well. 20 After
Angry,
this,
angry.
the Moabites and Ammonites with some of
Lead.
the Edomites
Very
came to
good.
make
We're
war on
making
Jehoshaphat.
progress.
2 Some men came and told Jehoshaphat, "A vast army is coming against you from Edom, from the other side of the sea. It is already in Hazazon Tamar, that is, En-Gedi." 3 Alarmed, Jehoshaphat resolved to inquire of the Lord, and he proclaimed a fast for all Judah. For the people of Judah
A
came
fast?
together to seek help from the Lord. Indeed, they came from every town in Judah to seek him. 5 Then Jehoshaphat stood up in the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem at the temple of the Lord in the front of the new courtyard. 6 And said, "O Lord, God of our fathers,
Oh, a
are you
vehicle
not the
bay.
God
I'll
who
need
is in
that.
heaven? You rule over all the
1
kingdoms
out
of
of
the
3,
nations.
huh?
Power and might are in your hand, and no one can withstand you. 7 O our God, did you not drive out the inhabitants of this land before your people Israel and give it forever to the descendants of Abraham your friend? 8 They have lived in it and have built in it a sanctuary for your name, saying, 9 Foot if calamity comes upon us, whether the sword of judgment, or plague, or
Ooh,
famine,
one more
we will
vehicle
stand
bay
in your
would be
presence before this temple
nice.
that bears your name and will
I
cry
can
out
find
to you in our
it.
distress, and you will hear us and save us. 10 Inch
I'm
But
not
now
staying
here
in
are
this
men
area
from
until I
Ammon,
get it.
Moab, and Mount Seir, whose territory you would not allow Israel to invade when they came from Egypt, so they turned away from them and did not destroy them. 11 See how they are repaying us by coming to drive us out of the possession you gave us as an inheritance. 12 O our God, will you not judge them? For we have no power to face this vast army that is attacking us. We do not know what to do, but our eyes are upon you. 13 All the men of Judah, with their wives and children and little ones, stood there before the Lord. 14 Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jahaziel son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, a Levite and descendant of Asaph, as he stood in the assembly. 15 He said, Listen, King Jehoshaphat and all who live in Judah and Jerusalem. This is what the Lord says to you: do not be afraid or discouraged because of this vast army. For the battle is not yours, but God's. 16 Tomorrow march down against them. They will be climbing up by the pass of Ziz, and you will find them at the end of the gorge in the desert of Jeruel. 17
Pass
You
of
will not have to
Ziz?
fight this battle.
What does that
Take
even
up your positions,
mean?
stand firm and see the deliverance the Lord will give you.
Genuinely,
O
what are we
Judah and
talking
Jerusalem.
about?
Do not be afraid, do not be
Okay,
discouraged.
where can I get a bunch of lithium? I'll need it later for
Face
plasteel.
them tomorrow, and the Lord will be with you. 18 Jehoshaphat bowed with his face to the
I do
ground,
not need
and
a
all the
creature
people of
egg.
Judah and Jerusalem fell down in worship before the Lord. 19 Then some Levites from the Kohathites and Korahites stood up and praised the Lord, the God of Israel, with very loud voice. 20 Early
More
in the morning
lead.
they left for the
Good,
desert of
good.
Tekoa.
This is good
As they
progress.
set out, Jehoshaphat stood and said, Listen to me, Judah and people of Jerusalem. Have faith in the Lord your God and you will be upheld. Have faith in his prophets and you will be successful. 21 After consulting the people, Jehoshaphat appointed men to sing to the Lord and to praise him for the splendor of his holiness as they went out at the head of the army, saying, Give thanks to the Lord, for his love endures forever. 22 As they began to sing and praise, the Lord set ambushes against the men of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir who were invading Judah, and they were defeated. 23 The men of Ammon and Moab rose up against the men from Mount Seir to destroy and annihilate them.
Ooh,
After they
anything
finished
in
slaughtering
here?
the
Or
men
did I
from
already
Seir,
get it?
they helped to destroy one another. 24 When
I
the
think I
men
already
of
have
Judah
the
came to
laser
the place
cutter.
that
No?
overlooks the
Okay,
desert
maybe
plain,
I'm finishing it right now.
looked toward the vast army. They
Good.
saw only dead bodies lying on the ground. No one had escaped. 25 So Jehoshaphat and his men went to carry off their plunder, and they found among them a great amount of equipment and clothing and also articles of value more than they could take away. There was so much plunder that it took 3 days to collect it. 26 On the 4th day they assembled in the valley of Barakah, where they praised the Lord. This is why it is called the valley of Barakah to this day. 27 Then, led by Jehoshaphat, all the men of Judah and Jerusalem returned joyfully to Jerusalem, for the Lord had given them cause to rejoice over their enemies. 28 They entered Jerusalem and went to the temple of the Lord with harps and lutes and trumpets. 29 The fear of God came upon all the kingdoms of the countries when they heard how the Lord had fought against the enemies of Israel. 30 And the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was at peace, for his God had given him rest on every side. 31 So Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah. He was 35 years old when he became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 25 years.
Sir,
His
bleeder
mother's
on
name
me.
was Azubah daughter of Shilhi. 32 He walked in the ways of his father Asa and did not stray from them, he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. 33 The high places, however, were not removed.
Stop
and the
hurting
people still had
me.
not set their hearts on the God of their fathers. 34 The other events of Jehoshaphat's reign, from beginning to end, are written in the annals of Jehu son
I
of
don't
Hanani,
care about the
which are
scanner
recorded in the book
room.
of the kings of Israel. 35 Later, Jehoshaphat king of Judah made an alliance with Ahaziah king of Israel, who was guilty of wickedness. 36 He agreed with him to construct a fleet of trading ships. After these were built at Ezion Geber. 37 Eleazar son of Dodavahu of Mershah prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, Because you have made an alliance with Ahaziah, the Lord will destroy what you have made. The ships were wrecked and were not able to set sail to trade. 21 Then Jehoshaphat rested with his fathers and was buried with them in the city of David. And Jehoram his son succeeded him as king. 2 Jehoram's brothers, the sons of Jehoshaphat, were Azariah, Jehiel, Zechariah, Azariahu, Michael and Shephatiah. All these were sons of Jehoshaphat king of Israel. 3 Their father had given them many gifts of silver and gold and articles of value, as well as fortified cities in Judah, but he had given the kingdom to Jehoram because he was his firstborn son. For when Jehoram established himself firmly over his father's kingdom, he put all his brothers to the sword along with some of the princes of Israel.
All right,
5
all right.
Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. 6 He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done, for he married a daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. 7 Nevertheless, because of the covenant the Lord had made with David, the Lord
A
was not willing
summary
to destroy
of
the house
Second
David.
Chronicles.
He had
Everybody
promised to
did
maintain
evil in the
land
eyes
for
of the
his
Lord.
descendants forever.
Good
8
summary.
The time of Jehoram,
That's
Edom
pretty
rebelled
much what
against
happens
Judah
the
and set
entire
their son
time.
king. 9 So Jehoram went there with his officers and all his chariots. The Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but he rose up and broke through by night. 10 To this day Edom has been in rebellion against Judah. Libnah revolted at the same time, because Jehoram had forsaken the Lord, the God of his fathers. 11 He had also built high places on the hills of Judah and had caused the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves and had led Judah astray. 12 Jehoram received a letter from Elijah the prophet, which said, This is what the Lord, the God of your father David, says,
Oh, good.
You
I
have
got
not
the
walked in
fragment
ways
that I
of your
wanted.
father Jehoshaphat or of Asa king of Judah.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we are
13
doing.
But you
We
have
are
walked in the
great
ways of the kings
pacing
of
right
Israel,
now.
and you have led Judah and the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves, just as the house of Ahab did. You have also murdered your own brothers, members of your father's house, men who were better than you. 14 So now the Lord is about to strike your people, your sons, your wives and everything that is yours, with a heavy blow. 15 You yourself will be very ill with a lingering disease of the bowels, until the disease causes your bowels to come out. 16 The Lord aroused against
It's a pretty
Jehoram the
brutal way
hostility
to
of the
die.
Philistines and of the Arabs who lived near the Cushites. 17 They attacked Judah, invaded it and carried off all the goods found in the king's palace, together with his sons and wives. Not a son was left to him except Ahaziah, the youngest. 18 After all this, the Lord afflicted Jehoram with an incurable disease of the bowels. 19 Inches the course of time, at the
Me.
end of the second year, his bowels came out because of the disease, and he died in great pain. His people made no fire in his honor, as they had for his fathers. 20 Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He passed away,
To no one's
and was
regret.
buried in the city of David,
The
but
Bible's
not in the
getting
tombs of the kings.
savage.
22 The people of Jerusalem made Ahaziah, Jehoram's youngest son, king in his place, since the raiders, who came with the Arabs into the camp, had killed all the older sons. So Ahaziah son of Jehoram
Wow, he died to no one's regret is
Ahaziah was 22
crazy.
years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, a granddaughter of Omri. 3. He too walked in the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother encouraged him in doing wrong. For he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done, for after his father's death they became his advisers, to his undoing. 5. He also followed their counsel when he went with Joram son of Ahab king of Israel to war against Hazael king of Aram at Ramoth Gilead. The Arameans wounded Joram. 6. So he returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds they had inflicted on him at Ramoth in his battle with Hazael king of Aram. Then Ahaziah
Okay, I would like to make the radiation suit, but I guess I can't make it yet because the drive core hasn't exploded, has it?
About Ahaziah's downfall. When Ahaziah arrived, he went out with Joram to meet Jehu son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Ahab. 8. While Jehu was executing
Is the
judgment on the house of
rebreather
Ahab,
a
he found
default?
the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's relatives.
Is that a default item?
And he killed them.
A default
9.
recipe
He
in the
then went
game?
in search of Ahaziah, and his men captured him while he was hiding.
Whatever,
in his farm.
I'll make it then.
He was
Sounds
brought
useful.
to Jehu and put to death.
Not sounds useful,
They
I
buried
need
him,
it.
for they
I
said,
keep going
"He was
past
the son of
100.
Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart." So there was no one in the house of Ahaziah powerful enough to retain the kingdom. 10. When Athaliah the mother of Ahaziah saw that her son was dead, she proceeded to destroy the whole royal family of the house of Judah. 11. But Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram, took Joash son of Ahaziah and stole him away from among the royal princes who were about to be murdered and put him and his nurse in a bedroom. Because Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram and wife of the priest Jehoiada, was Ahaziah's sister, she hid the child from Athaliah so she could not kill him. 12. He remained hidden with them at the temple of God for 6 years while Athaliah ruled the land. 23 inches. The 7th year Jehoiada showed his strength. He made a covenant with the commanders of units of 100, Azariah son of Jeraham, Ishmael son of Jehohanan, Azariah son of Obed, Messiah son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat son of Zichri. 2. They went throughout Judah and gathered the Levites and the heads of Israelite families from all the towns. When they came to Jerusalem. 3. The whole assembly made a covenant with the king at the temple of God. Jehoiada said to them, "The king's son shall reign, as the Lord promised concerning the descendants of David." For
I'm
now
gonna
this is
need
what
the
you are to
repair
do.
tool
A third
and
of the
laser
priests and
cutter
Levites who are going on
preferably
duty on the Sabbath are to
before
keep
I
watch at
go
the
to
doors.
the
5. A third of you at the royal
Aurora.
palace and a third at the foundation gate, and all the other men are to be in the courtyards of the temple of the Lord. 6. No one is to enter the temple of the Lord except the priests and Levites on duty. They may enter because they are consecrated, but all the other men are to guard what the Lord has assigned to them. 7. The Levites are to station themselves around the king, each man with his weapons in his hand. Anyone who enters the temple must be put to death. Stay close to the king wherever he goes.
rebreather.
8. The Levites and all the men of
Huge.
Judah did just as Jehoiada the priest ordered.
Massively
Each one took his men,
advantageous.
those who were going on duty on the Sabbath and those who were going off duty, for Jehoiada the priest had not released any of the divisions. 9. Then he gave the commanders of units of 100 the spears and the large and small shields that had belonged to King David and that were in the temple of God. 10. He stationed all the men, each with his weapon in his hand, around the king near the altar and the temple, from the south side to the north side of the temple. 11. Jehoiada and his sons brought out the king's son and put the crown on him. They presented him with a copy of the covenant and proclaimed him king. They anointed him and shouted, "Long live the king." 12. When Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and cheering the king, she went to them at the temple of the Lord. 13. She looked, and there was the king, standing by his pillar at the entrance. The officers and the trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people of the land were rejoicing and blowing trumpets, and singers with musical instruments were leading the praises. Then Athaliah tore her robes and shouted, "Treason! Treason!" 14.
Make a
Jehoiada the
power
priest sent out the commanders
cell
of units
real
of 100,
quick.
who were in charge of the troops, and said to them, "Bring her out
Grab
into the
that,
ranks
grab
and put to
that,
the sword anyone who follows her."
grab that.
For the priest had said, "Do not put her to death at the temple of the Lord." 15.
Make
So
a
they
power
seized her as she
cell.
reached the entrance of the horse gate on the palace grounds, and there they put her to death. 16. Jehoiada then made a covenant that he and the people and the king would be the Lord's people. 17. All the people went to the temple of Baal and tore it down. They smashed the altars
Curse
and
you,
idols and
Baal!
killed Matan the priest of Baal in front of the altars. 18. Then Jehoiada placed the oversight of the temple of the Lord in the hands of the priests, who were Levites, to whom David had made assignments in the temple, to present the burnt offerings of the Lord as written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and singing, as David had ordered. 19. He also stationed doorkeepers at the gates of the Lord's temple so that no one who was in any way unclean might enter. 20. He took with him the commanders of hundreds, the nobles, the rulers of the people and all the people of the land, and brought the king down from the temple of the Lord. They went into the palace through the upper gate and seated the king on the royal throne. 21. And all the people of the land rejoiced. And the city was quiet, because Athaliah had been slain with the sword. 24. Joash was 7 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah, she was from Beersheba. 2. Joash did what was right in the
Beersheba
eyes
gets
of the Lord
mentioned a
all the
lot
years of Jehoiada
in the
priest.
Bible.
3.
Or at
Jehoiada
least it
chose
just
2
has a
wives for him,
noteworthy
and he
name
had
to me.
sons and daughters. Sometime later Joash decided to restore the temple of the Lord.
After it was destroyed by the jackass descendants of David.
Due annually from all Israel, to repair the temple of your God. Do it now. But the Levites did not act at once. 6 Therefore the king summoned Jehoiada the chief priest and said to him, Why haven't you required the Levites to bring in from Judah and Jerusalem the tax imposed by Moses the servant of the Lord and by the assembly of Israel for the tent of the testimony? 7 Now the sons of that wicked woman Athaliah had broken into the temple of God and had used even its sacred objects for the Baals. 8 At the king's command, a chest was made and placed outside, at the gate of the temple of the Lord.
Oh yeah, I forgot I already
9
have
The
that whole
proclamation
blueprint,
was then
don't I?
issued in Judah and Jerusalem that they should bring to the Lord the tax that Moses the servant of God had required of Israel in the desert. 10 All the officials and all the people brought their contributions gladly, dropping them into the chest.
Is there not something else around here that's useful?
11
I could
Whenever
swear
the chest
there
was
is.
brought in by the Levites to the king's officials,
Sure,
and they saw
scanner
that there was a
room,
large
whatever.
amount of money, the royal secretary and the officer of the chief priest would come and empty the chest and carry it back to its place. They did this regularly and collected a great amount of money. 12 The king and Jehoiada gave it to the men who carried out the work required for the temple of the Lord. They hired masons and carpenters to restore the Lord's temple, and also workers in iron and bronze to repair the temple. 13 The men in charge of the work were diligent, and the repairs progressed under them. They rebuilt the temple of God according to its original design and reinforced it. 14 When they had finished, they brought the rest of the money to the king and Jehoiada, and with it were made articles for the Lord's temple, articles for the service and for the burnt offerings, and also dishes and other objects of gold and silver. As long as Jehoiada lived, burnt offerings were presented continually in the
Leave
temple
me
of the Lord.
alone, shark.
15 Now Jehoiada was old and full of years, and he died at the age of 130. 16 He was buried with the kings in the city of David, because of the good he had done in Israel for God and his temple. 17 After the death of Jehoiada, the officials of Judah came and paid homage to the king, and he listened to them. 18 They abandoned the temple of the Lord, the God of their fathers, and worshipped Asherah poles and idols. Because of their guilt, God's anger came upon Judah and Jerusalem. 19 Although the Lord sent prophets to the people to bring them back to him, and though they testified against them, they would not listen. 20 Then the Spirit of God came upon Zechariah son of Jehoiada the priest. He stood before the people and said, This is what God says, why do you disobey the Lord's commands? You will not prosper. Because you have forsaken the Lord, he has forsaken you. 21 But they plotted against him, and by order of the king they stoned him to death in the courtyard of the Lord's temple. 22 King Joash did not remember the kindness Zechariah's father Jehoiada had shown him but killed his son, who said as he lay dying, May the Lord see this and call you to account. 23 At the turn of the year, the army of Aram marched against Joash, it invaded Judah and Jerusalem and killed all the leaders of the people. They sent all the plunder to their king in Damascus. 24 Although the Aramean army had come with only a few men, the Lord delivered into their hands a much larger army. Because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers, judgment was executed on Joash. 25 When the Arameans withdrew, they left Joash severely wounded. His officials conspired against him for murdering the son of Jehoiada the priest, and they killed him in his bed. So he died and was buried in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the kings. 26 Those who conspired against him were Zabad, son of Shimeth an Ammonite woman, and Jehozabad, son of Shimrith a Moabite woman. 27 The account of his sons, the many prophecies about him, and the record of the restoration of the temple of God are written in the annotations on the book of the kings. And Amaziah his son succeeded him as king. 25 Amaziah was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehodan, she was from Jerusalem. 2 He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not wholeheartedly. 3 After the kingdom was firmly in his control, he executed the officials who had murdered his father the king. For yet he did not put their sons to death, but acted in accordance with what is written in the law, in the book of Moses, where the Lord commanded,
Fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor children for the death of their fathers.
Each is to die for his own sins. 5 Amaziah called the people of Judah together and assigned them according to their families to commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds for all Judah and Benjamin. He then mustered those 20 years old or more and found that there were 300,000 men ready for military service, able to handle the spear and shield. 6 He also hired 100,000 fighting men from Israel for 100 talents of silver. 7 But a man of God came to him and said, O king, these troops from Israel must not march with you, for the Lord is not with Israel, not with any of the people of Ephraim. 8 Even if you go and fight courageously in battle, God will overthrow you before the enemy, for God has the power to help or to overthrow. 9 Amaziah asked the man of God, But what about the 100 talents I paid for these Israelite troops? The man of God replied, The Lord can give you much more than that. 10 So Amaziah dismissed the troops who had come to him from Ephraim and sent them home. They were furious with Judah and left for home in a great rage. 11 Amaziah then marshaled his strength and led his army to the valley of Salt, where he killed 10,000 men of Seir. 12 The army of Judah also captured 10,000 men alive, took them to the top of a cliff and threw them down so that all were dashed to pieces. 13 Meanwhile the troops that Amaziah had sent back and had not allowed to take part in the war raided Judean towns from Samaria to Beth-horon. They killed 3,000 people and carried off great quantities of plunder. 14 When Amaziah returned from slaughtering the Edomites, he brought back the gods of the people of Seir. He set them up as his own gods, bowed down to them and burned sacrifices to them. 15 The anger of the Lord burned against Amaziah, and he sent a prophet to him, who said, Why do you consult this people's gods, which could not save their own people from your hand? 16 While he was still speaking, the king said to him, Have we appointed you an advisor to the king? Stop. Why be struck down? So the prophet stopped but said, I know that God has determined to destroy you, because you have done this and have not listened to my counsel. 17 After Amaziah king of Judah consulted his advisors, he sent this challenge to Jehoash son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, Come, meet me face to face. 18 But Jehoash king of Israel replied to Amaziah king of Judah, A thistle in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon, Give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle underfoot. 19 You say to yourself that you have defeated Edom, and now you are arrogant and proud. But stay at home. Why ask for trouble and cause your own downfall and that of Judah also? 20 Amaziah, however, would not listen, for God so worked that he might hand them over to Jehoash, because they sought the gods of Edom. 21 So Jehoash king of Israel attacked. He and Amaziah king of Judah faced each other at Beth Shemesh in Judah. 22 Judah was routed by Israel, and every man fled to his home. 23 Jehoash king of Israel captured Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Jehoash brought him to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate, a section about 600 feet long. 24 He took all the gold and silver and all the articles found in the temple of God that had been in the care of Obed-Edom, together with the palace treasures and the hostages, and returned to Samaria. 25 Amaziah son of Joash king of Judah lived for 15 years after the death of Jehoash son of Jehoahaz king of Israel. 26 As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, from beginning to end, are they not written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? 27 From the time that Amaziah turned away from following the Lord, they conspired against him in Jerusalem and he fled to Lachish, but they sent men after him to Lachish and killed him there.
Might be like one of the
28 He was brought back
faster
by
runs
horse and
I've
was
ever
buried with
done.
his fathers in the city of Judah. 26 Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place
Silicone
of his father Amaziah.
lubricant.
2
Make
He was
2
the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to
batteries.
Judah after Amaziah rested with his fathers.
Well, I guess 1 for now.
3 Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king.
I'll make 2
and
anyway.
He reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jechaliah, she was from Jerusalem. For he did what was
Easy
right in the eyes of the
mid-diff.
Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. 5 He sought God during the days of Zechariah, who instructed him in the fear of God. As long as he sought the Lord, God gave him success. 6 He went to war against the Philistines and broke down the walls of Gath, Jabneh, and Ashdod. He then rebuilt towns near Ashdod and elsewhere among the Philistines. 7 God helped him against the Philistines and against the Arabs who lived in Gerbal and against the Munites. 8 The Ammonites brought tribute to Uzziah, and his fame spread as far as the border of Egypt, because he had become very powerful. 9 Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, at the valley gate and at the angle of the wall, and he fortified them. 10 He also built towers in the desert and dug many cisterns, because he had much livestock in the foothills and in the plain. He had people working his fields and vineyards in the hills and in the fertile lands, for he loved the soil. 11 Uzziah had a well-trained army, ready to go out by divisions according to their numbers as mustered by Jeiel the secretary and Messiah the officer under the direction of Hananiah, one of the royal officials. 12 The total number of family leaders over the fighting men was 2,600. 13 Under their
Uploading our
command was an army
coordinates.
of 307,500 men trained for war, a powerful force to support the king against his enemies. 14 Uzziah provided shields, spears, helmets, coats of armor, bows and sling stones for the entire army. 15 inches Jerusalem He made machines designed by skillful men for use on the towers and on the corner defenses to shoot arrows and hurl large stones. His fame spread far and wide, for he was greatly helped until he became powerful. 16 But after Uzziah became powerful, his pride led to his downfall. He was unfaithful to the Lord his God, and entered the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense. 17 Azariah the priest with 80 other courageous priests of the Lord followed him in. 18 They confronted him and said, It is not right for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to the Lord. That is for the priests, the descendants of Aaron, who have been consecrated to burn incense. Leave the sanctuary, for you have been unfaithful, and you will not be honored by the Lord God. 19 Uzziah, who had a censer in his hand ready to burn incense, became angry. While he was raging at the priests in their presence before the incense altar in the Lord's temple, leprosy broke out on his forehead.
Instant
21
leprosy?
Azariah the chief priest and all the other priests looked at him.
Welcome back,
They saw that
Andrea.
he had leprosy on his forehead, so they hurried him out. Indeed, he himself was eager to leave, because the Lord had afflicted him. 21 King Uzziah had leprosy until the day he died. He lived in a separate house leprous, and excluded from
How
the temple of
goes?
the
I'm
Lord.
making
Jotham, his
unusually
son,
fast
charged the
progress
palace and
in
governed the people of the
Subnautica.
land. 22 The other events of Uzziah's reign.
I guess I've just done this enough now that I'm fast at it.
Isaiah son of Amoz. 23 Uzziah rested with his fathers and was buried near them in a field for burial that belonged to the kings, for people said, he had leprosy. And Jotham his son succeeded him as king. 27 Jotham was 25 years.
I'm researching what leprosy is finally. God keeps giving it to people. Long-term infection by Mycobacterium lepromatosis. Long-term damage to nerves, respiratory tract. Seems like an inflammatory-based disease. It's a bacteria specifically? Low pathogenicity. Pathogenicity. cough, fluid. Not spread during pregnancy or genital sexual contact. So it's not an STD. It's just something that got people a lot back then. Treated with antibacterials. The Greek word lepri, which means scale, neglected tropical disease. Skin lesions, muscle weakness, thickening of skin, eventual loss of sensation. 30% of people affected have nerve damage. Comes with a lot of deformities. It's an aerobic rod shape bacteria. Huh. Close contact with those who are infected. Transmission is the upper respiratory tract. Not sexually transmitted. Okay. I'll stop reading that. Go back to the Bible.
25 years old. When he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. 2. He did.
Am I still waiting for the aurora to explode right now?
Done, but unlike him, he did not enter the temple of the Lord. The people, however,
how long does it take?
Practices. 3. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the temple of the Lord and did extensive work on the wall at the hill of Ophel.
Well,
for he built towns in the Judean hills and forts and towers in the wooded areas. 5. Jotham made war on the king of the Ammonites and conquered them. That year the Ammonites paid him 100 talents of silver, 10,000 cores of wheat and 10,000 cores of barley. The Ammonites brought him the same amount also in the 2nd and 3rd years. 6. Jotham grew powerful because he walked steadfastly before the Lord his God. 7. The other events in Jotham's reign, including all his wars and the other things he did, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. 8. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. 9. Jotham rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. And Ahaz his son succeeded him as king. 28. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. 2. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel and also made cast idols for worshipping the Baals. 3. He burned sacrifices in the valley of Ben Hinnom and sacrificed his sons in the fire, following the detestable ways of the nations the Lord had driven before the Israelites.
Whoa.
For he offered sacrifices and burned incense at the high places, on the hilltops and under every spreading tree. 5. Therefore the Lord his God handed him over to the king of Aram. The Arameans defeated him and took many of his people as prisoners and brought them to Damascus. He was also given into the hands of the king of Israel, who inflicted heavy casualties on him. 6 inches one day Pekah son of
Where do I
Remaliah
find a
killed
water
120,000
purifier
soldiers in
once
Judah
I
because
start
Judah
building
had forsaken the
bases
Lord,
and I
the
start
God of their
scanning?
fathers. 7 Zikri, an Ephraimite
can't
warrior,
remember.
killed Messiah the king's son, Azrikam the officer in charge of the palace, and
I mean,
Elkanah,
if
second
I'm
to the
not
king.
listening to the Bible, I can play this
8
game
The
pretty
Israelites
quickly.
took captive from their kinsmen 200,000 wives,
But doing
sons,
both
and
makes it
daughters.
so I have way
They
less
also
brain
took a great deal
bandwidth.
of plunder, which they carried back to Samaria. 9 But a prophet of the Lord named Oded was there, and he went out to meet the army when it returned to Samaria. He said to them, because the Lord, the God of your fathers, was angry with Judah, he gave them into your hand. But you have slaughtered them in a rage that reaches to heaven. 10 And now you intend to make the men and women of Judah and Jerusalem your slaves. But aren't you also guilty of sins against the Lord your God? 11 Now listen to me. Send back your fellow countrymen you have taken as prisoners, for the Lord's fierce anger rests on you. 12 Then some of the leaders in Ephraim, Azariah son of
Here we go, I
Jehohanan,
think it's this way.
Berechiah son of Meshillemoth, Jehizkiah son of Shallum, and Amasa son of Hadlai confronted those who were arriving from the war. 13 You must not bring those prisoners here, they said, or we will be guilty before the Lord. Do you intend to add to our sin and guilt? For our guilt is already great, and his fierce anger rests on Israel. 14 So the soldiers gave up the prisoners and plunder in the presence of the officials and all the assembly. 15 The men designated by name took the prisoners, and from the plunder they clothed all who were naked. They provided them with clothes and sandals, food and drink, and healing balm. All those who were weak they put on donkeys. So they took them back to their fellow countrymen at Jericho, the city of palms, and returned to Samaria. 16 At that time King Ahaz sent to the king of Assyria for help. 17 The Edomites had again come and attacked Judah and carried away prisoners. 18 While the Philistines had raided towns in the foothills and in the Negev of Judah. They captured and occupied Beth-Shemesh, Aijalon and Gederoth, as well as Soko, Timnah and Gimzo, with their surrounding villages. 19 The Lord had humbled Judah.
That is a
because of Ahaz,
power
king of
cell
Israel, for he had
charging
promoted
station,
wickedness
is it
in Judah
not?
And had been most unfaithful to the Lord.
No,
20
it's just
Tiglath,
scanner
Pileser,
room.
king
God
of
dang
Assyria,
it.
came
Not
to him,
useful.
but he gave him trouble instead of help. 21 Ahaz took some of the things from the temple of the Lord and from the royal palace and from the princes and presented them to the king of Assyria, but that did not help him. 22
table?
Inches his
Come
time
on.
of trouble King Ahaz became even more unfaithful to the Lord. 23 He offered sacrifices to the gods of Damascus, who had defeated him, for he thought, since the gods of the kings of Aram have helped them, I will sacrifice to them so they will help me. But they were his downfall and the downfall of all Israel.
Trash
24
can.
Has gathered together the furnishings from the temple of God and took them away. He shut the doors of the Lord's temple and set up altars at every street corner in Jerusalem. 25 Inches every town in Judah he built high places to burn sacrifices to other gods and provoked the Lord, the God of his fathers, to anger. 26 The other events of his reign and all his ways, from beginning to end.
I'm always
are written in the
surprised
book of
that
the
this
kings of
thing
Judah and
here
Israel.
isn't part of the Cyclops.
27 Has rested
It's
with his fathers and was
glowing. It
buried in the
looks
city of
like it's like
Jerusalem, but he was
useful
not
for
buried in the tombs of the
something.
kings of Israel.
Like it's
And
part of the
Hezekiah his son
engine assembly
succeeded
or
him as king.
something. And yet that it's
29
never
Hezekiah was
something
25
for the
years
Cyclops. That always bothers me.
old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah, daughter of Zechariah. 2 He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David had done.
Pretty sure I already scanned this.
3
Yeah,
Inches the first
okay.
month of the first year of his reign, he opened the doors of the temple of the Lord and repaired them. For he brought in the priests and the Levites, assembled them in the square on the east side. 5 And said, Listen to me, Levites. Consecrate yourselves now and consecrate the temple of the Lord, the God of your fathers. Remove all defilement from the sanctuary. 6 Our fathers were unfaithful, they did evil in the eyes of the Lord our God and forsook
Okay,
him.
this is where I'm going to
They
be
turned
able to
their faces away from the Lord,
find
south dwelling place, and turned their
Cyclops
backs on him.
stuff. Oh,
7 They also
radiation.
shut the
All
doors of
right,
the
never
portico and put out
mind.
the lamps.
Did I miss
They
the
did not burn incense
explosion?
or present any burnt
Did,
offerings
I
at the
think I just
sanctuary to
totally
the God
missed
of
the
Israel.
explosion, no?
8 Therefore, the anger of the Lord has fallen on Judah and Jerusalem, he has made them an object of dread and horror and scorn, as you can see with your own eyes.
Did the
9
count?
This is
But
why
I
our
didn't
fathers
get
have fallen by the
shaken
sword
or
and why our sons
anything,
and
or
daughters
hear
and our wives
anything.
are in captivity.
Oh.
10 Now I
It's gonna
intend to make a
explode, like,
covenant with the
right
Lord,
now.
the God of Israel, so that his fierce anger will turn away from us.
Oh, 2 hours.
11 My sons, do not be negligent now, for the Lord has chosen you to
Oh
stand
my
before him
God.
and serve him, to minister before him and to burn incense.
But I want to
12 Then
go
these Levites set to work,
get
from
the stuff from
Kohathites,
over there.
Mahath son of Amasai and Joel son of Azariah, from the Merarites, Kish son of Abdi and Azariah son of Jehoiada.
Oh, I
from
don't
the
need more
Gershonites, Joah
bioreactor.
son
I
of
want
Zimri, and Eden
Cyclops.
son of Joah. 13 From the descendants of
I should go try to
Elizaphan,
find a
Shimri, and
diamond.
Jeiel, from the descendants of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah. 14 From the descendants of Heman, Jehiel and Shimi, from the descendants of Jeduthun, Shemaiah and Uzziel. 15 When they had assembled their brothers and consecrated themselves, they went in to purify the temple of the Lord, as the king had ordered, following the word of the Lord. 16 The
Oh.
priests went into the sanctuary of the Lord to
I
purify
found
it.
another
They brought out to the courtyard of the Lord's temple everything
life pod
unclean
by
that they found in the
accident.
temple of the Lord. The Levites took it and carried it out to the Kidron Valley. 17 They began the consecration on the first day of the first month, and by the 8th day of the month they reached the portico of the Lord. For 8 more days they consecrated the temple of the Lord itself, finishing on the 16th day of the first month. 18 Then they went in to King Hezekiah and reported, We have purified the entire temple of the Lord, the altar of burnt offering with all its utensils, and the table for setting out the consecrated bread, with all its articles. 19 We have prepared and consecrated all the articles that King Ahaz removed in his unfaithfulness while he was king. They are now in front of the Lord's altar.
Wait.
20 Early the next morning King Hezekiah gathered the city officials together and went up to the temple of the
Oh,
Lord.
what is this?
21 They brought 7 bulls,
Ultra
7
glide
rams,
fin.
7 male
Sounds
lambs,
useful.
and 7 male goats as a sin offering for the kingdom, for the sanctuary and for Judah. The king commanded the priests, the descendants of Aaron, to offer these on the altar of the Lord. 22 So they slaughtered the bulls, and the priests took the blood and sprinkled it on the altar. Next they slaughtered the rams and sprinkled their blood
feel
on the
like
altar.
there's
Then
a
they slaughtered the
reaper
lambs and sprinkled
somewhere
their
over
blood on the
here,
altar.
if I remember.
23 The goats for the sin offering were brought before the king and the assembly, and they laid their
I
hands
think
on
I'm
them.
gonna get radiation poisoning.
24 The priests then
In a
slaughtered the goats
second.
and presented their blood on the altar for a sin offering to atone for all Israel, because the king had ordered the burnt offering and the sin offering for all Israel. 25 He stationed the Levites in the temple
Or
of the
not.
Lord with cymbals, harps and lyres
I'm okay
in the way
with that.
prescribed by David and Gad the king's seer and Nathan the prophet. This was commanded by the Lord through his prophets. 26 So the Levites stood ready with David's instruments, and the priests with their trumpets. 27 Hezekiah gave the
this
order to
thing.
sacrifice the burnt offering on the altar. As the offering began, singing to the Lord began also, accompanied by trumpets and the instruments of David king of Israel. 28 The whole assembly bowed in worship, while the singers sang and the trumpeters played. All this continued until the sacrifice of the burnt offering was completed. 29 When the offerings were finished, the king and everyone present with him knelt down and worshipped. 30 King Hezekiah and his officials ordered the Levites to praise the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph the seer. So they sang praises with gladness and bowed their heads and worshipped. 31 Then Hezekiah said, You have now dedicated yourselves to the Lord. Come and bring sacrifices and thank offerings to the temple of the Lord. So the assembly brought sacrifices and thank offerings, and all whose hearts were willing brought burnt offerings.
This just looks scary.
32 The
I
number
don't
of
know
burnt
about
offerings the
this.
assembly brought was 70 bulls, 100 rams and 200 male lambs, all of them for burnt offerings to the Lord. 33 The animals consecrated as sacrifices amounted to 600 bulls and 3,000 sheep and goats.
One more whole fragment.
34 The priests, however, were too few to skin all the burnt offerings, so their kinsmen the Levites helped them until the task was finished and until other priests had been consecrated, for the Levites had been more conscientious in consecrating themselves than the priests had been. 35 There were burnt offerings in abundance, together with the fat of the fellowship offerings and the drink offerings that accompanied the burnt offerings. So the service of the temple of the Lord was re-established.
Moon pool.
36
Wow.
Hezekiah and all the people rejoiced at what God had brought about for his people, because it was done so quickly. 30 Hezekiah sent word to all Israel.
Can't say I expected to find the moon
And
pool
Judah
fragment.
also wrote letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, inviting them to come to the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. 2 The king and his officials and the whole assembly in Jerusalem decided to celebrate the Passover in the second month.
That is the
3
bridge
They had not been able
fragment.
to celebrate it at the regular time because not enough priests had consecrated themselves and the people had not assembled in Jerusalem. For the plan seemed right both to the king and to the whole assembly. 5 They decided to send a proclamation throughout Israel, from Beersheba to Dan, calling the people to come to Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. It had not been celebrated in large numbers according to what was written. 6 At the king's command, couriers went throughout Israel and Judah with letters from the king and from his officials, which read, People of Israel, return to the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, that he may return to you who are left, who have escaped from the hand of the kings of Assyria. 7 Do not be like your fathers and brothers, who were unfaithful to the Lord, the God of their fathers, so that he made them an object of horror, as you see. 8 Do not be stiff-necked, as your fathers were, submit to the Lord. Come to the sanctuary, which he has consecrated.
Hey, this is
forever.
fleshing out like some
Serve the Lord your
character
God,
stuff
so that his fierce anger
from
will turn
the
away
prior
from you.
sections.
9 If you return to the Lord, then your brothers and your children will be shown compassion by their captors and will come back to this land, for the Lord your God is gracious and compassionate. He will not turn his face from you if you return to him. 10 The couriers went from town to town in Ephraim and Manasseh, as far as Zebulun, but the people scorned and ridiculed them. 11 Nevertheless, some men of Asher, Manasseh and Zebulun humbled themselves and went to Jerusalem. 12 Also in Judah the hand of God was on the people to give them unity of mind to carry out what the king and his officials had ordered, following the word of the Lord. 13 A very large crowd of people assembled in Jerusalem to celebrate the feast of unleavened bread in the second month. 14 They removed the altars in Jerusalem and cleared away the incense altars and threw them into the Kidron Valley. 15 They slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the second month. The priests and the Levites were ashamed
I'm
and
getting
consecrated
deep,
themselves
aren't
and
I?
brought
It's a
burnt
little
offerings
too
to the
deep.
temple of the Lord.
All
16
things
Then they took up
considered,
their
like
regular positions as prescribed in the law of Moses the man of God. The priests sprinkled the blood handed to them by the Levites.
that should be the end of the
17
hull.
Since many in the crowd had not consecrated themselves, the
Okay,
Levites
hull
had
is
to kill the
done.
Passover
I
lambs
now
for all
need
those who
the
were not ceremonially
bridge
clean and could not consecrate their
and
lambs to
the
Lord.
engine fragments.
18 Although most of the many people who came from Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun had not purified themselves, yet they ate the Passover, contrary to what was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, May the Lord, who is good, pardon everyone. 19 Who sets
What,
his
because
heart on
it's just
seeking
been
God
so
the Lord,
long since
the God
they've
of his
done
fathers, even if
Passover
he is not
correctly
according
that
to the rules of the sanctuary. 20 And the Lord heard Hezekiah and healed the people. 21 The Israelites who were present in Jerusalem celebrated the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days with great rejoicing, while the Levites and priests sang to the Lord every day, accompanied by the Lord's instruments of praise. 22 Hezekiah spoke encouragingly to all the Levites, who showed good understanding of the service of the Lord. For the 7 days they ate their assigned portion and offered fellowship offerings and praised the Lord, the God of their fathers. 23 The whole assembly then
Okay,
agreed
bridge
to
is
celebrate
done.
the
I now
festival
need the
7 more
Cyclops
days, so for
engine
another 7 days
fragment.
they celebrated joyfully. 24 Hezekiah king of Judah
I have
provided
not
1,000
seen
bulls and
any of the
7,000
engine
sheep and
fragments
goats for the
anywhere
assembly,
yet.
and the officials provided them with 1,000 bulls and
That might
10,000
be
sheep
some,
and
though.
goats. A great number
Moonpool,
of priests
God dang it.
consecrated themselves. 25 The entire assembly of Judah rejoiced, along with the priests and Levites and all who had assembled from Israel, including the aliens who had come from Israel and those who lived in Judah. 26 There was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the days of Solomon son of David king of Israel there had been nothing like this in Jerusalem. 27 The priests and the Levites stood to bless the people, and God heard them, for their prayer reached heaven, his holy dwelling place. 31 When all this had ended, the Israelites who were there went out to the towns of Judah, smashed the sacred stones and cut down the Asherah poles. They destroyed the high places and
Bridge
the altars throughout
fragment.
Judah and Benjamin and in Ephraim and Manasseh. After they had destroyed all of them,
That
the
could be
Israelites
part
returned
of
to their
the
own towns
engine?
and to their own property.
No.
2.
Dang
Hezekiah
it.
assigned the priests and Levites to divisions, each of them according to their duties as priests or Levites, to offer burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, to minister, to give thanks, and to sing praises at the gates of the Lord's dwelling.
I don't know
3.
what
The
that
king
is.
contributed from his own possessions for the morning.
Oh,
and
that's a
evening burnt
modification
offerings and for the
station.
burnt offerings on the
Nice.
Sabbaths, new moons, and appointed
How many
feasts
do I
as
need?
written in the law of
3?
the Lord.
God dang it.
For he ordered the people living in Jerusalem to give the portion due the
3
priests
is
and
way
Levites,
too
so
many.
they could devote themselves to the law of the Lord. 5. As soon as the order went out, the Israelites generously gave the firstfruits of their grain, new wine, oil, and honey, and all that the fields produced. They brought a great amount, a tithe of everything. 6. The men of Israel and Judah who lived in the towns of Judah also brought a tithe of their herds and flocks and a tithe of the holy things dedicated to the Lord their God, and they piled them in heaps. 7. They began doing this in the 3rd month and finished in the 7th month. 8. When Hezekiah and his officials came and saw the heaps, they praised the Lord and blessed his people Israel. 9. Hezekiah asked the priests and Levites about the heaps.
Pretty sure I hear a
10. And
reaper.
Azariah the chief priest, from the family of Zadok, answered, Since the people began to bring their contributions to the temple of the Lord, we have had enough to eat and plenty to spare, because the Lord has blessed his people, and this great amount is left over. 11. Hezekiah gave orders to prepare storerooms in the temple of the Lord, and this was
This
done.
game would be horrifying in
12.
virtual
And they faithfully
reality.
brought in the contributions, tithes, and dedicated gifts. Conaniah, a Levite, was in charge of these things, and his brother Shimei was next in rank. 13. Jehiel, Azaziah, Nahath, Asahel, Jerimoth,
I gotta
Jozabad,
stop hitting
Belial,
things.
Ismachiah,
No,
Mattith,
I
and Benaiah were
hear a
supervisors
reaper.
over Conaniah and Shimei
Oh,
his brother, by
look,
appointment
the
of King
reaper.
Hezekiah and Azariah the official in
I guess
charge of the
that's
temple of God.
kind of concerning. Let's get out of
14.
here.
Korah son of Imnah the Levite, keeper of the east gate, was in charge of the freewill offerings given to God, distributing the contributions made to the Lord and also the consecrated gifts. 15. Eden, Miniamin, Jeshua, Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah assisted him faithfully in the towns of the priests, distributing to their fellow priests according to their divisions.
Where's he
old and
at?
young alike. 16 inches addition,
Oh,
they distributed
ow.
to the males 3 years old or more whose names were in the genealogical records all who would enter the temple of the Lord to perform the daily duties of their various tasks, according to their responsibilities and their divisions. 17. And they distributed to the priests enrolled by their families in the genealogical records and likewise to the Levites 20 years old or more, according to their responsibilities and their divisions. 18. They included all the little ones, the wives, and the sons and daughters of the whole community listed in these genealogical records. For they were faithful in consecrating themselves. 19. As for the priests, the descendants of Aaron, who lived on the farmlands around their towns or in any other towns, men were designated by name to distribute portions to every male among them and to all who were recorded in the genealogies of the Levites. 20. This is what Hezekiah did throughout Judah, doing what was good and right and
Oh
faithful
no,
before the
I'm
Lord
too
his
deep
God.
officially. Not good.
21 inches everything that he undertook in the service of God's temple and in obedience to the law and the commands, he sought his God and worked wholeheartedly. And so he prospered. 32. After all that Hezekiah had so faithfully done, Sennacherib king of Assyria came and invaded Judah. He laid siege to the fortified cities, thinking to conquer them for himself.
I'm about to get radiated.
2.
I'm
When
pretty
Hezekiah
sure.
saw that Sennacherib
Yep,
had come
that
and that he
is the
intended to make
limit.
war on Jerusalem.
That is the
3. He
limit.
consulted with his
Yep,
officials
and it
military
is
staff
eating
about
away at
blocking
my
off the
health
water from the springs
actively.
outside the city, and they helped him. For a large force of men assembled,
Like, pretty
and they blocked
quickly,
all the
too.
springs
That
and the stream
sucks.
that flowed through the land. Why should the kings of Assyria come and find plenty of water, they said. 5. Then he worked hard repairing all the broken sections of the wall and building towers on it. He built another wall outside that one and reinforced the supporting terraces of the city of David. He also made large numbers of weapons and shields. 6. He appointed military officers over the people and assembled them before him in the square at the city gate and encouraged them with these words. 7. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of the king of Assyria and the vast army with him, for there is a greater power with us than with him. 8. With him is only the arm of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and to fight our battles. And the people
6.
gained
I've already
confidence
seen
from what
Lifebond
Hezekiah the king
6.
of Judah said. 9. Later, when Sennacherib king of Assyria and all his forces were laying siege to Lachish, he sent his officers to Jerusalem with this message for Hezekiah king of Judah and for all the people of Judah who were there. 10. This is what Sennacherib king of Assyria says, on what are you basing your confidence, that you remain in Jerusalem under siege? 11. When Hezekiah says, the Lord our God will save us from the hand of the king of Assyria, he is misleading you, to let you die of hunger and thirst. 12. Did not Hezekiah himself remove this God's high places and altars, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship before one altar and burn sacrifices on it? 13. Do you not know what I and my fathers have done to all the people?
Still
of the
wish
other
I could
lands?
get a hold of a laser
Were the
cutter,
gods of
but
these nations
I'm
ever
pretty
able
sure
to
I need
deliver
a
the land from my
diamond to
hand?
do that, and
14. Who of all the gods of these nations that my fathers destroyed has
I
been able
barely
to save his
remember
people
where to
from me?
go to find a
How then
diamond
can your God
in this
deliver you
game.
from my hand? 15. Now do not let Hezekiah deceive you and mislead you like this. Do not believe him, for no god of any nation or kingdom has been able to deliver his people from my hand or the hand of my fathers. How much less will your God deliver you from my hand? 16. Sennacherib's officers spoke further against the Lord God and against his servant Hezekiah. 17. The king also wrote letters insulting the Lord, the God of Israel, and saying this against him, just as the gods of the peoples of the other lands did not rescue their people from my hand, so the God of Hezekiah will not rescue his people from my hand. 18 Then they called out in Hebrew to the people of Jerusalem who were on the wall, to terrify them and make them
They
afraid
called
in order
out
to
in
capture the city.
Hebrew.
19 They spoke about the God of Jerusalem as they did about the gods of the other peoples of the world, the work of men's hands. 20 King Hezekiah and the prophet Isaiah son of Amoz cried out in prayer to heaven about this. 21 And the Lord sent an angel, who annihilated all the fighting men and the leaders and officers in the camp of the Assyrian king. So he withdrew to his own land in disgrace. And when he went into the temple of his God, some of his sons cut him down with the sword. 22 So the Lord saved Hezekiah and the people of Jerusalem from the hand of Sennacherib king of Assyria and from the hand of all others. He took care of them on every side. 23 Many brought offerings to Jerusalem for the Lord and valuable gifts for Hezekiah king of Judah. From then on he was highly regarded by all the nations. 24 Inches Those days Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. He prayed to the Lord, who answered him and gave him a miraculous sign. 25 But Hezekiah's heart was proud and he did not respond to the kindness shown him, therefore the Lord's wrath was on him and on Judah and Jerusalem. 26 Then Hezekiah repented of the pride of his heart, as did the people of Jerusalem, therefore the Lord's wrath did not come upon them during the days of Hezekiah. 27 Hezekiah had very great riches and honor, and he made treasuries for his silver and gold and for his precious stones,
are we
spices,
down?
shields and all kinds of
Okay, we get to watch the explosion, and then I can
28
go
He
to the
also made
Aurora.
buildings to store the harvest of grain, new wine and oil, and he made stalls for various kinds of cattle, and pens for the flocks. 29 He built villages and acquired great numbers of
Always
flocks
fun
and
to
herds,
watch this.
for God
I'm
had given
pretty
him very
far.
great
I
riches.
already have a...
30 It was Hezekiah who blocked the upper outlet of the gate spring and channeled the water down to the west side of the city of David.
I have so much
succeeded in
stuff.
everything he undertook. 31 But when envoys were sent by the rulers of Babylon to ask him about the miraculous sign that had occurred in the land, God left him to test him and to know everything that was in his heart. 32 The other events of Hezekiah's reign and his acts of devotion are written in the vision of the prophet Isaiah son of Amoz in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. 33 Hezekiah rested with his fathers and was buried on the hill where the tombs of David's descendants are. All Judah and the people of Jerusalem honored him when he died. And Manasseh his son succeeded him as king. 33 Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. 2 He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. 3 He rebuilt the high places his father Hezekiah had demolished. He also erected altars to the Baals and made Asherah poles. He bowed down to all the starry hosts and worshipped them. For he built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, My name will remain in Jerusalem forever. 5 Inches both courts of the temple of the Lord, he built altars to all the starry hosts. 6 He sacrificed his sons in the fire in the valley of Ben Hinnom, practiced sorcery, divination and witchcraft. And
Again,
consulted
sacrificing
mediums
his
and spirits.
kids.
He
They
did
kind of
much evil
gloss
in the
over it
eyes
a
of the
little
Lord,
bit.
provoking him
But
to
like,
anger.
that's the craziest thing.
7 He took the carved image he had made and put it in God's temple, of which God had
We're
said
kind of
to
like
David and his son
underemphasizing
Solomon,
the whole
"In this temple and in
sacrificing his
Jerusalem,
children
which I
thing.
have chosen out of all the tribes
You know?
of Israel, I will put my name forever. 8 I will not again make the feet of the Israelites leave the land I assigned to your forefathers, if only they will be careful to do everything I commanded them concerning all the laws, decrees and ordinances given through Moses. 9 But Manasseh led Judah and the people of Jerusalem astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before the Israelites. 10 The Lord spoke to Manasseh and his people, but they paid no attention. 11 So the Lord brought against them the army commanders of the king of Assyria, who took Manasseh prisoner, put a hook in his nose, bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon. 12 Inches his distress he sought the favor of the Lord his God and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers.
Radiation suit.
13 And when
I
he
need
prayed
the
to him,
radiation
the Lord
helmet.
was moved by his entreaty and listened
Pretty
to his
sure.
plea, so he brought him back to Jerusalem and to his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord is God. 14 Afterward he rebuilt the outer wall of the city of David, west of the Gin spring in the valley, as far as the entrance of the fish gate and encircling the hill of
How
Ephraim.
much do I
He
not
also
remember
made
about
much
this
higher.
game that I've played 10
He stationed
times?
military
There is no
commanders in all the
radiation
fortified
helmet?
cities in Judah. 15 He got rid of the foreign gods and removed the image from the temple of the Lord.
Oh, no,
as
yeah,
well as
there
all
is.
the altars
Okay.
he had built
I'm
on the
just going
temple hill
crazy.
and in Jerusalem, and he threw them out of the
Got
city.
it. Understood.
16 Then he restored the altar of the Lord and sacrificed fellowship offerings and thank offerings on it, and told Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. 17 The people, however, continued to sacrifice at the high places, but only to the Lord their
I have
God.
way too much stuff on me.
18 The other events of Manasseh's reign, including his prayer to his God and the words the seers spoke to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, are written in the annals of the kings of Israel.
I'll need a plasteel ingot
19
or
His prayer and
2
how
for the
God was moved by his
Cyclops. I
entreaty,
don't
as
remember
well as
how
all
many,
his sins
but
and
I'll need a few.
unfaithfulness, and the sites where he built high places and set up Asherah poles and idols before he humbled himself all are written in the records of the seers.
I should make the Ultra Glide fins
20
real
Manasseh
quick if I
rested with his
can.
fathers and was buried in his palace. And Amon his son succeeded him as king. 21 Amon was 22 years old when he became king.
No,
and he
that's going to
reigned in
require a
Jerusalem 2
modification
years.
station, I think.
22 He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father
Okay,
Manasseh had
diamond
done.
battery titanium
Amon worshipped
cave
and offered
sulfur.
sacrifices
I
to all
know
the idols
where I
Manasseh had
can
made.
maybe get a diamond.
23 But unlike his father Manasseh, he did not humble himself before
Whoa.
the Lord. Amon increased his guilt. 24 Amon's officials conspired against him and assassinated
But
him
first,
in
I
his palace.
probably just need a new battery.
25 Then the people of the land killed all who had plotted
And
against
a
King
bunch
Amon,
of water.
and they made Josiah his son king in his place.
And maybe I could cure some food
34
with some
Josiah
salt.
was
I
8
just
years
don't know
old
where to
when-
grab salt. really
He
quickly.
became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. 2. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and walked in the ways of his father David, not turning
One
aside to the
peeper.
right
Where
or
can I
to
get
the
another
left.
peeper? Peeper,
3.
come
Inch
here.
is the 8th year
Peeper.
of his reign. While he was
Come
still
on.
young, he began to seek the God of his father David.
Peeper, thank
In
you.
his 12th year he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of high places, Asherah poles, carved idols, and cast images.
It's a lot of back and forth.
For under his
One
direction
king
the
will be
altars of the Baals
terrible,
were
the
torn
other
down.
king will
He cut
like
to pieces the
God.
incense altars that were above them,
One
and
king will
smashed the
follow
Asherah
God,
poles,
one king
the
will
idols,
defy
and the
God.
images.
It's like a
These he broke to pieces
back and
scattered
forth.
over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them.
It's like
5.
they're
He
just
burned the
chipping
bones of the
away
priests on the
generation
altars,
after
and so he
generation.
purged Judah and Jerusalem. 6 inches the towns of Manasseh.
Makes me
Ephraim,
think
and
about
Simeon,
like modern
as far as Naphtali,
geopolitics a
and
little
in the
bit with the
ruins around
fact that
them.
like
7. He tore down
presidents in the
altars
United
and
States,
Asherah
for
poles and
example,
crushed
only
the
last
idols to
about
powder
4
and cut to
years,
pieces all
right?
the incense altars throughout
They can do
Israel.
8 years total.
Then he went back to Jerusalem.
But
8
like
inches the 18th year of
having to
Josiah's
wait
reign, to
50
purify the
years
land
for
and
your
the temple,
kingdom
he
to
sent
not
Shaphan son of
suck
Azaliah and Messiah the ruler of the city,
and
with
not
Joah,
constantly be being
son of Johaz, the recorder, to
destroyed
repair the
by
temple of
an
the Lord
angry
his God.
God, having to wait 50
9. They went to
years
Hilkiah the high priest and gave him the money
when
that had
human
been
life
brought into the
only
temple of
goes to
God,
like
which the
80
Levites who were the
max most of the
doorkeepers had
time.
collected from the people of Manasseh, Ephraim,
This
and
is
the
kind of
entire
an
remnant of
insane
Israel,
position to
and
have
all the
to
people
be
of
in
Judah
as like
and
a
Benjamin, and the
subject
inhabitants of
underneath all
Jerusalem.
these things. The Bible
10.
doesn't
Then they
have much of a
entrusted it to the men
populist
appointed to
tilt. It
supervise the
doesn't
work of the
have like
Lord,
a focus
temple.
on
These men paid
the
the workers
common
to
man,
repair
the
and restore the
working
temple.
person
11. They also gave money to the
that
carpenters
was
and
alive
builders to
during this
purchase
time
dressed stone,
period. The big
and timber
focus
for
is
posts and
always
beams for the
on
buildings, which the
leaders
kings of Judah
and,
had allowed to fall into ruin.
you know, letting the
12. The
people
men to the
flourish
work
as a
tables.
function of their
Over them
leaders
to
or
direct them were
not.
Jahath
What is
and
it called
Zebadiah.
in
Levites
fascism?
descended
It's
from
called
Haran,
like the
and
best man
Zechariah and
theory,
Meshullam
the
descended
great
from
man
Kohath.
theory or
The
something.
Levites all who were skilled in playing musical instruments.
Let me Google that. It's
13.
it's
Had
about
charge of the
time I
laborers
finally
and
Google that
supervised all
while
the workers from job to job. Some of the Levites were
while
secretaries,
working on
scribes, and
this.
doorkeepers.
All right, I need some salt.
14. While they were bringing
I
out the
will
money that had been taken into the
preserve
temple of the Lord, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Lord that had been given through Moses.
this real quick.
15. Hilkiah said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord. He gave it to Shaphan. 16. Then Shaphan took the book to the king and reported to him, Your officials are doing everything that has been committed to them. 17. They have paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord and have entrusted it to the supervisors and workers.
Where do I find salt?
18. Then Shaphan the secretary
It's a
told the
saltwater
king,
ocean. Where
Hilkiah
is
the
it?
priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. 19. When the king heard the words of the law, he tore his robes. 20. He gave these orders to Hilkiah, Ahikam son of Shaphan, Abdon son of Micah, Shaphan the secretary and Asaiah the king's
That was
attendant.
quartz. God dang it.
21. Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the remnant in Israel and Judah about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger that is poured out on us because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord, they have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book.
This is when they found out a few
22.
generations later
Hilkiah
that we
knows
have
the
not
king
been
had sent with him
following
when he
God,
sent
and
to
that's
the
why
prophet
everything is
Huldah, who was
terrible.
the wife of Shallum son of Tokath, the son of Hazra, keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem, in the 2nd district. 23. She said to them, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says,
Laser cutter
Tell the man
again.
who sent you to me. 24. This is what the Lord says, I am going to bring disaster on this place and its people, all the
Salt,
curses
thank
written in the
you.
book that has been read in the presence of the king of
I
Judah.
literally only need to
25. Because they have
preserve
forsaken me and
maybe
burned
2
incense to other gods
peepers.
and provoked me to anger by all that their hands have made.
That
My
alone
anger
would be
will be
enough.
poured out on this place and will not be quenched. 26. Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says concerning the words you heard. 27. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people,
Creature
and
egg,
because
go
you
away.
humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. 28. Now I will gather you to your fathers, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I am going to bring on this place and on those who live here. So they took her answer back to the king. 29. Then the king called together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. 30. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the men of Judah, the people of Jerusalem, the priests, and the Levites, all the people from the least to the greatest. He read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant, which had been found in the temple of the Lord. 31. The king stood by his pillar and renewed the covenant in the presence of the Lord, to follow the Lord and keep his commands, regulations, and decrees with all his heart and all his soul, and to obey the words of the covenant written in this book. 32. Then he had everyone in Jerusalem and Benjamin pledge themselves to it. The people of Jerusalem did this in accordance with the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. 33. Josiah removed all the detestable idols from all the territory belonging to the Israelites, and he had all who were present in Israel serve the Lord their God. As long as he lived, they did not fail to follow the Lord, the God of their fathers.
Every time I play this game, I have like a very clear disposition to which fish I grab to eat. I like spadefish more.
2. He appointed
Not
the
like
priests
I've
to their
eaten them,
duties
not
and
like they're
encouraged them in the
real.
service of the Lord's temple.
But if they
3. He said to
were,
the Levites,
I
who
feel like
instructed all Israel
spadefish would
and who had
taste the
been
best. I don't think peepers
to the
would taste the
Lord,
best
let the
because I
sacred
don't
ark
want
of
to
the
eat the
temple that
eye.
Solomon son of David king of Israel built.
Spadefish look tastier.
It is not to be carried about on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel. For prepare yourselves by families in your divisions, according to the directions written by David king of Israel and by his son Solomon. 5. Stand in the holy place with a group of Levites for each subdivision of the families of your fellow countrymen, the lay people. 6. Slaughter the Passover lambs, consecrate yourselves and prepare the lambs for your fellow countrymen, doing what the Lord commanded through Moses. 7. Josiah provided for all the lay people who were there a total of 30,000 sheep and goats for the Passover offerings, and also 3,000 cattle, all from the king's possessions. On. 8. His officials also contributed voluntarily to the people and the priests and Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Jehiel, the administrators of God's temple, gave the priests
Let's go ahead and cure a
Passover
couple of
offerings and
these
300 cattle.
fish.
9. Also
Speedfish.
Konaniah along with Shemaiah and Nethanel, his brothers, and Hashabiah,
Konaniah?
the leaders of the Levites, provided 5,000 Passover offerings and 500 head of cattle for the Levites.
More water.
10. The service was arranged and the priests stood in their places with the Levites in their divisions as the king had ordered.
Cook a
11. The
peeper,
Passover
I'll
lambs
eat
were
the
slaughtered,
peeper.
and the priests sprinkled the blood handed to them,
Drink some of
while
the
Levites skinned the
water.
animals. 12. They set aside the burnt offerings to give them to the subdivisions of the families
How many
of the
peepers
people
did
to
I
offer to
grab?
the Lord,
Too many,
as is
right?
written in the book of Moses. They did the same with the cattle.
Okay, am
13.
I
They roasted the
officially kind
Passover
of running
animals
out
over
of
the fire as
room?
prescribed, and boiled the holy offerings in pots, cauldrons, and
Think
pans,
so.
and served them quickly to all the people.
But I'm
14.
quickly
After
running
this,
out of
They
food.
made preparations for themselves
Running
and
out
for
of
the priests,
space
because the priests,
in the
the
game.
descendants of Aaron, were sacrificing the burnt
At least
offerings
with
and
what
the
I've
fat
got for the
portions
time
until
being.
nightfall. So the
Okay,
Levites
I
made
am going to
preparations
head
for
to a
themselves and for the
particular
arrival.
place.
15.
I'm already
The
wearing
musicians,
the
descendants of
radiation
Asaph,
suit,
were in the
right?
places prescribed by David, Asaph, Heman, and
Okay,
Jeduthun,
I'm
the
going to
king's seer.
head towards
The
the
gatekeepers at each gate did not need to leave their posts, because their fellow Levites made the preparations for them.
actual
16.
island,
So at that
the one
time
that
the
is
entire service of the Lord
connected
was
to
carried
the
out for
ocean floor,
celebration of the Passover and the offering of
because
burnt
I'm
offerings
pretty
on the
sure
altar
I
of the Lord,
can
as King
find
Josiah had ordered.
what do I have
17.
on
The
me? I have my
Israelites who were
scanner.
present celebrated the
I've got what I
Passover
need
at
to
that
do
time
this.
and observed the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days.
I'm gonna head to that island.
18. The Passover had not been observed like this in Israel since the days of the prophet Samuel, and none of the kings of Israel
See if
had
I can
ever
find a
celebrated
couple of
such a Passover
diamonds.
as did Josiah, with the priests, the Levites, and all
Then I'll
Judah
go
and
to the
Israel who were
Aurora.
there with the people of Jerusalem. 19. This Passover was
Once I
celebrated in the
have
18th
a
year of Josiah's reign.
laser cutter. There's not a lot that needs
20. After all
laser
this,
cutting
when
in the
Josiah had
Aurora,
set the temple in order,
but it will make my life easier, and I'm gonna need a laser cutter eventually anyway,
Josiah marched
so
out to meet him in battle.
I might as well go do it.
21. But Necho sent messengers to him, saying, What quarrel is there between you and me, O king of Judah? It is not you I am attacking at this time, but the house with which I am at war. God has told me to hurry, so stop opposing God, who is with me, or he will destroy you.
What is in here?
22. Josiah, however, would not turn away from him, but disguised himself
Compass.
to engage him in battle.
Well,
He would
okay,
not
sure.
listen to what Necho had said at God's command,
That's fine.
but went to fight him on the plain of Megiddo.
A sea glide fragment, which I already have. Whatever,
24.
free
So they took him
titanium.
out
I'll
of
need
his
a bunch of
chariot, put him in the
titanium
other
later
chariot
on,
he had
so.
in hand.
Okay, we are heading to the island. Where is the island? This way. Yes, indeed. Hey, very good. I know that there is a very angry couple of reapers that surround the island. Let's just hope that they don't get me. I already have the mobile vehicle bay. Don't know why I'm scanning this. Whatever. And the Bible has officially messed up and I have to move it on. Who are we bringing to Jerusalem right now?
Brought him to Jerusalem, where he died. He was buried in the tombs of his fathers, and all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him. 25. Jeremiah composed laments for Josiah, and to this day all the men and women singers commemorate Josiah in the laments. These became a tradition in Israel and are written in the laments. 26. The other
seeing
events of
over there?
Josiah's reign and his acts of devotion, according to what is written in the law of the Lord. 27. All the events, from beginning to end, are written in
Hey,
the book
there's
of
the
kings of
island.
Israel and Judah. 36. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz son of Josiah and made him king in Jerusalem in place of his father. 2. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king.
Now,
and
how do
reigned
I
in Jerusalem 3
dock
months.
without being murdered?
3. The king of Egypt dethroned him in
Immediately.
Jerusalem and imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents.
Also,
of
where
silver
do I
and a
find
talent
the,
of gold. For
Ooh,
the king of Egypt
is that
made Eliakim,
important?
a brother of Jehoahaz, king over Judah and Jerusalem. And
Nuclear
changed Eliakim's
reactor.
name to
Wow,
Jehoiakim.
that'd be an early
But
time to
Necho
find
took
that. What the
Eliakim's
heck?
brother Jehoahaz and carried him off to Egypt. 5. Jehoiakim
That's
was
it? That's the
25
only
years old
blueprint
when
I
he became
needed?
king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God. 6. Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon attacked him and bound him with bronze shackles to take him to Babylon. 7. Nebuchadnezzar
yeah,
also took
1/3.
to Babylon
Okay,
articles
that
from the
makes
temple of
sense.
the Lord and put them in his temple there. 8. The other events of Jehoiakim's reign, the detestable things he did and all that
Alright,
was found
where
against him,
are the,
written in the book of the
reapers
kings
at?
of
They should
Israel
be
and Judah. And
somewhere.
Jehoiakim his son succeeded him as king. 9. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months and 10 days. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. 10 inches the spring, King Nebuchadnezzar sent for him and brought him to Babylon, together with articles of value from the temple of the Lord, and he made Jehoiakim's uncle, Zedekiah, king over Judah and Jerusalem. 11. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king.
Hey, that is
and he
a
reigned in
Cyclops
Jerusalem 11
engine.
years.
Nice.
12 He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God and did not humble himself before Jeremiah the prophet, who spoke the word of the Lord. 13 He also rebelled
Oh,
against King
Warper,
Nebuchadnezzar,
this
who
early?
had made
Come
him
on,
take
leave
an
me
oath in
alone.
God's name. He became stiff-necked and
Leave
hardened
me
his heart and
alone.
would not turn to the Lord, the God of
I want
Israel.
nothing to do with you.
14 Furthermore, all the leaders of the priests and the people became more and more unfaithful, following
Well,
all the
I
detestable
found the
practices of
cave that I
nations
was
and
looking
defiling the
for, so
temple
I
of the
think it's
Lord,
time to
which
go
he had
in.
consecrated in Jerusalem.
Find a diamond
15
is
The
my
Lord,
main
the God of their
goal.
fathers, sent word to
Find
them
a
through his
diamond.
messengers again and again, because he had pity on his people and on his dwelling place.
Oh yeah, let's just
16 But they mocked God's messengers,
walk
despised his words
that.
and scoffed at his prophets until the wrath of the Lord was aroused against his people and there was no remedy. 17 He brought up against them the king of the Babylonians, who killed their young men with the sword in the sanctuary, and spared neither young man nor young woman, old man or aged. God handed all of them over to Nebuchadnezzar. 18 He carried to Babylon all the articles from the temple of God, both large and small, and the treasures of the Lord's temple and the treasures of the king and his officials. 19 They set fire to God's temple and broke down the wall of Jerusalem. They burned
Oh,
all the
I'm already
palaces and
lost.
destroyed everything
Okay,
of value there.
that's not good. That's
20
not
He carried into
optimal at
exile
all.
to Babylon the remnant, who escaped from the sword, and they became servants to him and his sons until the kingdom of Persia came to power.
I need to go up
21
and
The land enjoyed
find
its Sabbath
the
rests, all the time of its desolation it
air
rested,
pocket.
until the 70 years were
Okay,
completed in
found
fulfillment
it.
of the word
Good,
of the Lord
good,
spoken
good,
by
good. That's
Jeremiah.
okay. That's good progress.
22 Inch is the first year of Cyrus king of Persia.
Now,
In order to
are
fulfill
there
the word of the Lord
diamonds
spoken
on
by
the wall in
Jeremiah,
this
the
cave?
Lord
I
moved
can't
the heart of
remember.
Cyrus king of Persia to make a proclamation throughout his realm and to
Wow.
put it in writing.
Okay.
23 Inch This is what Cyrus king
Found
of Persia
one
says,
diamond.
The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any one of his people among you may the Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. Ezra. 1 Inch The first year of Cyrus
Oh, are
king
we
of
done? We're done. We're into Ezra. Oh, we're done with Chronicles. Yay! Now we can learn other stories. Spoken by Jeremiah. The Lord moved the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia, to make a proclamation. Okay, I'm going to slow this down because we're listening to something that is not a repeat. And you know what? I'm just going to take a sec to not be listening to the Bible for a sec, actually, because I need to be pacing myself, and this has not been super easy at all. Diamond, let's get it. 2 diamonds, done. Lithium. I will need those for later. And honestly, I can grab like a shrub nut. Well, I don't know if there are any shrub nut trees nearby. I guess there are not. Okay, well, I found this thing. I'm pretty sure I have to piss this thing off, so I guess I'll do that real quick. Somehow the Aurora's drive core still has not exploded. I really don't understand that. Right, this is a broken purple tablet. But there's another one literally just like close by, isn't there? Okay, purple tablet. Don't have one. Alright, let's go find the purple tablet. It's like supposed to be super nearby if I remember. Like just over the hill crest. Bulbo tree. I'm pretty sure I can cut this and eat it, but like I'd still prefer a lantern fruit over the alternative. Yeah, I don't know. I'd still prefer a... Alright, where's the other tablet? It's supposed to be like right over here. Here we go. Good. Optimal, efficient. I will deal with this later. After I find the, there's supposed to be like a platform built up here. Platform. Shelter. Something like that. Stupid spider crab things. Be gone, leave me alone. Okay. Oh, leave me alone. Oh, leave me alone. Yeah, the teleporter. I don't remember where this is supposed to take me, but I guess I will by the end of the game, so. There's that. Ow, ow. Okay. No, I could swear there's a habitat built somewhere in this, on this island. Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Is this not taking me back to the water? Where is this taking me? Why is there so much lithium, dude? Holy cow. I do not remember there being this much lithium. This is like the cave of lithium. What the heck? More diamonds would probably be optimal. I'll need them for later anyway. I think last time I was playing through, I was looking for this cave. On this island. Because I knew there was a cave on the island that just had a bajillion things in it that were super useful. Okay, we can learn about Ezra from the Bible. There are real life people named Ezra. Many people named Ezra. There's a person named Ezra Klein. And then there's a person named Ezra Miller. They are different people. And they have done different things. Ezra Klein. Who is Ezra Klein? Is that Ethan's wife? American liberal... This is the person behind Indivisible. Pretty sure. Is he the co-founder of Indivisible? Indivisible? No? Okay. Who is this person then? Why do I know this name? Political blogger. Centrist Democrat. Yeah, he's just like a generic shit lib. Okay, who is Ezra Miller? Is that a real person? Who am I thinking of? Actor? Why do I know these names? Indivisible organization. Okay, Indivisible events, news and media. About our leadership. Why do I know the name Ezra? Leah Greenberg, Ezra Levin. Ezra Klein is a political commentator. Ezra Levin is a political activist who founded Indivisible with his wife. There's too many Ezras in the world. There's too many. There's so many Ezras, and they all confuse me. And surprisingly, a lot of people named Ezra are into politics. It like genuinely confuses my brain. Oh, my head. Okay, we're going to start Ezra. I think I'm going to do some stretches.
Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah, the Lord moved the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia, to make a proclamation throughout his realm and to put it in writing.
I'm going to stretch and kind of take a mental break.
2-inch. This is what Cyrus, king of Persia, says. The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. 3. Any one of his people among you may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem in Judah and build the temple of the Lord, the God of Israel, the God who is in Jerusalem. 4. And the people of any place where survivors may now be living are to provide him with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with freewill offerings for the temple of God in Jerusalem. 5. Then the family heads of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, everyone whose heart God had moved, prepared to go up and build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. 6. All their neighbors assisted them with articles of silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with valuable gifts, in addition to all the freewill offerings. 7. Moreover, King Cyrus brought out the articles belonging to the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem and had placed in the temple of his God. 8. Cyrus, king of Persia, had them brought by Mithridath the treasurer, who counted them out to Sheshbazzar the prince of Judah. 9. This was the inventory. Gold dishes 30, silver dishes 1,000, silver pans 29.
Is it? I hear it.
10 gold bowls 30, matching silver bowls 410, other articles 1,000. 11 inches all.
Dude,
There were
I do not like
5,400 articles
the
of
way the
gold
reapers sound
and of
next to this
silver.
thing.
Sheshbazzar brought all these along when the exiles came up from Babylon to Jerusalem. 2. Now these are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles, whom Nebuchadnezzar
Okay, I'm gonna read something about
Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had
the exile situation. The Assyrian and Babylonian captivities. Okay, so the exile is going to be coming to an end soon.
taken captive to Babylon. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town.
Okay.
2 inches company with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Reeeaaallly, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpar, Bigvai, Rehum, and Baanah, the list of the men of the people of Israel.
Oh no,
3.
another
The descendants
genealogy.
of Parash 2,172. 4 of Shephatiah 372. 5 of Erah 775. 25 of Kiriath Jearim, Kephara and Beeroth 743. 6 of Pahath Moab.
Please don't do this
the
to me.
line of Jeshua and Joab. 2,812. 7 of Elam.
I'm not gonna remember all these people,
1,254. 8
please.
of Zata 945. 9 of Zakkai 760. 10 of Bani 642. 11 of Bibay 623. 12 of Asgad 1,222. 13 of Adonikam 666. 14 of Bigvai 2,056. 15 of
So fun.
84.
I'm loving
54.
this.
16 of Ater, through Hezekiah. 98. 17 of Bazai 323. 18 of Yorah 112. 19 of Hazhum 223. 20 of Gibbar 95. 21 the men of Bethlehem 123. 22 of Netopha 56. 23 of Anathoth 128. 26 of Ramah and Geba 621. 27 of Michmash 122. 28 of Bethel and Ai.
What numbers are we
223.
even, like, what do these even mean? The list of the men of the people of Israel. Oh, these are all sub-clans. It used to be 12 tribes, now there are 10 tribes.
30 of Magbish 156. 31 of the other Elam 1,254. 32 of Haram 320. 33 of Lod, Hadid, and Ono 725. 34 of Jericho 345. 35 of Sina 3,630. 36 the priests, the descendants of Jediah, through the family of Jeshua. 973. 37 of Immer 1,052. 38 of Pashur 1,247. 39 of Haram 1,017. 40 the Levites, the descendants of Jeshua and Kadmiel, through the line of Hodaviah.
Oh my god, if I fall
74.
through there, I'll
41
die.
the singers, the descendants
Holy
of
cow.
Asaph 128. 24 of Asmaveth 42. 42 the gatekeepers of the temple, the descendants of Shallum, Ater, Talmon, Akub, Hatita and Shobai 139. 43 the temple servants, the descendants of Ziha, Hasupha, Tabaoth. 44 Kuras, Siaha, Padon. 45 Labana, Hagaba, Akub. 46 Hagab,
Akub.
Shalmai, Hanan. 47 Gittel, Gahar, Rhea. 48 Rezin, Nakoda, Gazam.
Alright, tablet time.
49 Uzzah, Paseah, Bisay. 50 Asna, Munim, Nephusim.
All right, I'm pausing for a sec.
51 Bakbuk,
Still
Hakupha,
reading.
Harhar.
I'm gonna get water. I'm gonna stretch.
52 Baslith,
Clean
Mehida,
up a little bit.
Harsha. 53 Barkos, Sisera, Tema. 54 Nesia and Hatipha. 55 The descendants of the servants of Solomon, the descendants of Sotai, Hassaphareth, Peruda. 56 Jala, Darkon, Giddel. 57 Shephatiah, Hattil, Pokereth Hazabaim and Ami. 58 The temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon 392. 59 The following came up from the towns of Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Kerub, Adon and Immer, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel. 60 The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah and Nekoda 652. 61 And from among the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hakaz, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name. 62 These searched for their family records, but they could not find them and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. 63 The governor ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there was a priest ministering with the Urim and Thummim. 64 The whole company numbered 42,360. 65 Besides their 7,337 menservants and maidservants, and they also had 200 men and women singers. 66 They had 736 horses, 245 mules. 67,435 camels and 6,720 donkeys.
So exile is over.
68 When they arrived at the house of the Lord in Jerusalem,
Everyone's coming back.
some of the heads of the families gave freewill offerings toward the rebuilding of the house of God on its site. 69 According to their ability they gave to the treasury for this work 61,000 drachmas of gold, 5,000 minas of silver and 100 priestly garments. 70 The priests, the Levites, the singers, the gatekeepers and the temple servants settled in their own towns, along with some of the other people, and the rest of the Israelites settled in their towns. 3 When the 7th month came in, the Israelites had settled in their towns, the people assembled as one man in Jerusalem. 2 Then Jeshua son of Jozadak and his fellow priests and Zerubbabel son of Shealtiel and his associates began to build the altar of the God of Israel to sacrifice burnt offerings on it, in accordance with what is written in the law of Moses the man of God. 3 Despite their fear of the peoples around them, they built the altar on its foundation and sacrificed burnt offerings on it to the Lord, both the morning and evening sacrifices. For then in accordance with what is written, they celebrated the Feast of Tabernacles with the required number of burnt offerings prescribed for each day. 5 After that, they presented the regular burnt offerings, the new moon sacrifices and the sacrifices for all the appointed sacred feasts of the Lord, as well as those brought as freewill offerings to the Lord. 6 On the first day of the 7th month they began to offer burnt offerings to the Lord, though the foundation of the Lord's temple had not yet been laid. 7 Then they gave money to the masons and carpenters, and gave food and drink and oil to the people of Sidon and Tyre, so that they would bring cedar logs by sea from Lebanon to Joppa, as authorized by Cyrus king of Persia. 8 inches the 2nd month of the 2nd year after their arrival at the house of God in Jerusalem, Zerubbabel son of Shealtiel, Jeshua son of Jozadak,
Zerubbabel is not a real
brothers,
name.
the priests and the Levites
I
and all who
refuse
had returned from the captivity
such a
to
concept.
Jerusalem, began the work, appointing Levites 20 years of age and older to supervise the building of the house of the Lord. 9 Jeshua and his sons and brothers and Kadmiel and his sons, descendants of Hodaviah, and the sons of Henadad and their sons and brothers all Levites joined together in supervising those working on the house of God. 10 When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments and with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, took their places to praise the Lord, as prescribed by David king of Israel. 11 With praise and thanksgiving they sang to the Lord, He is good, His love to Israel endures forever. And all the people gave a great shout of praise to the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. 12 But many of the older priests and Levites and family heads, who had seen the former temple, wept aloud when they saw the foundation of this temple being laid, while many others shouted for joy. 13 No one could distinguish the sound of the shouts of joy from the sound of weeping,
So much
because the
noise.
people made so much
Interesting.
noise. And the sound was heard far away. For when the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the exiles were building a temple for the Lord, the God of Israel. 2 They came to Zerubbabel and to the heads of the families and said, Let us help you build because, like you, we seek your God and have been sacrificing to him since the time of Esarhaddon king of Assyria, who brought us here. 3 But Zerubbabel, Jeshua, and the rest of the heads of the families of Israel answered, You have no part with us in building a temple to our God.
We alone will build it.
We alone will build it for the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, commanded us. For then the peoples around them set out to discourage the people of Judah and make them afraid to go on building. 5 They hired counselors to work against them and frustrate their plans during the entire reign of Cyrus king of Persia and down to the reign of Darius king of Persia. 6 At the beginning of the reign of Xerxes, they lodged an accusation against the people of Judah and Jerusalem. 7 And in the days of Artaxerxes king of Persia, Bishlam, Mithridath, Tabeel and the rest of his associates wrote a letter to Artaxerxes. The letter was written in Aramaic script and in the Aramaic language. 8 Rehum the commanding officer and Shimshai the secretary wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes the king as follows. 9 Rehum the commanding officer and Shimshai the secretary, together with the rest of their associates the judges and officials over the men from Tripolis, Persia, Erech and Babylon, the Elamites of Susa. 10 And the other people whom the great and honorable Ashurbanipal deported and settled in the city of Samaria and elsewhere in Trans-Euphrates. 11 This is a copy of the letter they sent him. To King Artaxerxes, from your servants, the men of Trans-Euphrates. 12 The king should know that the Jews who came up to us from you have gone to Jerusalem and are rebuilding that rebellious and wicked city. They are restoring the walls and repairing the foundations. 13 Furthermore, the king should know that if this city is built and its walls are restored, no more taxes, tribute or duty will be paid, and the royal revenues will suffer. 14 Now since we are under obligation to the palace and it is not proper for us to see the king dishonored, we are sending this message to inform the king. 15 So that a search may be made in the archives of your predecessors. In these records you will find that this city is a rebellious city, troublesome to kings and provinces, a place of rebellion from ancient times. That is why this city was destroyed. 16 We inform the king that if this city is built and its walls are restored, you will be left with nothing in Trans-Euphrates. 17 The king sent this reply, to Rehum the commanding officer, Shimshai the secretary and the rest of their associates living in Samaria and elsewhere in greetings. Trans-Euphrates. 18 The letter you sent us has been read and translated in my presence. 19 I issued an order and a search was made, and it was found that this city has a long history of revolt against kings and has been a place of rebellion and sedition. 20 Jerusalem has had powerful kings ruling over the whole of Trans-Euphrates, and taxes, tribute and duty were paid to them. 21 Now issue an order to these men to stop work, so that this city will not be rebuilt until I so order. 22 Be careful not to neglect this matter. Why let this threat grow, to the detriment of the royal interests? 23 As soon as the copy of the letter of King Artaxerxes was read to Rehum and Shimshai the secretary and their associates, they went immediately to the Jews in Jerusalem and compelled them by force to stop. 24 Thus the work on the house of God in Jerusalem came to a standstill until the 2nd year of the reign of Darius king of Persia. 5 Now Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the prophet, a descendant of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel, who was over them. 2 Then Zerubbabel son of Shealtiel and Jeshua son of Jozadak set to work to rebuild the house of God in Jerusalem. And the prophets of God were with them, helping them. 3 At that time Tatanai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shetharbozenai and their associates went to them and asked, who authorized you to rebuild this temple and restore this structure? For they also asked, what are the names of the men constructing this building? 5. But the eye of their God was watching over the elders of the Jews, and they were not stopped until a report could go to Darius and his written reply be received. 6. This is a copy of the letter that Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai and their associates, the officials of Trans-Euphrates, sent to King Darius. 7. The report they sent him read as follows: To King Darius, cordial greetings. 8. The king should know that we went to the district of Judah, to the temple of the great God. The people are building it with large stones and placing the timbers in the walls. The work is being carried on with diligence and is making rapid progress under their direction. 9. We questioned the elders and asked them, who authorized you to rebuild this temple and restore this structure? 10. We also asked them their names, so that we could write down the names of their leaders for your information. 11. This is the answer they gave us: we are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are rebuilding the temple that was built many years ago, one that a great king of Israel built and finished. 12. But because our fathers angered the God of heaven, he handed them over to Nebuchadnezzar the Chaldean, king of Babylon, who destroyed this temple and deported the people to Babylon. 13. However, in the first year of Cyrus king of Babylon, King Cyrus issued a decree to rebuild this house of God. 14. He even removed from the temple of Babylon the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple in Jerusalem and brought to the temple in Babylon. Then King Cyrus gave them to a man named Sheshbazzar, whom he had appointed governor. 15. And he told him, take these articles and go and deposit them in the temple in Jerusalem, and rebuild the house of God on its site. 16. So this Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundations of the house of God in Jerusalem. From that day to the present it has been under construction but is not yet finished. 17. Now if it pleases the king, let a search be made in the royal archives of Babylon to see if King Cyrus did in fact issue a decree to rebuild this house of God in Jerusalem. Then let the king send us his decision in this matter. 6. King Darius then issued an order, and they searched in the archives stored in the treasury at Babylon. 2. A scroll was found in the citadel of Ecbatana in the province of Media, and this was written on it, Memorandum. 3. The first year of King Cyrus, the king issued a decree concerning the temple of God in Jerusalem: let the temple be rebuilt as a place to present sacrifices, and let its foundations be laid. It is to be 90 feet high and 90 feet wide. 4. With 3 courses of large stones and 1 of timbers. The costs are to be paid by the royal treasury. 5. Also, the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple in Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, are to be returned to their places in the temple in Jerusalem. They are to be deposited in the house of God. 6. Now then, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai, and you, their fellow officials of that province, stay away from there. 7. Do not interfere with the work on this temple of God. Let the governor of the Jews and the Jewish elders rebuild.
8. My microphone's arm is quickly failing. I keep buying cheap ones. I need to buy like a permanent one that will last instead of the crappy ones I've been using for years. What are we doing now? I want to Google some stuff real quick. I simply care about comprehension this much, unfortunately. I'm going to Google biblical timeline again. Playing a video pop out. What are we talking about? Oh, my whole situation. I need more monitors. I really need a 3 monitor setup. I've been running off of 2 this entire time. I truly genuinely need 3. I use like a different timeline every time too, which is definitely a bad choice, but Okay. Wow, okay, the timeline I'm looking at is very interesting right now. You can't see it, obviously. I apologize. I'm too lazy to set it up, but I'm not too lazy to not want to learn. So the timeline I'm seeing right now is super interesting. It shows from 2100 years before birth of Christ, 2100 years before the Common Era, and it's showing Abraham in the land of Canaan, or what is Palestine. Abraham giving birth to Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, then Moses, then Joshua, and now we're into the era of kings, so David, Solomon, Elijah, Hezekiah. The temple then gets destroyed. The people are exiled to the area that is Assyria under Nebuchadnezzar, Daniel, Cyrus the First, king of Persia, which is where we currently are. And it says that the temple is being rebuilt under Ezra and Nehemiah. And then it says like not a lot's supposed to happen after that. So I have to wonder, like, what is the rest of the Old Testament going to be about? Abraham leaves Haran. Israel and Egypt, the birth of the nation. So this is them wandering the desert. The judges, the kings. The kingdom becomes divided between the northern tribes and the two southern tribes. So that's Israel versus Judah. Now I get it. So it's not that everyone left. It's more that there are two kind of kingdoms, Judah and Israel. Exiled for a while, exiled to Assyria. They were ruled by like the Babylonians and Persians. They are supposed to return eventually. And then the Greek and Roman rule is supposed to happen. And then it's so interesting. The timeline I'm looking at also shows when each of the sections were kind of written. It says Job was written the earliest. Then the Torah kicks in with Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Then Joshua was written, then Judges and Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel. David, Solomon stuff. Proverbs is going to be interesting. It'd be nice to hear the actual Proverbs sung. Kings were then written after the return from exile, actually, which makes sense because the Jews were trying to whitewash their history and look less terrible. Then 1st and 2nd Chronicles, Malachi, Ezra, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls. What the heck are the Dead Sea Scrolls? I don't know what that means. Jewish state destroyed. Revolt. Dispersion. What? Okay, let me Google something else then. Greek history timeline. Greece kicks in 800 years before the death of Christ, or the birth of Christ. Oh, come back. Which means like ancient Greek mythology, biblical mythology is older than biblical mythology or Greek mythology. Biblical mythology is truly older than Greek mythology. Is that truly true? Okay, I found a weird website, Greek mythology versus Christian timeline. What does that mean? Is this AI? This looks super AI. I'm not even going to look at this website if it's using AI. The Old Testament roots of Greek mythology. So the Christian God isn't based on the Greek gods. The Greek gods are based on the... But like, Just because the Bible says that these things happened when they did, that doesn't mean that history actually showed that people believed that way. This is so confusing. Greek mythology timeline. "750 years before Christ." When did Christianity take off? I want a timeline of when the number of people adhering to Christianity happened. Okay, I'm going to Google animated timeline of number of Christians. Okay, I found an interesting map simulation. Yeah, I'm Googling when did Christianity become the dominant religion in the Middle East? And I found a Wikipedia page titled Christianity in Pre-Islamic Arabia. Local polytheistic religions. In the 4th century, in the 300s, Christianity became the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. So like the stories of... Oh, let me go back to my biblical timeline. So in the 300s, suddenly all of this 2,000 years of mythology and alleged history became a thing in Rome. When did Christianity start becoming commonly practiced? Okay, I'm just back on the Wikipedia page of the history of Christianity. Great. You know what? I'm going to read through this. And you know what? To be doubly good, I'm going to go ahead and just read it and let you guys see it while I read it. Okay. Begins with Jesus, which means I should be Googling the history of Judaism, probably. Incarnation of God. Initially, Christianity was mostly an urban grassroots movement. In the 1st century, a formal church government developed. I probably need to Google the history of Judaism, because that's what came first. Western monks preserved culture and provided social services. Okay, so no, I need to Google the history of Judaism. Definitely. Today's feature article is about the Nation of Islam, the old cult. Malcolm X's cult? That's funny. It's interesting that they call it a religious organization and not a cult. Wow. Looks like they don't like calling it a cult. But like everything about it was a cult. When it happened. That's funny. Sorry, I clearly like learning, don't I? Weird. All right, Wikipedia, how do I just... Where's your search bar? Where's the search bar at? History of Judaism. Well, I kind of want history of the Jews and Judaism in the land of Israel. Maybe just Jewish history? Israelites and Hebrews of historic Israel and Judah. 2 kingdoms that merged in the Leviticus era. 720. Okay, so it's historically true that like the people were practicing this stuff and believing it. That wasn't like this was, I just want to know how common was it in the region at the time? How common were these beliefs and these practices? Were people reading from the Torah like as early as 1400? Maybe I need to Google the history of the Torah, really. Goy. Torah. Just scroll. Sure. Can I get like a timeline sort of thing? Date of compilation. Persian period. Oh, it's going to happen during Ezra. The Torah is kind of be like culturally significant and kind of finalized during the section we're reading right now. Adoption of Torah law. That's really interesting to me. When did this happen? Oh, okay. But that's a really useful, if I can get a citation on there. In the seminal Prolegomena zur Geschichte Israels, Julius Wellhausen argued that Judaism as a religion based on widespread observance of the Torah and its laws first emerged in 444 BCE, meaning that like what I think of as modern Abrahamic religion popped up at the same time as Greek mythology, like almost at the same time. Most scholars throughout the 20th centuries have accepted widespread Torah observance began sometime around the middle of the 5th century BCE. Really? Of Greek mythology. Really? It's so like these kind of come out as contemporaries. These didn't, it's not like one beat out the other. These were all simultaneous religions for the most part. Yeah. But like, when do we say it kind of started? That kind of infers that Greek mythology is a little bit older than the Abraham. I mean, 400 years is a lot of years, but in the grand scheme of things, what is this? Propagated an oral poetic tradition, most likely Minoan and Mycenaean singers starting in the 18th century BC? Okay, no, so Greek culture does win. It is way older than meaningful practice of Abrahamic. Like, I'm talking about the practice, the adoption, the, like, doing of it. How many people in the world, like, if there were a census of people in the world in the year, 500 BC, it seems there were definitely more people doing Greek mythology than there were people doing an Abrahamic mythology. Timeline of world mythologies. Here we go. That's fun. I've like looked at this before though. So Egyptian myths, super old. Egyptian at 4000 BCE. Gilgamesh kicks in, which I probably will have to read because like it's kind of the OG, right? Sumerian stuff is kicking in. Greek stuff is really taking off. Okay. Rome has been found. Book of Genesis is revised. Romulus and Remus. Aren't those the two brothers that built Rome? Right? Why do I know that? Why do I know that Romulus and Remus built Rome? Why do I know that? Where the hell have I read that? What document have I read in the past several years that taught me that? Why do I know that? That's not part of the Bible, is it? Where did I read this? Okay, whatever. Okay, so like in a way, wow, the Japanese Shinto religion is like super modern. Oh yeah, the old Hesiod, he wrote Theogony. I remember Theogony. So many things. I wish I could get a visual timeline of this. Oh my God, what is this document? What am I looking at? Okay, I'm opening this up. Whoa. What am I looking at? Okay. So you can't see it well, but I have it pulled up on my bigger screen. Hindu cosmology, Sumerian, Chinese mythology, Mayan, Old Persian, Old Testament, Greek. Okay, and it's divided in like a nonlinear section. This is so confusing. What is this document from? This is a weird document, and it's not super legible to me. All right, well, let me just look at the Old Testament, for example. God created land. He flooded things. Abraham to lead. Moses leads. Christ kicks in. Okay, at the same time, let's look at Greek in comparison. Creation, Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Heroic Age, Iron Age. I kind of want to know like who was first. Who was first? This document's not good enough for me. Also, it kind of seems sketchy. Oh my God, look at this. This is an insane. What are these documents, bro? The Evolutionary Tree of Myth and Religion, defined by Simon E. Davies. Are you legit or is this made up? There is so much going on. Wow, maybe I'm just not ready to learn this. Like maybe I genuinely am just not cognitively ready to absorb whatever the hell I was just looking at. That hurt my head. I think we're going back to reading. Okay, they're rebuilding the temple. That's what I know. Let's get it.
Rebuild this house of God on its site. 8. Moreover, I hereby decree what you are to do for these
study of
elders
our
of the
religion
Jews
is
in the construction of this
complicated.
house of God.
And I
The
knew that,
expenses of
but
these men are to be fully paid out of the royal
holy
treasury
cow.
from the revenues of Trans-Euphrates, so that the work will not stop.
Oh my God.
9. Whatever is needed, young bulls, rams, male lambs for burnt offerings to the God of heaven, and wheat, salt, wine, and oil, as requested by the priests in Jerusalem, must be given them daily without fail. 10. So that they may offer sacrifices pleasing to the God of heaven and pray for the well-being of the king.
I need to build a system where my microphone is
11.
not constantly being
I decree
bumped
that
into.
if anyone changes this edict, a beam is to be pulled from his house and he is to be lifted up and impaled on it.
Who's
and
impaled?
For this crime his house is to be made a pile of rubble.
What are we talking about?
God, who has
How did we get on that topic?
There, overthrow any king or people who lifts a hand to change this decree or to destroy this temple in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have decreed it. Let it be carried out with diligence.
Give me
13.
that ion cube
because of the
right
decree
now.
King Darius had sent
Ion cube.
governor of Trans-Euphrates, and
Yay, I'm
Shepher-Bozeman
holding a nuclear
and their
bomb in my
associates carried it out
hands.
with diligence. 14 So the elders of the Jews continued to build and prosper under the preaching of Haggai the prophet and
Yay,
Zechariah,
another ion
a descendant
cube.
of Iddo.
Yay.
They finished building the temple according to the command of the God of Israel and the decrees of Cyrus, Darius and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia.
Yep, kings of Persia. I'm
15
aware of
The
that at the
temple was
moment.
completed on the 3rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius.
Darius. Okay.
16 Then the people of
Don't mean
Israel,
much to
the
me, but
priests,
all right.
the Levites, and the rest of the exiles celebrated the dedication of the house of God with joy.
Okay, the exile is mostly over.
17 For the dedication of this house of God they offered 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 male lambs and, as a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, one for each of the tribes of Israel.
Which, again, were split between
18
Judah
They
and
installed the
Jerusalem.
priests in their divisions, and the
Jerusalem
Levites in
kind
their
of fell.
groups for
Everyone
the
got
service of
exiled.
God in
Judah
Jerusalem,
continued,
according
I
to
think.
what is written in the book of Moses. 19 On the 14th day of the first month,
Let me scan this,
the
it's useful.
exiles celebrated the Passover.
Passover time?
20 The
Man,
priests
I should
and
try, like,
Levites had
seeing if I can
purified
do these
themselves and
practices
were
with
all
some families in my
ceremonially
community.
clean.
Like,
The Levites
find a
slaughtered the
Jewish
Passover
community
lamb
and,
for all the exiles, for their brothers the priests and
like,
for
find some Jewish
themselves.
friends and like, observe and be
21
present with
So the
Passover. I know I
Israelites who
probably
had returned
couldn't
from the exile ate it,
practice
together
it,
with all who had
I'm
separated
pretty sure,
themselves from the unclean practices
with
of
them.
their Gentile
But it'd be
neighbors in
interesting
order to
to
seek the Lord, the God of
do
Israel.
practices with each of the big five world
22 For
religions.
7 days they
Every
celebrated
time I
with
get
joy
done
the
with a
feast
book,
of
it's going to
unleavened
be
bread,
finished off
because
by
the
trying
Lord
to
had
attend
filled them with
church
joy
or
by
attend
changing the
practice
attitude of the king of
with someone
Assyria, so that he assisted them in the work on the
and
house of
documenting the
God,
process.
the God of Israel.
And then maybe,
After
yeah,
these
engaging in
things,
some
during the
traditions.
reign of Artaxerxes king of Persia, Ezra son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah. 2 The son of Shallum, the
Oh
son
yeah,
of
isn't this like
Zadok,
a doomsday
the son
device
of
that failed?
Ahitub.
This
3
I
The
love
son
this
of
game.
Amariah, the son of Azariah,
It's nice to play on my
the son
own
of Meraioth.
in like peace and quiet and
For
just
the
kind
son
of
of
be present for the
Zerahiah, the
story.
son of Uzzi, the son of Buki.
But this is good too.
5 The son of
It's fun no
Abishua,
matter
the
what.
son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the chief priest.
Aaron, the brother of
6
Moses?
Ezra came up from Babylon. He was a teacher well versed in the law of Moses, which the Lord, the God of Israel, had given.
Okay, time
The
to get
king had
stabbed.
granted him everything
Very
he
important to
asked,
get
for
stabbed.
the hand of the Lord his God was on him.
E, there we go. All right, time to get stabbed.
7 Some of the Israelites, including priests, Levites, singers, gatekeepers and temple servants, also came up to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. 8 Ezra arrived in Jerusalem in the 5th month
stabbed.
of the 7th year of the king. 9 He had begun his journey from Babylon on the 1st day of the 1st month, and he arrived in Jerusalem
The
on the
planet is
1st
under
day
quarantine.
of the 5th month, for the gracious hand of his God
When
was on
is the Aurora going to
10 For
explode?
Ezra had devoted himself to the study and
Oh no, it already did
observance of
explode.
the
I
law
forgot.
of the Lord, and to teaching its decrees
Okay, I've
and
done
laws
this.
in Israel. 11 This is a copy of the letter King Artaxerxes had given to Ezra the priest and teacher, a man learned in matters concerning the commands and decrees of the Lord for Israel. 12
Artaxerxes, King of Kings.
to Ezra the priest, a teacher of the law of the God of heaven, greetings.
Heaven has not been
13
mentioned
Now
super
I
often.
decree that any of the Israelites in my kingdom, including priests and Levites, who wish to go to Jerusalem with you, may go. 14 You are sent by the king and his 7 advisers to inquire about Judah and Jerusalem with regard to the law of your God, which is in your hand. 15 Moreover, you are to take with you the silver and gold that the king and his advisers have freely given to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem. 16 Together with all the silver and gold you may obtain from the province of Babylon, as well as the freewill offerings of the people and priests for the temple of their God in Jerusalem.
Terrifying location, frankly.
17 With this money be sure to buy bulls, rams and male lambs, together with their grain offerings and drink offerings, and sacrifice them on the altar of the temple of your God in Jerusalem. 18 You and your brother Jews may then do whatever seems best with the rest of the silver and
I've always
gold,
been flipping back and forth on whether or not the term Jew is offensive.
19 Deliver
You,
to the
you can
God
just
of
kind of
Jerusalem
tell when
all the
someone's being
articles
anti-Semitic.
entrusted to you for worship in the temple
You
of
can
your
you can
God.
tell when they're like they're using the word
20
Jew in a
And
very
anything else
specific
needed
way
for the temple of your
that is
God
different
you may
from
have
like
occasion to
Jew in an
supply, you may
academic
provide from
sense.
the royal treasury.
This person, you know, this group
21
of people
Now
were
I,
Jews.
King
they were
Artaxerxes, order all the
such
treasurers
and
of
such, right?
Trans-Euphrates to provide with diligence
Go away,
whatever
Warper.
Ezra
What the
the
heck?
priest, a teacher of the law of the God of heaven,
Where
may
the heck
ask
is
of you.
my submarine. There we go. Okay.
22 up to 100 talents of silver, 100 cores of wheat, 100 baths of wine,
Yeah, I don't
100
know.
baths of olive oil,
It's just
and
the
salt without limit.
I had a student once tell
23
me that
whatever the
like
God of
using the
heaven
term
has
Jew was
prescribed,
offensive.
Let it be done with diligence for the temple of the God of heaven.
It's because I
Why
said it
should there
wrong
be
the first
wrath
time. I
against
was
the
just
realm
like,
of
oh,
the
I didn't know
king
you
and
were a
of his
Jew.
sons?
And like
24
a
you are
Jew,
also to know that you have
I
no
realize
authority
now
to
is like
impose taxes,
not the
tribute,
right way
or
to say
duty on
that.
any of the priests,
But then
Levites,
also a lot
singers,
of the legal
gatekeepers,
documents and
temple
the
servants, or
data
other
is
workers
people
at this house of
saying
God.
Jew, a Jew,
25
stuff like
and you,
that.
Ezra, in accordance with the wisdom
I don't
of
know,
your
it's just hard to
God,
tell.
which you possess, appoint
Realistically, we got to
magistrates
keep
and
in mind
judges
that
to administer justice to all the people
like
of Trans-Euphrates, all who
there's a
know
lot
the
of
laws your
hypervigilance
God.
due to
And
the
you are to
history.
teach any who do not
Oh,
know
I'm
them.
at crush depth. Holy crap.
26 Whoever does not obey the law of your God and the law of the king must surely be punished by death, banishment, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. 27 Praise be to the Lord, the God of our fathers, who has put it into the king's heart to bring honor to the house of the Lord in
Bench.
Jerusalem
Not
in
that
this
useful
way.
to me.
28 And who has extended
Yeah, I
his
don't
good
know.
favor to me before the king
Yeah,
and
I
his
still, to this
advisors
day,
and
I
all
think
the
I'm just
king's
going to avoid
powerful
saying the
officials.
phrase like a Jew
Because the
ever.
hand of the Lord my God
Forever.
was on me, I took courage and gathered leading men from Israel
Jewish,
to go up with me.
Israelite, practitioner of
These are the
Judaism,
family
stuff like
heads
that.
and
That'll be the preferred
those
language.
registered with them who came
If we're
up
trying
with
to
me
say it
from
right.
Babylon during the reign of King Artaxerxes. 2 of the descendants of Phinehas, Gershom; of the descendants of Ithamar, Daniel; of the descendants of
The
David,
propulsion cannon
Hattush.
would be useful right now.
3
Technically,
of the
you're
descendants
supposed to
of
bring it with you to the
Shechaniah, of the
Aurora. Like
descendants
you're
of
kind of
Parash,
supposed to
Zechariah, and
to
with
move
him
some
were
items
registered
around. But usually you can
150
just
men.
like glitch the game and get around it.
4 of the descendants of Pahath Moab, Elihoenai son of Zerahiah, and with him 200 men. 5 of the descendants of Zattu, Shechaniah son of Jahaziel, and with him 300 men. 6 of the descendants of Adin, Ebed son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. 7 of the descendants of Elam, Jeshaiah son of Athaliah,
Leave me
and with him
alone. Why
70
are you
men.
bothering me? Leave
8
me
of the
alone.
descendants of
Leave me alone, Bone
Shephatiah,
Shark. Leave me
Zebediah
alone.
son of Michael,
Leave me
and with him 80
alone.
men. 9 of the
Bone Shark, I
descendants
swear
of
to God,
Joab,
I'm
Obadiah
mostly a
son of
pacifist, but
Jehiel,
I will
and
make
with
you
him
go away. Thank you.
218 men.
Leave me alone.
10 of the descendants of
Heck.
Bani, Shelemith son of Joseph.
Why are you doing that? I swear on my life.
160 men.
Go away.
11 of the descendants of Bibai, Zechariah son of Bibai, and with him 28
Who
men.
is Bebe?
12 of the descendants of Azgad,
Stop
Johanan
introducing
son of
new
Hakatan,
characters
and
without
with him
context.
110 men.
It's bad
13
writing.
of the descendants of Adonikam, the last ones, whose names were Eliphalet, Joel, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 men. 14 of the descendants of Bigvai, Uthai, and Zachar,
Bigvai?
and with them 70 men.
Who is Big Vi?
15 I assembled them at the canal that flows toward Ahava.
Why are we naming
and
people
camped
like
there
this?
3 days. When I checked among the people and the priests,
See, that's what I need a
found
laser
no
cutter for,
Levites
to
there.
get into that door.
16
What is this?
So I summoned Eliezer,
Swing charge fins.
Ariel,
Those might be
Shemaiah,
relevant.
Elnathan, Jerib, Elnathan, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshullam, who were
Hydrochloric
leaders,
acid.
and Joyarib and
Oh, that's
Elnathan,
for the swim
who were
charge
men
fins,
of learning.
isn't it? Men of learning.
17 And
Me
I
too,
sent
bro.
them
Me
to
too.
Iddo, the leader in Cassiphia.
I really do be learning,
I
bro.
told them what to say to Iddo and
Great
his
fun.
kinsmen, the temple servants in
Let me
Cassiphia,
in.
so that they
Oh my
might bring
God.
attendance to us for the house of our God.
Are we sure there's not
18
another
Because the
propulsion
gracious hand
rifle
of our
fragment
God was
somewhere?
on us, they brought us Sherebiah, a capable man, from the descendants of Mali son of Levi, the son of Israel, and
Where's my thing?
Sherebiah's sons and brothers.
Why are these
18
bone
men.
sharks so aggressive? They weren't even infected.
19 And
They're just
Hashabiah,
being
together
aggressive.
with Jeshaiah from the descendants of Merari,
For reasons
and
I
his
don't
brothers and
understand.
nephews, 20 men. 20 They also brought 220 of the temple servants, a body that David and the officials had established to assist the Levites. All were registered by name. 21 There, by the Ahava canal, I proclaimed a fast, so that we might humble ourselves before our God and ask
Okay,
him
so
for a safe
Cyrus
journey
is a
for us
pious
and our
man or
children,
what?
with all our possessions. 22
It's like
I
still a
was
little
ashamed
unclear to me.
ask the king for soldiers and horsemen to protect us from enemies on the road, because we had
Ooh,
told
is that the
king,
last engine
"The
fragment?
gracious
That would
hand
be
of our
huge.
God
That
is
means I
on
can build the
everyone who
Cyclops
looks to
already.
him,
Oh my
but his
god.
great anger is against all who
Crazy
forsake him."
progress, honestly. Crazy
23
progress.
So we
Okay, give me the
fasted and
propulsion rifle
petitioned
and I
our
will
God
feel ready
about
to do
this,
the
and
entire
he
next
answered
section
our
of the game.
prayer. 24 Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, together with Sherebiah, Hashabiah, and 10 of their
Bone
brothers.
Shark, leave me alone.
25 And I weighed out to them the offering of silver and gold and the articles that the king,
Dang it.
his advisors, his officials, and all Israel present there had donated for the house of our God.
I just don't have the right items yet. I don't
26
have what I
weighed
need
out
to
them
finish this.
650 talents of silver, silver articles weighing 100 talents, 100 talents of gold. 2,720 bowls of gold valued at 1,000 darics, and 2 fine articles of polished bronze, as precious as gold. 28
Polished
I said
bronze,
to them,
huh?
You as well as these articles are consecrated to the Lord. The
Okay,
silver and
we're
gold
going
are a
to
freewill
head
offering
back
the
to
Lord,
the
God
ship.
of your fathers.
Make the items we need.
29 Guard them carefully
And get
until
going.
you weigh them out in the chambers of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem before the leading priests and the Levites and the family heads of Israel.
Bone Shark, leave me alone.
30 Then the priests and Levites received the silver and gold and sacred articles that
Oh
had
my
been
God,
weighed
is
out
that
to be taken to the house of our
the
God in
fragment I need?
Jerusalem.
Ah, stasis rifle.
31
No.
On the 12th day of the first month we set out from the Ahava Canal
Please.
to go to Jerusalem. The hand of our
Game,
God was on
I'm
us,
so
and he protected
occupied
us from enemies and bandits along the
making
way.
sense of all this biblical stuff.
32 So we
Just be
arrived
easy
in
on me.
Jerusalem, where we rested 3 days.
It's a good thing I did not choose to play in
33
hardcore
On the
because
4th day, in the house of our God,
I think
we
I would have
weighed out
lost
the
it by
silver
now.
and gold and the
Had I done
sacred
that?
articles into the hands of Mirmoth son of Uriah, the priest. Eleazar son of Phinehas was with him, and so were the Levites Joseph
Stasis
son
rifle.
of Jeshua and
God dang it, I
Noadiah
don't
son
want
of
that. I
Binnui.
don't need it. It's not useful for what I need.
34 Everything was accounted for by number
I need
and
the
weight,
propulsion
and
cannon.
the entire weight was recorded at that time. 35 Then the exiles who had returned from captivity sacrificed burnt offerings to the God of Israel, 12 bulls for all Israel, 96
Wow,
rams,
geothermal vent up here, huh?
77 male lambs and,
Oh.
as a sin offering, 12 male goats. All
Is this the
was a
thing I
burnt
just looked at?
offering to the
Yeah, it
Lord.
is. I'm just stupid. Okay.
36 They also
Dude, I
delivered the
cannot go
king's
down there.
orders
It's
to
too
the
deep.
royal satraps and to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, who then gave assistance to the people and to the house of God. 9 After these things had been done, the
Bone
leaders
Shark,
came
leave
to
me
and
alone.
said, "The
I
people
don't
of
recall you
Israel,
guys being this
including the
aggressive before.
priests and the
Is that a
Levites,
drill
have
fragment
not
for a...
kept themselves separate neighboring peoples from the with their detestable
Cool, that works for
practices,
me.
like those of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites,
okay.
Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites,
Okay, we are down to
Egyptians,
47%
and
integrity.
Amorites. 2 They have
I gotta
taken
stop
some
hitting
of their
stuff.
daughters as wives for themselves and their sons, and have mingled the holy race
Uh-oh,
with
they
the
mingled the
peoples
holy
around
race
them.
with other people. God
And
hates
the
that.
leaders and officials have led the way in this unfaithfulness.
God really hates when you do
3
that.
When I heard
God's
this,
low-key a
I tore my
eugenicist.
tunic and cloak, pulled hair from my head and beard and sat down appalled.
That's an interesting
For
kind
then
of
everyone who trembled
historical through line, I just realized. The Bible has a really significant focus on like genetic and racial purity. And that same philosophy is what was used to oppress the Jewish people during the Second World War. A philosophy of supremacy and being chosen and special came out of this history and then was applied on that same people by a different dominant group. I've never put that together. I mean, I've put together the fact that, like, the modern state of Israel is a supremacist Zionist state, right? Like, yeah, I get that. And how it's being applied to excuse and validate the genocide of the Palestinian people by the state of Israel. But that's like modern, like, that's like past 60 years type stuff. But this document, this ancient document, which is, you know, thousands of years old, 3,000 years old or something. The Torah will likely repeat this, I imagine. There's this really big emphasis on like God's chosen people being supreme and better for having been chosen by God. And it's that exact same old philosophy of supremacy and elitism and being chosen and being special. It's that exact same philosophy that the Nazis weaponized in the Second World War to genocide Jewish people. It's the same thing. I've been interested in making a video on it eventually, but like, technically, I feel like the most universal term for what I'm describing isn't just a philosophy of supremacy, it's a philosophy of dehumanizing other people. Like, that is fundamentally the issue and what we're talking about here. But it's, you know, it's one of those things that philosophically is so hard to resolve, because it's like, how do you make a strict rule against all dehumanization of all? Like, how do you make a strict rule? I mean, like a truly Jesus level, funny reference, right? A truly Jesus level degree of like, I will never ever dehumanize another being. How does a person attain that level of moral purity while also acknowledging the fact that there are like humans who do horrifying things? How do you square that circle? Because it's obvious that the philosophy of supremacy and dehumanization, like, always has been and always will be used to hurt people, as the Nazis did, as the state of Israel does now, as China does against that one indigenous group of people. I don't know much about anything. Like, it's a miracle I even know anything about this stuff. But China, I think, is doing a genocide against the Uyghurs. I don't know much about anything. That's why I'm doing this. I'm sure I'll learn more about this stuff later as I keep researching things. But yeah, it's like practically the only context is that, what was I going to say? Supremacy is dehumanization of another group. It's the uplifting of one group for the dehumanization of another, right? It always leads to genocide. It always leads to extraordinary harm and death and harm. But simultaneously, like, we need to practice the paradox of tolerance and say that, like, doing terrible things is bad, and people who do those things should be treated differently to protect everyone else. How do you do that without engaging in dehumanization, or which then leads to supremacy and then leads to state-sanctioned harm? I mean, as an anarchist, the logical thing to say is like, we'll just take the state out of it and then people can defend themselves. Yeah, great. I'm all about that. But like, how do we do that without killing 1 billion people in a global revolution where billions of people die in the process? I don't know. Maybe I should stop trying to solve all the world's problems as one random idiot from Ohio.
Trembled at the words of the God of Israel gathered around me because of this unfaithfulness of the exiles. And I sat there appalled until the evening sacrifice. 5 Then, at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my self-abasement, with my tunic and cloak torn, and fell on my knees with my hands spread out to the Lord my God. 6 And prayed, O my God, I am too ashamed and disgraced to lift up my face to you, my God, because our sins are higher than our heads and our guilt has reached to the heavens.
Need more water.
7 From the days of our forefathers until now, our guilt has been great. Because of our sins, we and our kings and our priests have been subjected to the sword and captivity, to pillage and humiliation at the hand of foreign kings, as it is today.
The Lord has been gracious.
8 But now, for a brief moment, the Lord our God has been gracious in leaving us a remnant and giving us a firm place in his sanctuary, and so our God gives light to our eyes and a little relief in our bondage. 9 Though we are slaves, our God has not deserted us in our bondage. He has shown us kindness in the sight of the kings of Persia. He has granted us new life to rebuild the house of our God and repair its ruins, and he has given us a wall of protection.
Hey, what am I
in
building?
Judah and Jerusalem.
I'm going to try to build a
10 But now,
laser cutter.
O our God, what can we say after this? For we have disregarded the commands. 11
Laser
You
cutter
gave to
time?
your servants the prophets when you said, the land you are entering to possess is
Laser
a
cutter?
land polluted by the corruption of its peoples. By their detestable practices they have
Okay,
filled
that'll
it
be
with
useful
their
for later.
impurity from one end to the other.
What do I do with the 1,000
therefore,
other objects
do
that I
not give
have
your
on me
daughters
right
in
now.
marriage to their sons or take their daughters for your sons.
What do I do with this?
Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them at any time, that you may be strong and eat the good things of the land and leave it to your children as
I don't
an
have the builder
everlasting
yet.
inheritance.
The builder can be found on the other island, I'm almost certain.
13 What has happened to us is a result of our evil deeds and our great guilt, and yet,
Unless the habitat
our
builder
God,
is default.
You have punished us less than our sins have deserved and have given us a remnant like this.
It is!
14 Shall we again break your commands and intermarry?
Okay, I'm
with
gonna
the
build a
peoples
basic
who
base and
commit
start
such
putting away
detestable
supplies.
practices? Would you not be angry enough with us to destroy us, leaving us no remnant or survivor? 15 O Lord, God of Israel, you are righteous. We are left this day as a remnant. Here we are before you in our guilt, though because of it not one of us can stand in your presence. 10 While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping, and throwing himself down before the house of God, a large crowd of Israelites, men, women, and children gathered around him.
Do I have any copper?
They too
I'm really
wept
low on
bitterly.
copper, I think. I am. I'm super low on
Then
copper.
Shechaniah son of Jehiel, one of the descendants of Elam, said to Ezra, We have been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the peoples around us. But in spite of this, there is still hope for Israel. 3 Now let us make a covenant before our God to send away all these women and their children, in accordance with the counsel of my Lord and of those who fear the commands of our God. Let it be done according to the law. For rise up, this matter is in your hands. We will support you, so take courage and do it. 5 So
I just
Ezra
have too
rose
many
up
items
and
on
put the
me. I
leading
really,
priests
truly do.
and Levites and all Israel under oath
Oh,
to do
good
what had been
God.
suggested. And they took the oath. 6 Then Ezra withdrew from
Oh, my
before
sea
the
glide's
house
dead
of God
right now.
and went
Maybe I
to
can
the
just
room of
drop it.
Jehohanan son of Eliashib. While he was there, he ate no food and drank no water, because he continued to mourn over the unfaithfulness of the exiles. 7 A proclamation was then issued throughout Judah and Jerusalem for all the exiles to assemble in Jerusalem. 8 Anyone who failed to appear within 3 days would forfeit all his property, in accordance with the decision of the officials and elders, and would himself be expelled from the assembly of the exiles.
Copper is what
9
I
Within the
need.
3 days, all the men of Judah and Benjamin had gathered in Jerusalem.
Where's the copper at?
And on the 20th day of the 9th month,
Where'd the
all
copper
the people
go?
were sitting
Oh,
in
there
the
it is.
square before the house of God, greatly distressed by the occasion and because of the rain.
Getting a high-capacity
10
oxygen
Then
tank
Ezra
this
the
early in the
priest stood
game
up and said to them,
has
"You have
been massively
unfaithful.
beneficial.
You have married
I wonder
foreign
what the
women,
rules are
adding
for
to Israel's guilt.
like glitchless speed
11
runs.
Now make confession to the Lord, the God of your fathers.
What happens
and
if
do
you
his
get
will.
one of those random drops and
Separate
it just
yourselves
happens
from
to
the
be
peoples around you and from your foreign
filled with
wives.
super useful stuff early on?
12 The whole assembly responded with a loud
I should
voice,
Google that.
You are right. We must do as you say. 13 But there are many people here and it is the rainy season, so we cannot stand outside. Besides, this matter cannot be taken care of in a day or two.
Okay, so the Jewish
because we
people are
have
sort of
sinned
taking
greatly in this
responsibility
thing.
for their history.
14 Let
They're
our
still
officials
slaves under
act for
Persia.
the whole assembly. Then let everyone in our towns who has married a foreign woman come at a set time, along with the elders and judges of each town, until the fierce anger of our God in this matter is turned away from us. 15 Only Jonathan son of Asahel and Jotziah son of
Oh my
Tikva,
God, I don't have enough
supported by Meshullam and
mushrooms somehow.
Shabbathai the Levite, opposed this.
Be ridiculous.
16 So the exiles did as was proposed. Ezra the priest selected men who were family heads, one from each family division, and all of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month they sat down to investigate the cases. 17 And by the first day of the first month they finished dealing with all the men
Okay,
who had married
build a basic
foreign
habitat
women.
real quick.
18
Eat up some
Among the descendants of
supplies.
the priests, the following had
I'll
married
need some
foreign
lead.
women, from the descendants of Jeshua son of Jozadak, and his brothers, Messiah, Eleazar, Jerib and Gedaliah. 19 They all gave their hands
Quick
in pledge to put away
foundation.
their wives, and for their guilt they each presented a ram from the flock as a guilt
Okay,
offering.
give me a single... I don't even have a
20
multi-purpose
from the
room that I can
descendants
make.
of
I'm so stupid.
Hanani and Zebediah.
Okay, now we need titanium.
21 From the descendants of Haram, Messiah, Elijah, Shemaiah,
Whatever, as long as I can make
Jehiel,
like a
and
single locker,
22
that'll be enough.
From the descendants of Pashur, Elioenai, Messiah, Ishmael, Nethanel, Jozabad and Elasa. 23 among the
I'm gonna
Levites,
need way more
Jozabad, Shimi,
titanium
Goliah, that
right
is,
now.
Kelita, Pethahiah, Judah and Eleazar. 24 from the singers, Eliashib. From the gatekeepers, Shallum, Telem and Uri. 25 and among the other Israelites, from the descendants of Parash, Ramiah, Izziah, Malchijah, Mijamin, Eleazar, Malchijah and Benaiah.
I forgot my inventory is super full.
26
This is
from the
annoying.
descendants
I
of
hate when this
Elam,
finally happens in
Mattaniah,
games like this.
Zechariah,
Whether it's Minecraft or
Jehiel,
Subnautica,
Abdi,
any game,
Jerimoth, and
at some point you
Elijah.
just kind of max your inventory, even if you're
27 from the
efficient.
descendants of Zatu, Elioenai, Eliashib,
It makes me annoyed.
Mattaniah, Jerimoth, Zabad and Aziza. 28 from the descendants of Bibai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabbai and Athli. 29 from the descendants of Bani, Meshullam, Malach, Adaiah, Jashub, Sheol and Jerimoth. 30 from the descendants of Pahath Moab, Adnah, Kelal, Benaiah, Messiah, Mattaniah, Bezalel,
To make a
Binnui,
thing, I will need
Manasseh.
quartz, which I don't have much
And
of.
31 from the descendants of Haram, Eleazar, Ishijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon. 32 Benjamin, Malach and Shemariah. 33 from the descendants of Hazhum, Mattanai, Mattada, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremiah, Manasseh and Shimi.
So to some degree, is the Bible
34
exceptional
from the
because it
descendants of
categorizes
Bani,
so much
Madai,
cultural
Amram,
history?
Ewell. 35 Benaiah, Bediah, Kaluhi.
Like that's what makes it
36
kind of
Vanya,
exceptional
Miramoth,
from just a
Eliashib.
historical academic perspective.
37 Mattaniah, Mattanai and Jasu. 38 from the descendants of Binnui, Shimi.
Ow.
39 Shelemiah, Nathan, Adaiah.
My character needs to eat,
40
apparently.
Machnadabai, Shashai, Sharai. 41 Azrael, Shelemiah, Shemariah. 42 Shallum, Amariah and Joseph. 43 from the descendants of Nebo, Jeel, Mattathiah, Zabad, Zabina, Jaddai, Joel and Benaiah. 44 All these had married foreign
Dang it,
women,
dang it, dang
and
it.
some of them had children by these wives. Nehemiah. Commands.
It is now time for Nehemiah. Ezra is over. What's going to happen now?
Decrees and laws you gave your servant Moses. 1 The words of Nehemiah son of Hakaliah,
Whenever I get
in
to
the month of Kislev in
the
20th
songs,
year, while I was in the citadel of
Psalms?
Susa.
There's like a section
To
that's going to be
Hanani,
all
one of
songs.
my
I might
brothers,
even pull up like a
came from
YouTube
Judah with
playlist
some
of
other men,
people singing
and I
it
questioned
instead of
him about the Jewish remnant that survived the exile, and also
reading
about
it.
Jerusalem. 3 They said to me, those who survived the exile
What am I doing?
and are back in the province are in great
I'm
trouble
building
and
a
disgrace.
hatch.
The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates have been burned with fire.
And now I need to build like a singular solar panel.
For when I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some days I mourned and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven.
Cool. Singular solar panels enough.
5 Then I said, O Lord,
And then I need
God
to make
of
a
heaven, the
locker
great
out of
and awesome
titanium. And I
God,
can move that
who
over
keeps
to
his
the
covenant of
Cyclops
love
whenever I
with
get it
those
built.
who love him and obey his commands.
I doubt I have enough titanium. I do
6
not.
Let your ear be attentive and your eyes open to hear the prayer your servant is praying before you day and night for your servants, the people of Israel. I confess the sins we Israelites, including myself and my father's house, have committed against you. 7 We have acted very wickedly toward you. We have not obeyed the
Laws of Moses? I'm just
8
guessing.
Inch
He's about
Remember
to say
the
that.
instruction you gave your servant
Yep.
Moses.
It's always something
saying,
about Moses,
if
huh?
you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the nations. 9 But if you return to me and obey my commands, then even if your exiled people are at the farthest horizon, I will gather them from there and bring them to the place I have chosen as a dwelling for my name. 10 Inch They are your servants and your people, whom you redeemed by your great strength and your mighty hand. 11 O Lord, let your ear be attentive to the prayer of this your servant and to the prayer of your servants who delight in revering your name. Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man. I was cupbearer to the king. 2 Inches The month of Nisan in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought for him, I took
All
the
of this
wine
to
and
build
gave it
a
to the
locker,
king.
by the way.
I had not been sad in his
It's all I've
presence
achieved in
before.
building. is a singular locker.
2. So the king
So I can
asked
just
me,
dump this
why
stuff in
does your
here.
face look so sad
Here
when
we
you are
go.
not ill?
Dumping stuff into
This
here.
can be nothing but sadness of heart. I was very much afraid. 3. But I said to the king, may the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad when the city where my fathers are buried lies in ruins, and its gates have been destroyed by fire? For the king said to me, what is it you want? Then I prayed to the God of heaven. 5. And I answered the king, if
With
it pleases
that,
the
I
king
think I'm
and
ready
if
to
your
go to the
servant has
Aurora.
found favor in his sight,
Clear it
let him
out.
send me to the city in Judah where my fathers are buried so that I can rebuild it.
Med kit. There should be
6. Then
plenty
the
of water
king,
in the
with
Aurora. There
queen
almost
sitting
always
beside
is.
him, asked me, "How
And there'll
long will
be
your
plenty of
journey
nutrient
take,
blocks too that I
and
can
when will you
eat. So
get
I'm
back?"
just not even gonna
It pleased
take
the
much
king
food.
to
I always
send
end
me,
up overpacking
so I set a
food to go to the
time.
Aurora.
7. I also said to
With
him,
this in
if
mind,
it pleases the king, may
I
I
think
have
I'm good.
letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so that they will
Let's do
provide
it.
me safely
Aurora
back
time.
until I arrive
Wait,
in
let me
Judah.
check. Do I have the right
8.
repair
And may I have a
tool,
letter to
laser
Azaph,
cutter,
keeper of
scanner?
the
Let's
king's
get it. We're
forest,
doing it.
so he will
Aurora
give me
time.
timber to make beams for the gates of the citadel by the temple and for the city wall and for the residence
Should
I
be
will
over here.
occupy.
Nope. Okay, where the heck
And
is it?
because the
Where am I
gracious
looking?
hand of my God was upon me,
Here, this
the
way.
king granted my requests. 9. So I went to the governors of Trans-Euphrates and gave them the king's letters. The king had also sent army officers and cavalry with me.
Oh my God.
10. When Sanballat
All right,
the
3.5
Horonite
hours
and
of
Tobiah
streaming.
the Ammonite official heard about this,
Big
they were very much
progress,
disturbed that
which is
someone had
great.
come to promote the welfare of the Israelites.
I'm just tired.
11. I went to Jerusalem, and after staying there 3 days. 12. I set out during the night with a few men.
Can't wait for
I
the
had not
Torah
told
to literally
anyone
be
what my
the
God had
exact
put in
same
my heart to do
document.
for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding
And
on.
then the Quran
13.
is just
By
going to be the
night I went
Torah
out through the valley
again
gate toward
with
the
some
Jackal
new
Well
rules,
and the
I
Dung
guess.
Gate, examining the walls
Muhammad
of Jerusalem,
stuff,
which
I
had been
guess.
broken down, and its gates, which had been destroyed by fire. 14. Then I moved on toward the fountain gate and the king's pool, but there was not enough room for my mount to get through. 15. So I went up the valley by night, examining the wall. Finally, I turned
Oh, I
back
think I'm
and
taking the
re-entered
habitat
through
builder
the
when I
valley
don't
gate.
need it. Well, whatever. Who cares? It'll be
16.
fine.
The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, because as yet I had said nothing to the Jews or the priests or nobles or officials or any others who would be doing the work. 17. Then I said to them, you see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem
Oh, this is the
lies in
upside
ruins,
down
and
one.
its
The
gates have been
people in
burned
this
with
one
fire.
likely were killed by a reaper,
Come,
right?
let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. 18. I also told them about the gracious hand of my
What is
God
this,
upon me
rebreather?
and what the
Creature
king had
decoy.
said to me. They replied, let us start rebuilding. So they began this good work.
Relevant.
19. But when
All
Sanballat
right, we're at
the
100%
Horonite,
hull integrity for the
Tobiah
time
the
being.
Ammonite official and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked and ridiculed us. What is this you are doing? They asked. Are you rebelling against the king?
Where is he?
20. I answered them by saying, the God of heaven will
He's gotta
give
be
us
somewhere.
success. We his servants will start rebuilding, but as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it. 3. Eliashib the high priest and his fellow
Let's do it.
priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate.
Get rid of the radiation.
They dedicated
can wear
it and
different
set
suits.
its doors in place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated, and as far as the Tower of Hananel.
I will say, every time
2.
when
The
I'm
men
playing
of
this game
Jericho built the
seriously,
adjoining section, and Zachar son
and I
of
can actually
Imri
listen
built
to the
next
audio and
them.
get more immersed,
3.
being
The
on the
fish
Aurora
gate
is
was rebuilt by the
terrifying the
sons of
entire
Hassenaah.
time. Oh, I totally forgot
They
to bring
laid
a
its
freaking
beams
fire
and put its
extinguisher. God
doors
dang
and
it.
bolts
I even
and
saved
bars
mine
in
from the
place.
beginning.
For
Fire
Mirmoth,
extinguishers
son
become
of
super
Uriah,
important for
the
this
son
section of the game.
Hakaz, repaired the next section. Next to him Meshullam son of Berechiah, the son of Meshizabel, made repairs, and next to him Zadok son of Bana also made repairs. 5. The next section was repaired by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their shoulders to the work under their supervisors. 6. The Jeshanah gate was repaired by
Fire
Joiada son
extinguisher,
of Paseah
yep.
and
I'll be
Meshullam son
carrying
of
that on me
Besadiah.
now.
They laid its beams and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. 7. Next to them, repairs were made by men from Gibeon and Mizpah-Melatiah of Gibeon and Jadon of Meronoth, places under the authority of the governor of Trans-Euphrates. 8 Uzziel son of Harhiah,
And this is
one
the
of the
rest of
goldsmiths,
this thing, isn't
repaired
it?
the next
Yeah,
section,
god dang
and
it.
Hananiah, one of the perfume makers, made repairs next to that. They restored Jerusalem as far as the broad wall. 9 Rephaiah son of Hur, ruler of a half-district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section. 10 Adjoining this, Jediah son of Harumaph made repairs opposite his house, and Haddash son of Hashabniah made repairs next to him.
It's just annoying to look at. Makes it hard to see stuff.
11 Malkijah son of Haram and Hashub son of Pahath
Okay, cargo bay
repaired
code
another
has been
section and the Tower of
accessed.
the Ovens. 12 Shalom son of Halahesh, ruler of a half-district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section with the help of his daughters. 13 The Valley Gate was repaired by Hanan and the residents
Battery,
of Zanoah.
useful, thank you.
They rebuilt it and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. They also repaired 500 yards of the wall as far as the Dung Gate. 14 The Dung Gate was repaired by Malkijah son of Rechab, ruler of the district of Beth Hakkerem.
Okay, I remember how to do this, I
He
think.
rebuilt it and put its doors and bolts and bars in place.
Oh, okay.
15 The Fountain Gate was repaired by Shallun son of Kalhoz, ruler of the district of Mizpah. He rebuilt it, roofing it over and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. He also repaired the wall of the Pool of Siloam by the king's garden, as far as the steps going down from the city of David. 16 Beyond him, Nehemiah son of Azbuk, ruler of a half-district of Beth Zur, made repairs up to a point opposite the tombs of David, as far as the artificial pool and the house of the heroes.
Okay, come on, let me up.
17 Next to him, the repairs were made by
There's
the
no way that you
Levites
can't
under
still do
Reham's
this.
son
I've done this like
Bani.
100 times.
Beside him, Hashabiah, ruler of half the district of Keilah, carried out repairs for his district.
There we go, got it.
Next
Easy
to him,
peasy.
the repairs were made by their countrymen under Binnui son of Henadad, ruler of the other half-district of Keilah. 19 Next to him, Ezer son of Jeshua, ruler of Mizpah, repaired another section, from a point facing the ascent to the armory as far as the angle. 20 Next to him, Baruch son of Zabbai zealously repaired another section, from the angle to the entrance of the house of Eliashib the high priest. 21 Next to him, Mirmoth son of Uriah, the son of Hakaz, repaired another section, from the entrance of Eliashib's house to the angle.
A desk. Wonderful. So useful.
22 The repairs next to him were made by the priests from the surrounding region. 23 Beyond them, Benjamin and Hashub made repairs in front of their house, and next to them, Azariah son of Messiah, the son of Ananiah, made repairs beside his house. 24 Next to him, Binnui son of Henadad repaired another section, from Azariah's house to the angle and the corner. 25 And Palal son of Uzai worked opposite the angle and the tower projecting from the upper palace near the court of the guard. Next to him, Pedaiah son of Parash.
Here we go.
26 And the temple servants living on the hill of Ophel made repairs up to a point opposite the water gate toward the east and the projecting tower. 27 Next to them, the men of Tekoa repaired another section, from the great projecting tower to the wall of Ophel.
Seamouth Bay, this needs to be repaired in order to get in.
The priests made repairs, each in front of his own house. 29 Next to them, Zadok son of Immer made repairs opposite his house. Next to him, Shemaiah son of Shechaniah, the guard at the east gate, made repairs. 30 Next to him, Hananiah son of Shelemiah, and Hanan, the sixth son of Zalaph,
repaired
really another section.
Don't really know why I'm scanning it, but
Next
whatever.
to them, Meshullam son of Berechiah made repairs opposite his living quarters. 31 Next to him, Malkijah, one of the goldsmiths, made repairs as far as the house of the temple servants and the merchants.
Right. This is useful. The first step
as far as the room above the corner. 32 And between the room above the corner and the sheep gate the goldsmiths and merchants made repairs. For when Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall, he became angry and was greatly incensed. He ridiculed the Jews. 2 And in the presence of his associates and the army of Samaria, he said, What are those feeble Jews doing? Will they restore their wall? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring the stones back to life from those heaps of rubble burned as they are? 3 Tobiah the Ammonite, who was at his side, said, what they are building if even a fox climbed up on it, he would break down their wall of stones.
Okay, I need this item, don't I?
For hear us,
Yes.
O our God,
400%
for we are
efficiency is
despised.
super important.
Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in a land of captivity.
And let's clear this out.
5. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders. 6. So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, for the people worked with all their heart. 7. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites and the men of Ashdod heard that the repairs to Jerusalem's walls had gone ahead and that the gaps were being closed, they were very angry. 8. They all plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. 9. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat.
No, leave me
10.
alone. Get off.
Meanwhile, the people in Judah said, the strength of the laborers is giving out, and there is so much rubble that we cannot rebuild the wall. 11. Also our enemies said, before they know it or see us, we will be right there among them and will kill them and put an end to the work.
Okay, trying to rebuild Jerusalem.
12. Then the Jews who lived near them
But it's
came
not
and
like
told us
happening.
10 times over,
People are stopping
wherever
them.
you turn, they will attack us. 13. Therefore I stationed some of the people behind the lowest points of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families, with their swords, spears and bows. 14. After I looked things over, I stood up and said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your brothers, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your homes. 15. When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to his own work. 16. From that day on, half of my men did the work, while the other half were equipped with spears, shields, bows and armor.
To protect the people while they
officers
worked.
posted themselves behind all the people of Judah. 17. Who were building the wall. Those
The people
who
of
carried
Judah are now
materials
coming
did their
back and
work
kind
with
of
one
rebuilding.
hand and
They've,
held a weapon in the other.
but were they?
18. And each of the
Some things are
builders wore
unclear
his
with the
sword
whole
at his
exile
side
thing
as he worked.
sometimes.
But the man who sounded the trumpet stayed with me. 19. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, the work is extensive and spread out, and we are widely separated from each other along the wall. 20. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, join us there. Our God will fight for us. 21. So we continued the work with half the men holding spears, from the first light of dawn till the stars came out. 22. At that time I also said to the people, have every man and his helper stay inside Jerusalem at night, so they can serve us as guards by night and workmen by day. 23. Neither I nor my brothers nor my men nor the guards with me took off our
Well, that
clothes.
was all of them.
Each had his weapon, even
What's my
when he
log?
went for water. 5. Now the men and their wives raised a great outcry against their Jewish brothers. 2. Some were saying, we and our sons and daughters are numerous, in order for us to eat and stay alive, we must get grain. 3. Others were saying, we are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our homes to get grain during the famine. For still others were saying, we have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards.
Okay, radiation fixed.
5.
I'm
Although
pretty
we
sure.
are of the same flesh and blood as our countrymen, and though our sons are as good
New
as
fire
theirs,
extinguisher.
yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery. Some of our daughters have already been enslaved, but we are powerless, because our fields and our vineyards belong to others. 6. When I heard their outcry and these charges, I was very angry. 7. I pondered them in my mind and then accused the nobles and officials. I told them, you are exacting usury from your own countrymen. So I called together
Usury?
a large meeting to deal with them. 8. And said, as far as possible, we have bought back our Jewish brothers who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your brothers, only for them to be sold back to us. They kept quiet, because they could find nothing to say. 9. So I continued, what you are doing is not right. Shouldn't you walk in the fear of our God to avoid the reproach of our Gentile enemies? 10. I and my brothers and my men are also lending the people money and grain. But let the exacting of usury stop. 11 Give back to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves and houses, and also the usury you are charging them, the 100th part of the money, grain, new wine and oil. 12 We will give it back, they said. And we will not demand anything more from them. We will do as you say. Then I summoned the priests and made the nobles and officials take an oath to do what they had promised. 13 I also shook out the folds of my robe and said, in this way may God shake out of his house and possessions every man who does not keep this promise. So may such a man be shaken out and emptied. At this the whole assembly said, Amen, and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. 14 Moreover, from the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when I was appointed to be
I don't know what the word
governor in
usury
land of
means.
Judah,
I'm still bothered about that. Slavery? Loans with unfairly high interest rates. What, like all the loans in America right now? Because mortgages are 7% right now? 7% per year. Jesus.
Until his 32nd year 12 years neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. 15 But the earlier governors, those preceding me, placed a heavy burden on the people and took 40 shekels of silver from them in addition to food and wine. Their assistants also lorded it over the people. But out of reverence for God I did not act like that. 16 Instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall.
Is this being written by
All my men were
Nehemiah right
assembled
now?
there for the work. We did not acquire any land. 17 Furthermore, 150 Jews and officials ate at my table, as well as those who came to us from the surrounding nations. 18 Each day 1 ox, 6 choice sheep and some poultry were prepared for me,
Okay.
and every 10 days
Climbing
an
up the other
abundant
way, I guess.
supply of wine of all kinds.
I'm really sure I'm going to do
In
that with
spite
all
of
the
this,
everything
I
being
never
on fire
demanded
or
the food
whatever.
allotted to the governor, because the demands were heavy on
But there
these
is
people.
definitely a way up there. What is the way?
19 Remember me with favor, O my God, for all I have done for these people. 6 When word came
Let
to
me up the ladder.
Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem the Arab and the rest of our enemies that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it, though up to that time I had not set the doors and the gates. 2 Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message, Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. But they were scheming to harm me. 3 So I sent messengers to them with this reply, I am carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you? For 4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave them the same answer. 5
Bunch
Then,
of
the
stuff in
5th
here, I
time,
remember.
Sanballat sent his aide to me with the same message, and in his hand was an unsealed letter. 6 inches which was written, It is reported among the nations, and Geshem says it is true that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and therefore you are building the wall. Moreover, according to these reports you are about to become their king.
I'm building the wall, you say?
7 And have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem, there is a king in Judah. Now this report will get back to the king, so come, let us confer together. 8 I sent him this reply, Nothing like what you are saying is happening, you are just making it up out of your head. 9 They were all trying to frighten us, thinking, their hands will get too weak for the work, and it will not be completed. But I prayed, now strengthen my hands. 10 One day I went to the house of Shemaiah son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabel, who was shut in at his home. He said, Let us meet in the house of God, inside the temple, and let us close the temple doors, because men are coming to kill you by night, they are coming to kill you. 11 But I said, Should a man like me run away? Or should one like me go into the temple to save his life? I will not go. 12 I realized that God had not sent him, but that he had prophesied against me because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. 13 He had been hired to intimidate me so that I would commit a sin by doing this, and then they would give me a bad name to discredit me. 14 Remember Tobiah and Sanballat, O my God, because of what they have done. Remember also the prophetess Noadiah and the rest of the prophets who have been trying to intimidate me. 15 So the wall was completed on the 25th of Elul, in 52 days. 16 When all our enemies heard about this, All the surrounding nations were afraid and lost their self-confidence, because they realized that this work had been done with the help of our God. 17 Also, in those days the nobles of Judah were sending many letters to Tobiah, and replies from Tobiah kept coming to them. 18 For many in Judah were under oath to him, since he was son-in-law to Shechaniah son of Era, and his son Jehohanan had married the daughter of Meshullam son of Berechiah. 19 Moreover, they kept reporting to me his good deeds and then telling him what I said. And Tobiah sent
Your
letters
previous
to
game.
intimidate me. 7 After the wall had been rebuilt and I had set the doors in place, the gatekeepers, and the singers and the Levites were appointed. 2 I put in charge of Jerusalem my brother Hanani, along with Hananiah the commander of the citadel, because he was a man of integrity and
I think
feared
we're
God
good.
more
I don't
than
think I
most
can
men
get
do.
the code for the
3 I said to them, the gates
captain's
of
cabin
Jerusalem
until
are not
way
to be
later.
opened until the sun is hot. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, have them shut the doors and bar them. Also appoint residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some near their own houses. For now the city was large and spacious, but there were few people in it, and the houses had not yet been rebuilt.
Right, is this...
5 So
I
my
don't know
God
what cabin
put it
that
into
is.
my heart to assemble the nobles, the officials, and the common people for registration by families. I found the genealogical record of those who had been the first to return. This is what I found written there. 6 These are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had
1806.
taken captive. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town.
Oh, there's no
7
zero
Inches
on this.
company
What the
with
heck?
Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Naamani, Ramiah,
I don't know how to get in here.
Bilshan, Mispereth,
I feel like
Bigvai,
it's important,
Nehem,
though.
and Baanah. The list of the men of Israel. 8 The descendants of Parash 2172. 9 of Shephatiah 372. 10 of Era 652. 11 of Pahath Moab, through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2818. 12 of Elam 1254. 13 of Zadu 845. 14 of Zakkai 760. 15 of Binui 648. 16 of Bibai 628.
Oh my god, are we doing the numbers again?
17 of Asgad 2322. 37 of Lod, Hadid, and Ono 721. 18 of Adonicum 667. 19 of Bigvai 2067. 20 of Aden 655. 21 of
1869.
Ater, through Hezekiah. 98:22 of Hazhum 328:23 of Bazai 324:24 of
Let's get
Harith
it.
112:25 of Gibeon 95:26
Alright, what is useful in here?
Bethlehem and Netopha 188:27 of Anathoth 128:28 of Beth Asmaveth 42:29 of Kiriath Jearim,
Water bottle.
Kephra and Beeroth 743:30 of Ramah and Geba 621:31 of Michmash 122:32 of Bethel and Ai 123:33 of the other Nebo 52:34 of the other Elam 1254:35 of Haram 320. 38 of Sina 3930. 39 The priests, the descendants of Jediah, through the family of Jeshua, 973. 40 of Immer 1052. 41 of Pashur 1247. 42 of Haram 1017. 43 The Levites, the descendants of Jeshua, through Kadmiel through the line of Hodaviah, 74. 44 The singers, the descendants of Asaph 148. 45 The gatekeepers, the descendants of Shallum, Ater, Talmon, Akub, Hadadah and Shobai 138. 46 The temple servants, the descendants of Ziha, Hasupha, Tabaoth, 47 Kuras, Sia, Padon, 48 Libana, Hagaba, Shalmai, 49 Hanan, Giddel, Gahar, 50 Rhea, Rezin, Nakoda, 51 Gazam, Uzzah, Paseah, 52 Bisay, Munim, Nephusim. 36 of Jericho 345. 53 Bakbuk, Hakupha, Harher. 54 Basleth, Mehida, Harsha, 66 The whole company numbered 42,360. 55 Barkos, Sisera, Tema. 56 Neziah and Hatipha. 57 The descendants of the servants of Solomon, the descendants of Sotai, Sophereth, Perida. 58 Jala, Darkon, Giddel. 59 Shephatiah, Hattil, Pokereth Hazabaim and Ammon. 60 The temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon 392.
Ow.
61 The following came up from the towns of Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Kerub, Adon and Immer, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel.
Black box data?
62 The descendants of Deliah,
Black box
Tobiah
data.
and Nekoda 642. 63 And from among the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hakaz, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name.
Oh, I remember.
64
We get the
These searched
code
for
to the
their family
captain's
records,
cabin
but they could not find them and so were excluded
by
from the
finding his
priesthood
life
as
pod.
unclean. 65 The governor,
or something
therefore,
like that.
ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there should be a priest ministering with the Urim and Thummim.
Which means I need to go through all the
67 Besides their 7,337
all the life pods, all freaking
menservants and
25 of them.
maidservants, and they also had 245 men
Or I
and
think a
women
bunch ended up
singers.
in the
68 There were
abyss.
736 horses, 245 mules, 69,435 camels and 6,720 donkeys. 70 Some of the heads of the families contributed to
6483.
the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 drachmas of gold, 50 bowls and
Drachmas.
530 garments for priests. 71 Some of the heads of the families gave to the treasury for the work 20,000 drachmas of gold and 2,200 minas of silver. 72 The total given by the rest of the people was 20,000 drachmas of gold, 2,000 minas of silver and
I'm gonna get
67
full
garments for
water
priests.
real quick. Full air.
73 The priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers and the temple servants, along with certain
Okay,
of the
there is
people
usually
and the rest of
something
the
useful in here. I
Israelites,
just can't remember
settled
what.
in their own towns. When the 7th month came and the Israelites had settled in their towns,
Repulsion
all the
cannon.
people assembled
Not
as
that
one
useful.
man.
I don't usually end up using it.
in the square before the water gate. They told Ezra the scribe to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. 2 So on the first day of the 7th month
Yeah, I
Ezra
still
the
don't have
priest
enough
brought the law
blueprints for the
before the assembly,
bronze suit.
which
I
was
don't
made
think.
up of men and women and all who were able to understand. 3 He read it aloud from daybreak till noon as he faced the square before the water gate in the presence of the men, women and others who could understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. For Ezra the scribe stood on a high wooden platform built for the occasion. Beside him on his right stood Mattathiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah and Messiah, and on his left were Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchijah, Hazhum, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah and Meshullam. 5 Ezra opened the book.
Ooh, that is
All the
complicated.
people could see him because he was standing above them, and as he opened it, the people all stood up. 6 Ezra praised the Lord, the great God, and all the people lifted their hands and responded, Amen. Amen. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground.
Or fragments?
7 The Levites
How?
Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbathai, Hodiah, Messiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan.
In what world am I
Pelaiah
getting
instructed
4
the people
prawn
in
suit
the law
fragments
while the people
done?
were standing there. 8 They read from the book of the law of God, making it clear and giving the meaning so that the people could understand what was being read. 9 Then Nehemiah the governor, Ezra the priest and scribe, and the Levites who were instructing the people said to them all, This day is sacred to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. For all the people
Good.
had been weeping as they listened to the words of the law.
Okay, build a
10
Cyclops.
Nehemiah said, Go and enjoy
Put a prawn
choice
suit in
food
it.
and sweet
Start going
drinks,
deep.
and send some
Easy
to those
peasy.
who have nothing prepared. This day is sacred to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. 11 The Levites calmed all the people, saying, Be
Okay,
still,
sitting up in
for
my
this
chair.
is a sacred day. Do not grieve.
Why do I look dead in my
12
chair?
Then all the people went
How long
away
has my
to eat
camera
and
been
drink,
dead on me
to
like
send
that?
portions of food and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them.
Thank you.
13 On the
Camera,
second
for
day of the
making
month,
me look
the
terrible
heads of
for
all the families,
the
along
entire
with the
time.
priests and the Levites, gathered around Ezra the scribe to give attention to the words of the law.
Hilarious.
14 They found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to live in booths during the feast of the 7th month. 15 And that they should proclaim this word and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem. Go out into the hill country and bring back branches from olive and wild olive trees, and from myrtles, palms and shade trees, to make booths, as it is written. 16 So the people went out and brought back branches and built themselves booths on their own roofs, in their courtyards, in the courts of the house of God and in the square by the water gate and the one by the gate of Ephraim. 17 The whole company that had returned from exile built booths and lived in them. From the days of Joshua son of Nun until that day, the Israelites had not celebrated it like this. And their joy was very
They're
great.
super happy to be back.
18 Day after day, from the first day to the last, Ezra read from the book of the law of God. They celebrated the feast for 7 days, and on the 8th day, in accordance with the regulation, there was an assembly. 9 On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth and having dust on their heads. 2 Those of Israelite descent had separated themselves from all foreigners. They stood in their places and confessed their sins and the wickedness of their fathers. 3 They stood where they were and read from the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day, and spent another quarter in confession and in worshipping the Lord their God. For standing on the stairs were the Levites Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Buni, Sherebiah, Bani and Kanani who called with loud voices to the Lord their God. 5
Oh
And the
my
Levites
God.
Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani,
Wow, that could have
Sherebiah,
sucked.
Hodiah, Shebaniah,
Thankfully there was
and
water
Micaiah
beneath me.
said,
What the heck?
Stand up and praise the
That
Lord
was
your
scary.
God, who is from
I
everlasting
almost screwed up
to
pretty bad.
everlasting. Blessed be your glorious name, and may it be exalted above all blessing and praise. 6 You alone are the Lord. You made the heavens, even the highest heavens, and all their starry host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to everything, and the multitudes of heaven worship you. 7 You are the Lord God, who chose Abram and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and named him Abraham. 8 You found his heart faithful to you, and you made a covenant with him to give to his descendants the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Jebusites and Girgashites. You have kept your promise.
I haven't heard them
because
quote
you
that
are
phrase in a
righteous.
while. It's been a bit.
9 You saw the suffering of our forefathers
Oh my
in
God.
Egypt.
Oh,
You heard their
it's just
cry
a
at the
sand
Red
shark.
Sea. 10 You sent
That could have
miraculous
sucked.
signs and wonders against Pharaoh, against all his officials and all the people of his land, for you knew how arrogantly the Egyptians treated them. You made a name for yourself, which remains to this day. 11 You divided the sea before them, so
At
that
least
they
we're making
passed through it
progress.
on dry ground.
At least
but
we're
you
making
hurled their
progress.
pursuers into the depths, like a stone into mighty waters. 12 By day you led them with a pillar of cloud, and by night with a pillar of fire to give them light on the way they were to take. 13 You came down on Mount Sinai, you spoke to them from heaven. You gave them regulations and laws that are just and right, and decrees and commands that are good. 14 You made known to them your holy Sabbath and gave them commands, decrees and laws through your servant Moses. 15 Their hunger you gave them bread from heaven, and in their thirst you brought them water from the rock. You told them to go in and take possession of the land you had sworn with uplifted hand to give them. 16 But they, our forefathers, became arrogant and stiff-necked, and did not obey your commands. 17 They refused to listen and failed to remember the miracles you performed among them. They became
Should add the
stiff-necked
storage
and in their
module to
rebellion
my
appointed a leader in order to return to
thing
their
as soon as I
slavery.
can.
But you are a forgiving God, gracious and compassionate, slow
Okay,
to
storage
anger and
module.
abounding
Good
in
ad.
love.
Good stuff. I have a million
Therefore you
batteries
did
for
not
some reason.
desert them.
So that's fun.
18 Even when they cast
And I'm
for
going to take a
themselves
pause.
an image of a
I'm going
calf
to
and
pause
said,
both the game and the Bible for a second. Just take a breath. I think breaks like these are what allow me to do this for longer without completely burning out. So, the Israelites and their many tribes were exiled out of Jerusalem, mostly to Judah, taken as slaves by Persia. The Persian king received a bunch of messages from God. Nehemiah became the next prophet after Ezra. They are rebuilding the temples. They are rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, the city. And that's mostly a summary of what has happened so far, I guess. I'm going to chill for a sec. Look at something else. Oh, man. My chest hurts. I need to work on my stamina. It's just hard to tell. At my current age, it's hard to tell with my current degree of being disabled how hard I can push exercise. That's why today's a rest day and I worked out yesterday. It's just so hard to tell how hard I can push my stamina to do conditioning to become less disabled without making myself more disabled by accident. What page are we on? 736. Man, we have blitzed today. We have gone at speed. I bet I only have about 10 more streams ahead of me if we keep up this pace, but I don't think this pace is going to be happening. One, we're only able to read that quickly because Chronicles 1 and 2 were mostly a repeat of 1st, 2nd Kings, and Samuel. but also it's some fast reading to be doing. Fast reading. Okay. Maybe I need to go stretch again. I don't understand actual streamers. I don't understand actual Let's Players. How do they do this for hours and hours sitting in the chair? It's not comfortable. It's not the chair. Like, this is a great chair, but it's just sitting that still and playing a game for this long is actually kind of hard for me. And like, yes, like when I'm on my own, sure. But like with the lights on, and this is too much work. Complaining about nothing. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay. I think I'm mostly caught up on things with the channel. I'm just checking channel stuff right now. Good God, how many? We have 9,600 subscribers. What am I supposed to do with that? That's so many. Oh, that's so many. In the grand scheme of things, that's very few. But to me, that's so many. I'm still blown away by the success of the pedopolitics video. I don't even know what to make of it. I do not know what to make of that. All right. Stretch a little bit more. Jump back in. Let's do it. Okay. All right, let's get it.
19-inch. Because of your great compassion you did not abandon them in the desert. By day the pillar of cloud did not cease to guide them on their
Our next
path,
goal is to build the
nor
Cyclops.
the pillar of fire by night to shine on the way they were to take. 20. You gave your good spirit to instruct them. You did not withhold your manna from their mouths, and you gave them water for their thirst. 21. For 40 years you
I did not
sustained them in the
need
desert.
to pack that thing up.
They
Oh
lacked
my God,
nothing.
stop this.
Their clothes did not wear out, nor did their feet become swollen. 22-inch. You gave them kingdoms and nations, allotting to them even the remotest frontiers.
All right, Cyclops.
They took
Enamel
over the
glass,
country of
plastic
Sion,
ingots,
king of
lubricant,
Heshbon,
advanced
and the
wiring
country
kit, and
of
3
Og,
lead.
king of Bashan. 23.
Lots
You
of
made
lead,
their sons as
essentially,
numerous
is
as
what
the
I'm
stars
hearing.
in the sky,
Lots and
and
lots
you
and
brought
lots of
them
lead.
into the land that you told their fathers to enter and possess. 24. Their sons went in and took possession of the land. You subdued before them the Canaanites, who lived in the land. You handed the Canaanites over to them, along with their kings and the peoples
CMOF
of the
depth
land,
module
to
is
deal with them
relevant.
as they pleased.
I do not need this many first aid kits on me.
25. They captured fortified cities and fertile land. They took possession of houses filled with all kinds of good things, wells already dug, vineyards, olive groves and fruit trees in abundance. They ate to the full and were well nourished. They reveled in your great
Oh,
goodness.
I'm seeing the lady.
26
Okay,
inch,
that
but they were
scared me. That actually
disobedient
scared
and
me.
rebelled against you. They
Because I
put your
couldn't see it
law
on the
behind
screen.
their
I was
backs.
freaking out.
They killed your prophets, who had admonished them in
Ow.
order to turn them
That got
back
me.
to you.
Holy crap.
They committed awful blasphemies. 27.
That's funny.
So
She's
you
like the
handed
least
them
scary
over to their
thing in the
enemies,
game.
who oppressed them. But when they were oppressed they cried out to you. From heaven you heard them, and in your great compassion you gave them deliverers.
Okay, we have
who
a
rescued them
plasteel
from the
ingot.
hand of their enemies.
It'd be nice if we could make another.
28-inch. But as soon as they were at rest, they again did what was evil in your sight. Then you abandoned them to the hand of their enemies so that they ruled over them.
Okay, more lithium.
And when they
So I
cried
need
out
3
to you
plasteel
again,
ingots, I'm
you
pretty
heard
sure.
from heaven, and in your compassion you delivered them time after time.
Deliver us.
29-inch. You warned them to return to your law, but they
Okay,
became
I'm
arrogant
gonna need
and
actually
disobeyed your
more of
commands.
that than I had before.
They sinned against your ordinances, by which a man will live
I need
if
more
he obeys
glass. I
them.
need to make enameled glass still.
Stubbornly they turned their backs on you, became stiff-necked and refused to listen.
I love the phrase stiff-necked.
30.
It's such
For
a
many years you
weird
were
way of
patient with
describing
them.
a refusal to look up
By
towards
your
God.
spirit you admonished them through your prophets. Yet they paid no attention, so you handed them over to the neighboring peoples.
2 plasteel ingots.
31 But in your great mercy you did not put an end to them or abandon them,
Okay.
for you are a gracious and merciful God. 32 Now therefore, O our God, the great, mighty and awesome God, who keeps his covenant of love, do not let all this hardship seem trifling in your eyes, the hardship that has
2
come
plasteel
upon
ingots
us,
made.
upon our kings and leaders, upon our priests
Grab
and
a
prophets,
lubricant.
upon our fathers and
Need to
all
make
your
another
people,
advanced
from the
wiring
days of the
kit, which
kings
will
of
take some
Assyria until
gold,
today.
some silver,
33 All that has happened to us, you have been
copper
just,
wire,
you have acted
then a
faithfully,
gem
while we
thing.
did wrong. 34 Our kings, our leaders, our
Couple of
priests, and our
gems.
fathers did not follow your law.
Yoink.
They did not pay attention
Yoink.
to your
Thank
commands
you.
or the warnings you gave them.
More copper.
35 Even while they were in their kingdom, enjoying your great goodness
See if there's
to
any
them
more
in the
in here.
spacious and fertile land
I
you
will
gave
need
them,
more
they did not
glass
serve you or
again.
turn from their evil ways. 36 But see, we are slaves
Okay,
today,
copper time.
slaves in the
I
land
need
you
more
gave our
titanium too
forefathers so
from
they could eat
earlier.
its fruit and the other good things it produces.
Copper.
37 Because of our sins, its abundant harvest goes
Nope,
to the
titanium.
kings you have
Okay,
placed
inventory's
over
already
us.
full. That's hilarious.
They
All
rule
right.
over our bodies and our cattle as they please. We are in great distress. 16 Adonijah, Bigvi, Aden, 38 In view of all this, we are making a binding agreement, putting it in writing, and our leaders, our Levites, and our priests are affixing their seals to it. 10 Those who sealed it were, Nehemiah the governor, the son of Hakaliah. Zedekiah, 2 Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah, 3 Pashur, Mariah, Malchijah, 4 Haddish.
We're making a
Shebaniah,
pact
Malach,
on paper?
5 Haram, Mirmoth, Obadiah, 6 Daniel, Ginnathan, Baruch, 7 Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin, 8 Maziah, Bilgai and Shemaiah. These were the priests. 9 The Levites, Jeshua son of Azaniah, Binui of
Pretty
the
sure
sons
enamel
of
glass
Henadad,
needs lead, so I'm still low on
10
lead right
and their
now.
associates, Shebaniah, Hodiah,
Let me double
Kelaniah,
check.
Peliah, Hanam,
Enameled
11
glass
Micah,
needs just a
Rehum,
stalker tooth. Oh,
Hashabiah,
I might have
12
enough lead
Zaccur,
already.
Sherebiah,
That's crazy.
Shebaniah, 13 Hodiah, Bani and Beninu. 14 The leaders
Well, I might
of
have
the
nearly
people,
enough lead.
Parash, Pahath Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani. 17 Ater, Hezekiah, Azar, 18 Hodiah.
Okay, I need stalker
Hazhum,
teeth.
Bazai,
That's going to be
19
an
Harith,
interesting process
Anathoth,
to try and
Nebai,
not die
20
during.
Magbish, Meshullam, Hezer, 21 Meshizabel, Zadok, Jadua, 22
I should have been gathering
Pelatiah,
them as I was
Hanan,
playing, but
Anaiah, 23 Hoshe, Hananiah, Hashub, 24 Halahesh, Pilha, Shobek, 25
the text-to-speech thing is like
Hashabnah,
struggling
Messiah,
with this many
26
names
Ahiah,
back to back to back.
Hanan, Anan, 27 Malak, Haram and Banah. 28 The rest of the people priests, Levites, gatekeepers, singers, temple servants, and all who separated themselves from the neighboring peoples for the sake of the law of God, together with their wives and all their sons and daughters who are able to understand. 29 All these now join their brothers the nobles, and bind themselves with a curse and an oath to follow the law of God given through Moses the servant of God.
Okay, they
and
all
to
made like a
obey
new
carefully
pact with
all the
God.
commands, regulations, and decrees of the Lord our Lord. 15 Buni, Asgad,
Where can I find a stalker?
30 We promise not to give our daughters in marriage to the peoples around us or take their daughters for our sons. 31 When the neighboring peoples bring merchandise or grain to sell on the Sabbath, we will not buy from them on the Sabbath or on any holy day. Every 7th year we will forego working the land and will cancel all debts.
Stalker? Take this.
32 We assume the responsibility
metal.
for carrying
When
out
do you
the
take the
commands
metal,
to give
please?
a third of a shekel each year for the service of the house of our God. 33 For the bread set out on the table, for the regular grain offerings and burnt offerings,
Leave me
for
alone.
the offerings on the Sabbaths, new moon festivals and appointed feasts, for the holy offerings, for sin offerings to make atonement for Israel, and for all the duties of the house of
What
our
y'all
God.
up to? Ow, stop. Don't do this.
34 We the priests, the Levites, and the people have cast lots to determine when each of our families is to bring to the house of our God at set times each year a contribution of wood to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. 35 We also assume responsibility for bringing to the house of the Lord each year the firstfruits of our crops and of every fruit tree. 36 As it is also written in
Y'all
the
gonna
law,
drop any
we
teeth
will
or
bring
what?
the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, of our herds and of our flocks to the house of our God, to the
Stop
priests
acting like
ministering
this.
there. 37-inch moreover, we will bring to the storerooms of the house of our God, to the priests,
Oh,
the
more
first
lead. I
of our
needed
ground
that.
meal,
Cool.
of our grain offerings,
Was it a
of the
tooth?
fruit of all our trees, and
One
of our
tooth.
new wine
All right.
and oil.
2 more.
And we will bring a tithe
Let's
of
do
our
it.
crops to the Levites, for it
Stop
is the
hurting
Levites
me.
who collect the tithes in all the
Eat
towns
the
where
metal,
we work.
you jerk.
38 A
Eat the
priest
metal,
descended
both
from
of you.
Aaron is to
Come here.
accompany
Come
the
here.
Levites
Eat the metal.
when they receive the tithes.
Eat
And
the metal.
Levites are
Do
to
it.
bring a tenth of
Do
the
the thing.
tithes up to the house
No.
of our God.
Eat the metal.
to
You're
the
not doing what you're
storerooms
supposed
of
to
the
be doing.
treasury.
Do it correctly.
39 The people of Israel,
Eat the metal.
including the Levites,
Eat
are
it.
to bring their contributions of grain, new wine,
Okay.
and oil
Now
to the
drop a
storerooms
tooth.
where the
Oh,
articles
look, a
for the
tooth.
sanctuary
Thank
are
you.
kept and where the ministering priests, the
All right.
gatekeepers,
Other
and
one.
the singers
Eat
stay.
this metal.
We will not neglect the
Brother,
house
please.
of our
Where are
God.
you even heading right now?
11
Eat
Now
the
the
metal.
leaders of the people
Eat it.
settled in Jerusalem.
Why are
and
you
the
coming
rest
after
of the
me? Eat
people
the metal,
cast
bro.
lots to bring 1 out of every 10 to live
This
in
is a you
Jerusalem,
problem.
the
What are we
holy
even doing
city,
right now?
while the remaining 9 were to stay in their own towns.
Are you going to stop?
2 The people commended all the men who volunteered to live in Jerusalem.
The metal.
3 These are the provincial
Tooth.
leaders who settled in Jerusalem.
Let's get it.
Now some Israelites, priests, Levites, temple servants, and descendants of Solomon's servants lived in the towns of Judah, each on his own property in the various towns. For while other people from both Judah and Benjamin lived in Jerusalem from the descendants of Judah, Athaiah son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahalalel, a descendant of Perez. 5
What was I
And
doing?
Messiah
Oh, I'm making
son
the
of
metal
Baruch,
glass. Okay.
the son of Kalhoz, the son of Haziah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zechariah,
3 of
a
these.
descendant of Shelah.
2.
6 The descendants of Perez who lived in
3.
Jerusalem totaled 468
Make a
able
cool
men.
wiring kit.
7 From the descendants of Benjamin,
I don't think I have
Sallu
enough
son of
copper
Meshullam,
to do what
the
I
son
want to
of
do.
Jod, the
Nope,
son
I
of
have plenty of gold, but
the
not
son
copper.
of Kaliah, the son of
Great.
Messiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshaiah. 8 And his followers, Gabbai and Sallai 928 men. 9 Joel son of Zichri was their chief officer, and Judah son of Hasanua was over the 2nd district of the city. 10 From the
Copper?
priests, Jediah, the son of Joiarib, Jachin.
That's
11
useful.
Sariah son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, supervisor in the house of God. 12 And their associates, who carried on work for the temple, 822 men, Adaiah son of Jeraham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah. 13 And his associates, who were heads of families, 242 men, Amashsai son of Azrael, the son of Atsai, the son of Meshillamoth, the son of Immer. 14 And his associates, who were able men, 128. Their chief officer was Zabdiel son of Hagedalim.
Hey, these names.
15 From the
These names are
Levites,
getting
Shemaiah
crazy.
son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah,
It's completely
the son
insane
of Buni.
names at this point.
16 Shabbathai and Jozabad, 2 of the heads of the Levites, who had charge of the outside work of the house of God. 17 Mattaniah son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, the director who led in thanksgiving and prayer, Bakbukiah, second among his associates, and Abda son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun.
These names are insane.
18 The Levites in the holy city totaled 284. 19 The gatekeepers, Akub, Talmon, and their
Akub.
associates, who kept watch at the gates, 172 men. 20 The rest of the Israelites, with the priests and Levites, were in all the towns
Are we
of
done?
Judah, each
Cyclops
on his
made?
ancestral property.
Let's get it.
21 The temple servants lived
Progress,
on the hill of
progress,
Ophir,
let
and
me tell
Ziba
ya.
and Gishpa were in
I've only
charge
been
of them.
playing the game for like
22
3
The chief
hours maybe.
officer
I'm
of the Levites
kinda
in
killing it.
Jerusalem was Uzzi son of Bani, the 33 inches Hazer,
Cyclops
Rama,
made
and
that
Gittani,
quickly is pretty good
son
for me.
of Hashabiah, the son
Usually
of
that takes like
Mattaniah,
6
the
hours.
son of Micah. Uzzi was one of Asaph's descendants, who were the singers
Cyclops
responsible for the
time.
service
Oh
of
my
the
god,
house
really
of
deeper
God.
water still, huh?
23
Do I
The
have
singers
room
were
for
under
this
the king's
in
orders,
my gear? I
which
kinda
regulated
doubt.
their daily activity.
Oh, I do. Okay.
24 Pethahiah
Really?
son of Meshizabel,
How do I make
one of
some
the
room?
descendants
Bring
of
some
Zerah
water.
son of Judah, was the king's agent in all affairs
Pack it up.
relating
Alright,
to the people.
we gotta get deep, I guess.
25 As for the villages with their fields, Some
Really
of the
deep.
people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its surrounding settlements, in Dibon and its settlements, in Jekabzeel and its villages. 26 inches Jeshua, in Malada, in Beth Pelet. 27 inches Hazar Shul, in Beersheba and its settlements. 28 inches Ziklag, in Makona and its settlements.
Really? How is that still not
29
deep
inches in
enough?
Rimmon, in Zorah, in Jarmuth.
How deep we gotta go?
30 Zanoah, Adullam
This
and
looks
their
pretty deep
villages,
to me.
in Lachish and its fields, and in Azekah and its settlements. So they were living all the way from Beersheba to the
Game,
valley
I don't
of
know
Hinnom.
what you're on about. I could swear that this is
31 The
plenty deep
descendants of the
for a
Benjamites
Cyclops.
from Geba lived in Michmash, Ijah, Bethel and its settlements. 34 inches
Here we go, let's
Hadid,
get it.
Zeboim and Nebalat. 35 inches Lod and Ono, and in the valley of the craftsmen.
Okay, it is pretty
36
big. I
some
kind of
the
forgot how big it
divisions
was.
of the Levites of Judah
It's kind
settled
of
in
massive,
Benjamin.
honestly.
12 These were the priests' end. Levites who returned with Zerubbabel son of Shealtiel and with Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremiah,
There we
Ezra.
go.
2 Amariah, Malach, Haddash. 3 Shechaniah, Rehum, Mirmoth. 4 Iddo, Ginnathan, Abijah. 5 Majamin, Moadiah.
In a way, the game kind
Bilgah.
of starts here.
6 Shemaiah,
Like, it doesn't really happen
Joiarib,
until
Jediah.
about now.
7 Salu, Amok, Hilkiah and Jediah. These were the leaders of the priests and their
Okay, we'll keep
associates
the
in
bay
the
on
days
us.
of Jeshua. 8 The Levites were Jeshua, Binnui, Kadmiel,
And
Sherebiah,
some of the
Judah,
earliest stuff we
and
gotta get
also
going on is
Mattaniah,
this.
who, together with his associates, was in charge of the songs of
Where the heck's my
thanksgiving.
house? 200 meters away?
9
I'm
Bakbukiah
piloting it
and
over there.
Uni, their associates, stood opposite them in the services.
That's too far.
32 inches
I'm not doing
Anathoth,
that back and forth
Nob
like 10
and
times.
Ananiah. 10 Jeshua was the father of Joachim, Joachim the father of Eliashib, Eliashib the father of Joiada. 11 Joiada the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. 12 inches The days of Joachim, these were the heads of the priestly families, of Sariah's family, Moriah, of Jeremiah's, Hananiah. 13 of Ezra's, Meshullam, of Amariah's, Jehohanan. 14 of Malachah's, Jonathan, of Shechaniah's, Joseph. 15 of Haram's, Adnah, of Meremoth's, Helkai. 16 of Iddo's, Zechariah, of Ginnathan's, Meshullam. 17
Oh, I forgot
of
how annoying
Abijah's,
this thing is to
Zikri,
pilot.
of Miniamin's and of Moadiah's,
This genuinely
Hilkai.
sucks.
18 of Bilgah's, Shammua, of Shemaiah's, Jehonathan. 19 of Joiarib's, Mattanai, of Jediah's, Uzzi.
Okay, we're getting out of here.
20 of Sal's,
We're gonna build
Kalai,
lots of stuff in here real
Geber.
quick.
21 of Hilkiah's, Hashabiah, of Jediah's,
We're officially
Nethanel.
moving out of the
22 The family heads
life
of the
pod
Levites
for
in
the
the
time
days
being.
of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan and Jaddua, as well as those of the priests, were recorded in the reign of Darius
Taking
the
all of
Persian.
those, thank you.
23 The family heads
Also
among
build
the
a radio in
descendants
my
of Levi
thing.
up to the time of Johanan son of Eliashib were recorded in the book of the Annals. 24 And the leaders of the Levites were Hashabiah,
Okay, what do I need to
Sherebiah,
build a,
Jeshua son of Kadmiel, and
locker
their
again?
associates, who stood opposite them to give praise and thanksgiving, one section responding to the other, as prescribed by David the man of God. 25 Mattaniah, Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon and Akub were gatekeepers who guarded the storerooms at the gates. 26 They served in the days of Joachim son of Jeshua, the son of Josadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor and of Ezra the
Quartz and
priest and
titanium.
scribe.
Okay, so I have enough to make a quick
27
walker.
At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, the Levites were sought out from where they lived and were brought to Jerusalem to celebrate joyfully the dedication with songs of thanksgiving and with the music of cymbals, harps and lyres. 28 The singers also were brought together from the region around Jerusalem from the villages of the Netophathites. 29 From Beth Gilgal, and from the area of Geba and Asmaveth, for the singers had built villages for themselves around Jerusalem. 30 When the priests and Levites had purified themselves ceremonially, they purified the people.
Oh no,
the
I do
gates,
not have
and
that
the wall.
module. I am wasting power by doing
31
this.
I had the leaders of Judah go up on top of the wall.
Okay, let's do it.
I also assigned 2 large choirs to give thanks. One was to proceed on top of the wall to the right, toward the
Locker
dung gate.
time.
32 Hoshea and half the leaders of Judah followed them. 33
It'd
along
be nice
with
if I could build a
Azariah,
couple more
Ezra,
lockers.
Meshullam. 34
Dang it.
Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah,
I
Jeremiah.
just get the stuff out of here as soon as I can.
35 as well as some priests with trumpets, and also Zechariah son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zachar, the son of Asaph. 36 and his associates Shemaiah, Azarel, Malalai, Hilalai, Maai, Nethanel, Judah and Hanani with musical instruments prescribed by David the man of God. Ezra the scribe led the procession. 37 at the fountain
Well, we
gate
got a
they
whole
continued directly up
band
the
thing
steps
going
of the
on.
city of David on the ascent to the wall and passed above the house of David to the water gate on the east. 38 the second choir proceeded in the opposite direction. I followed them on top of the wall, together with half the people past the tower of the ovens to the broad wall. 39 over the gate
Engine
of
efficiency
Ephraim,
module,
the Jeshanah
huge,
gate, the fish gate, the tower of Hananel and the tower
massive,
of the 100, as far as
massive
the sheep
upgrade.
gate. At the gate of the guard they stopped. 40 the two choirs that gave thanks then took their places in the house of God, so did I, together with half the officials. 41 as well as the priests Eliakim, Messiah, Miniamin,
Okay, we gotta make
Micaiah,
a,
Elioenai, Zechariah and
one of those.
Hananiah with their trumpets. 42 and also
Fabricator
Messiah,
time.
Shemaiah, Eleazar, Uzzi, Jehohanan, Malchijah, Elam and Ezer.
Titanium,
Choirs
gold,
sang
and
under the
table
direction
coral.
of Jezrahiah.
Okay, let's get that made then.
43 and on that day they offered great sacrifices, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced. The sound of rejoicing in Jerusalem could be heard far away.
Titanium, gold, and what?
44 at that
Table
time
coral.
men were appointed to be
I'm
in
out of
charge of the
titanium.
storerooms for the contributions, firstfruits and tithes. From the fields around the towns they were to bring into the storerooms the portions required by the law for the priests and the Levites, for Judah was pleased with
Don't
the
I have enough
ministering
gold? I
priests
guess
and
not.
Levites. 45 They performed the service of their God and the service of purification, as did also the singers and gatekeepers, according to the commands of David and his son Solomon. 46 For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there had been directors for the singers and for the songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. 47 So in the days of Zerubbabel and of Nehemiah, all Israel contributed the daily portions for the singers and gatekeepers. They also set aside the portion for the other Levites, and the Levites set aside the portion for the descendants of Aaron. 13 On that day the book of Moses was read aloud in the hearing of the people, and there it was found written that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever be admitted into the assembly of God.
Uh-oh.
2 Because they had not met the Israelites with food and water but had hired Balaam to call a curse down on them. Our God, however, turned the curse into a blessing. 3 When the people heard this law, they excluded from Israel all who were of foreign
descent. Okay, they're kicking out the
For
foreigners
before
now.
this, Eliashib the priest had been put in charge of the storerooms of the house of our God. He was closely associated with Tobiah. 5 And he had provided him with a large room formerly used to store the grain offerings and incense and temple articles, and also the tithes of grain, new wine and oil prescribed for the Levites, singers and gatekeepers, as well as the contributions for the priests. 6 But while all this was going on, I was not in Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes king of Babylon I had returned to the king. Some time later I asked his permission. 7 And came back to Jerusalem. Here I learned about the evil thing Eliashib had done in providing Tobiah a room in the courts of the house of God. 8 I was greatly displeased and threw all Tobiah's household goods out of the room. 9 I gave orders to purify the rooms, and then I put back into them the equipment of the house of God, with the grain offerings and the incense. 10 I also learned that the portions assigned to the Levites had not been given to them, and that all the Levites and singers responsible for the service had gone back to their own fields. 11 So I rebuked the officials and asked them, Why is the house of God neglected? Then I called them together and stationed them at their posts. 12 All Judah brought the tithes of grain, new wine and oil into the storerooms. 13 I put Shelemiah the priest, Zadok the scribe, and a Levite named Pedaiah in charge
it's
of the
so annoying.
storerooms, and made Hanan son of Zachar, the son of Mattaniah, their assistant, because these men were considered trustworthy. They were made responsible for distributing the supplies to their brothers.
Uh, yeah, we're in Nehemiah still. Esther's next, then Job. Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel. Oh my god, there is so much to go. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Brothers. 14 Remember me for this, O my God, and do not blot out what I have so faithfully done for the house of my God and its services.
I think I'm going to probably wrap up stream
15
soon.
inches those days I saw men in Judah
How many hours have we done? 4.5?
on the Sabbath, and
Wow.
bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys, together with wine, grapes, figs, and all other kinds of loads. And they were bringing all this into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. Therefore I warned them against selling food on that day. 16 men from Tyre who lived in Jerusalem were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them in Jerusalem on the Sabbath to the people of Judah. 17 I rebuked the
All right. What are we doing? Stuff's always going on, isn't it? Oh boy. You know what would be great right now? A sandwich. Just like a nice sandwich. Oh my god, everything hurts. All right, I think we're wrapping up stream. I can tell my focus is pretty much gonzo. But what are we at? 745. 1,000 pages to go. What do you mean there's 1,000 pages still? Oh my god. This stinks. The Torah better be so much shorter. It better be so much shorter. I think Torah's next, honestly. Oh my god. Why is the Bible so long? All right. Enough whining. If I'm wrapping up, I need to wrap up. Thank you so much for watching. I'm wrapping up stream here. I'm going to keep trying to do bigger, faster chunks to get through this. See ya. I guess we made good progress in Subnautica. That's exciting.